The doctor already said it. Dragging this out is just burning money. If you ask me, we pull the tube tonight. Save everybody the trouble. In the ICU bed, my fingers jerked. My name is Gujun. Late-stage stomach cancer. Flat on this mattress. Can't move, can't speak. The door wasn't shut all the way. Light from the hallway cut across the floor through the gap. Second aunt, Zhao Zuolan, was keeping her voice down, but every word drilled straight into my ears. Su Man, you're his wife. You signed the paper, we pull the tube, everybody keeps their dignity. My throat was on fire. I tried to speak. Nothing came out. Su Man's voice drifted in, cold, matter of fact. Auntie, don't put it like that. We're doing this so he suffers less. Oh, spare me. Zhao Zuolan snorted. The most dignified thing Gujun ever did was build 5 factories for this family. The supermarket, the electronics plant, the pharmacy chain. If he hadn't worked himself half to death like some old ox, where would the Gu family be today? Su Man let out a cold laugh. So it's time he got some rest. My eyes darted wildly behind my lids. I tried to open them. Managed a sliver. The 4 needle was buried in the back of my hand. The heart monitor beeped away, counting down what was left of me. Outside, Zhao Zuolan pressed her. Did you get the equity documents? Gu Hong and the others are getting impatient. The second Gu Jun stops breathing, the senior branch takes over the factories. What's the rush? He's not dead yet. Su Man was in no hurry at all. I just don't want any surprises. Zhao Zuolan hissed. This kid's tough as nails. What if he suddenly wakes up and changes the will? Su Man's voice went ice cold. He's not waking up. My knuckles clawed into the sheets, bone white. 50 years. 50 years I'd worked like a dog for the Gu family. Second uncle said to think of the bigger picture, so I bled money to plug every hole my cousins dug. I paid for Gu Feng's car. I wired the money for Gu Yi to study abroad. And Su Man, I treated her like royalty. And now this pack of leeches was crowded outside my hospital room, waiting to carve me up. Then a bored young man's voice came from the hallway. Mom, when is Gu Jin actually going to die? I already bought my plane ticket. My eyelids twitched violently. That was Gu Yixing, the son I'd doted on for 30 years. The son who'd called me dad for 30 years. Su Man shushed him fast. Yixing, keep it down. Down for what? He didn't care. He's rotting in that bed. What's he gonna do, jump up and hit me? Zhao Zuolan laughed along. That's my boy. Always says what he thinks. Once your dad's gone, you're the only son on paper. The bulk of the estate goes to you. Don't forget your great auntie when you're overseas. The only son on paper? My mind went blank. Something slammed into my chest like a sledgehammer. Down the hall, a pair of dress shoes came clicking closer. Yixing, is that any way to talk to your great aunt? The man's voice was all polished decency. I knew that voice. Wang Dawei, Su Man's so-called investment advisor, the one who managed our overseas assets. Gu Yixing's tone flipped instantly, sweet and fawning. Dad, I'm just anxious, that's all. Boom. Something detonated in my skull. Blood rose hot and metallic in my throat. Dad. He called Wang Dawei dad. The hallway went quiet for 2 seconds. Zhao Zuolan cleared her throat. Su Man didn't panic for a heartbeat. She just scolded him flatly. How many times have I told you? Not in public. Why the hell not? Gu Yixing's voice curdled with resentment. The old man's dying anyway. You think I'd have called him dad for 30 years if it weren't for his factories? My mouth hung open, filled with the taste of blood. The monitor's rhythm went completely to hell. Shameless animals. Every last one of them. 30 years of parent-teacher conferences. I coughed up blood-chasing contracts so he could study abroad. Turns out I was just a living, breathing joke. A cuckold they'd played for 3 decades. Outside, Wang Dawei lowered his voice. Enough. Focus on business. The offshore accounts are set. The moment Gu Jin goes, the senior branch splits the factories. You take the spouse's half, and the 3 of us leave the country immediately. The 3 of us. Those 4 words gutted me with a dull blade, slow and deliberate. Second uncle's pushing too. He's scared outsiders will spot the funny numbers in the books, Zhao Zuolan added. Su Man scoffed. Second uncle's the best actor of them all. All that talk about family unity. He just wants those production lines. Too late. I couldn't even squeeze out a single tear. I just felt something dead seeping out from between my bones. Then came the rattle of a nurse's cart down the hall. The people outside changed faces faster than flipping a page. Zhao Zuolan started wailing at full volume, voice cracking with sobs. Nurse. Oh, our poor Gujun, he suffered so much. As his elder, it just tears my heart out to watch. Su Man joined in, sniffling. Doctor, isn't there any way to spare him the pain? He was always so proud. I want him to go with some dignity. The door swung open. I clamped my eyes shut. A sharp cloud of perfume closed in on the head of the bed. Su Man bent down and tucked in my blanket. But those 2 red-lacquered fingernails came to rest, almost casually, on my oxygen tube. Gujun, you've worked hard enough for 1 lifetime. She laughed under her breath. Dying's better. For everyone. Then she pulled her hand back and walked out, heels clicking. The door drifted half shut again. I opened my eyes, teeth clenched, whites shot through with blood, staring up at that pale, empty ceiling. And another face flashed through my mind. Gu Ling, 15 years old, in a patched-up cotton shirt, pushing half a hard corn bun into my mouth. Eat it, Gidge. I'm not hungry, Gidge. I filled up on cold water. She was the one person in this world who was ever truly mine. 1977. 480 yuan in bride price. My eldest uncle sold Gu Ling to a widower in the next village, a man who'd beaten his first wife to death. I kowtowed until my forehead ran with blood, begging them to let my sister go. Second uncle, Gu Erlang, looked down at me and said, Gu Jun, this family has its difficulties. Don't wreck the bigger picture over your own selfishness. 2 weeks later, Gu Ling was carried back to the village on a torn straw mat, covered in bruises. Nothing left of her but bones. 50 years ago, I wasn't strong enough to protect my sister. Half my world caved in. 50 years later, I'd bled myself dry raising a litter of animals. And the other half came down too. Beep. The monitor let out a sharp beep. I clawed at the edge of the bed, gripping so hard the 4 line tore at my skin. I didn't care. Outside the door, Su Man was discussing immigration. Zhao Zuolan was scheming to seize the factory. Rage caught fire inside me. Then, a flash of red light burst across my vision. A line of crimson numbers hung in midair against the ceiling, throbbing like drops of blood. Return to 1977, 72 hours. Countdown initiated. I froze. A hallucination? The oxygen-starved slideshow the brain plays right before the end? End. I squeezed my eyes shut, counted to 3, then snapped them open. I even turned my head toward the bare white wall beside me. That line of blood-red digits followed me like a shadow, hanging steady on my retinas, ticking down 1 second at a time. 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Not a hallucination. It was real. Ha ha ha. I stared at the words, my chest heaving, a cold laugh rasping out of my throat like air through a broken bellows. 1977. The year Lingzi was killed. Tomorrow morning, have the doctors stop the life support. Su Man's voice drifted through the door again. I turned my head, staring at that crack in the doorway like a demon crawling up out of hell. 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. The blood-red countdown ticked on in front of my eyes. These leeches. They'd been clamped onto me, sucking me dry, for half my life. This time, not one of them was going to get off easy. I stared at that line of red text for a good 10-odd seconds. Return to 1977, 71 hours, 58 minutes, and 41 seconds. No projection, no screen. It just hung there in my field of vision. I closed my eyes. Still there. I opened them. Still counting down. Suddenly I laughed. My chest convulsed, and the taste of blood surged back up my throat. I coughed until my whole body shook. The monitor let out a string of alarms. The people outside heard and pushed the door open. Zhao Zuolan stuck her head in first, the smile not quite wiped off her face. When she saw my eyes open, her expression locked up. Oh my, you're awake? She switched instantly to a sob in her voice. Guzhen, you're finally awake. You scared your second aunt half to death. Su Man came in behind her, in no particular hurry. Her eyes went to the monitor first, then to my face. How are you feeling? I looked at her and said nothing. My stare made her frown. Why aren't you saying anything? I opened my mouth. My voice came out like sandpaper. Water. Su Man didn't move. Zhao Zuolan snatched up the cup and shoved it at my lips. She poured too fast. Water ran down the corner of my mouth, and I choked on it. Her words were full of pity. Her eyes were full of impatience. Slow down, slow down. Look at the state of you. What are you making such a fuss for? I lowered my eyes and let the water soak into my hospital gown. I didn't get angry. I didn't accuse anyone. Accusations were pointless now. When a pack of wolves circles a dying ox, does the ox crying out in pain make them stop biting? Su Man stood at the bedside, her tone gentle. The doctor says you need to rest. Don't think too much. We'll handle everything at the company. I raised my eyes. Who's we? Su Man paused. Your second uncle and his family. And Gu Hong, Gu Feng, they're all family. Zhao Zuolan jumped right in. That's right, that's right. No need to stand on ceremony among family. The most important thing now is getting your health back. And Gu Zhan, don't hold it against us for speaking plainly, but with your body the way it is, arrangements need to be made in advance. My throat bobbed. What arrangements? Zhao Zuolan's eyes darted. Equity, for instance. Power of attorney. A will. Look, your second uncle has worried himself over this family his entire life, and Gu Hong and the boys can stand on their own 2 feet now. Hand things over to them, and you can rest easy. I let out a soft, low laugh. Zhao Zuolan looked confused. What's so funny? I ignored her and closed my eyes. I'm tired. Su Man kept watching me. Something about me felt off to her. The old Gu Zhan. Even on his deathbed, the words family and responsibility would put guilt in his eyes. But now I was a dry well. Su Man shot Zhao Zuelon a look. Zhao Zuelon caught it and squeezed out a few more fake tears. Gu Zhen, don't you carry any burdens. Your second uncle said it himself. You'll always be the one who did the most for this family. When you're gone, we'll give you a send-off worthy of you. I didn't react. Seeing she was getting nothing out of me, Zhao Zuelon pursed her lips and gave up on the crying. Su Man pressed the call button. A nurse came in to check on me. A few minutes later, the doctor arrived. It's good that he's awake, but his condition is still very poor. He can't be subjected to any more emotional stress. Su Man nodded. Understood. The moment the doctor left, Su Man took the phone from my bedside table. Don't touch this stuff right now. Just rest. I opened my eyes and looked at her. Give me the phone. Her fingers tightened around it. What do you want it for? Give it to me. 3 words. Not loud, but something in them made Su Man's heart skip. Zhao Zuelon's face went hard immediately. Gu Zhen, is that any way to talk to your wife? She's been at your side all this time, and you snap at her. I looked at her. At my side. My stare made her uncomfortable, so she got louder instead. What else would you call it? Su Man's at this hospital every single day. Yixing's worried sick about you too. Is there anyone in this whole family who isn't praying for you to get better? A faint smile surfaced in my eyes. Then where's Gu Yixing? Su Man's expression shifted. Zhao Zuelon's mouth was faster. Yixing's outside. The boy's timid. It upsets him to see you like this. I nodded slightly. Send him in. Su Man said immediately. He just left. Wasn't he here a second ago? He left that fast. The room went silent. Su Man's face cooled, degree by degree. How much did you hear? Zhao Zuelon's color changed too. I didn't answer. I just looked at Su Man. She stared back at me for a long moment, then suddenly smiled. That layer of gentleness peeled clean off. Well, it's just as well that you heard. Zhao Zuelon panicked. Su Man. Su Man raised a hand to stop her. What are you afraid of? Look at him. She stepped closer and looked down at me. Gu Zhen, the most pathetic thing about your whole life is how seriously you take yourself. I looked at her. Her voice dropped low. You think this family can't survive without you? You think I can't live without you? You think Yixing actually thinks of you as his father? Gu Zhen, all you can do is make money. Beyond that, you're nothing. Seeing her lay her cards on the table, Zhao Zuelon also. I dropped the act and crossed my arms, smiling coldly. So you heard. What are you going to do about it? You can't even get out of that bed. I looked toward the door. Wang Dawei was standing in the hallway. Sharp suit. The whole successful businessman look. Gu Yixing hid behind him, avoiding my eyes, but there wasn't a trace of guilt on his face. Gu Yixing, I said. You called me dad for 30 years. His face went red, humiliation curdling into rage. So what? You were stupid. Whose fault is that? Su Man snapped under her breath. Yixing. Gu Yixing just gave up on pretending altogether. Am I wrong? He was a machine that paid for my life. Now the machine's broken. Why should I keep being nice to him? I looked at him. That face. I'd held it, led it by the hand, shielded it. Now it was just a stranger's. Suddenly, I thought of Gu Ling. That little girl never cared that I was poor. Never cared that I was filthy. After I got beaten, she'd sneak over with cold water and clean my cuts. Does it hurt, big brother? When I grow up, I'll take care of you. Don't be scared. I'll protect you. I closed my eyes. The sounds of the hospital room faded away. Memory swung open like a rusted door, shoved hard. 1977, the old Gu family courtyard. Dirt walls, a broken gate, firewood stacked in the yard. Wang Hohot dragged Gu Ling out by her hair. She was 15 that year. So thin her shoulders were like 2 skinny bamboo poles. Gu Dahu sat on a stool, pinching a pipe in his hand. Wang Hohot yanked and cursed at the same time. Worthless drain. Li Tiechuan paid 80 yuan bride price and 2 sacks of cornmeal, and you have the nerve to refuse. Gu Ling shook her head, sobbing. Auntie, I won't marry him. He beat his last wife to death. He'll kill me. Wang Hohot's hand came down across her face. Then dying is your fate. The Gus fed you all these years. Don't you owe us? I lunged at her, and Gu Hong kicked me in the stomach. Gu Hong was 18 that year, mouth greasy from eating, grinning viciously. Gu Zhen, you still think you can save her? We're low on food. She's going somewhere better, and it's one less mouth here. Don't forget, you eat our rice too. Gu Yu shouted from behind him. Yeah, the eggs went missing yesterday. Gu Ling definitely stole them. Marrying her off is perfect. I dropped to my knees and crawled to Gu Da's feet. My name is Gu Zhen. That year, I knelt in the dirt and clutched my uncle's pant leg, begging, Uncle, please don't marry Ling off to him. I'll pay the bride price back. I'll work. I'll earn it for you. Gu Da stepped on my hand. You'll earn it? With what? 2 orphan brats nobody wanted. I didn't throw you in the river. That's charity enough. My second uncle, Gu Erlang, stood at the edge of the crowd. Clean clothes, hands clasped behind his back. I grabbed at him like a drowning man. Second uncle, say something. Please. Gu Erlang sighed. Gu Zhen, it's not that I don't want to help. Every family has its hardships. Gu Ling's a girl. She has to marry sooner or later. Li Tieshuan's a little older, sure, but he's got grain in the house. Don't wreck the family's peace over your own selfishness. The family's peace. I remembered those words for the rest of my life. They loaded Ling into an ox cart. She cried until her voice gave out, and still she shouted at me. Don't follow me. They'll beat you to death. Brother, you live. You live a good life. The cart rolled away. Gu Dahu pinned me down and beat me until I couldn't stand. Half a month later, Ling was dead. Li Tieshuan said she wouldn't listen and fell on her own. The whole village knew what really happened. Nobody did anything. I stormed into the Li house and came out with 2 broken ribs. I nearly died on the side of the road. Later, Gu Erlang told me, the dead don't come back. Don't make a scene. If this blows up, it reflects badly on the Gu family. I was young then. I hated them. But I was weak. Too weak to protect one little sister. So I clawed my way up. Made money like my life depended on it. I thought that with money, with status, everything would be different. I met Su Man, and I poured everything I owed my sister into her, trying to make up for what Ling never got. During the years she was pregnant, with her coaxing, and with my uncle and aunt dying one after another, I slowly let the old hatred go. I even gave those relatives chances, brought them into my companies, and they climbed higher and higher on that connection. And what did I get? A pack of parasites, latched onto me, sucking me dry for decades. Su Man's voice dragged me back into the room. Guzhan, since you already know, just sign the documents. Don't lose the last shred of dignity you've got. Wang Dawei walked in and set a folder on the edge of the bed. Mr. Gu, you're a smart man. Sign now, and Su Man can still give you a nice funeral. Don't sign, and the Gu family has other ways. I opened my eyes and looked at him. You all think I'm about to die? Wang Dawei smiled. Medically speaking, yes. Zhao Zuelon shoved a pen into my hand impatiently. Stop wasting words on him. Gu Zhun, sign. My fingers closed weakly around the pen. Every eye in the room was on me. Su Man's, urging. Gu Yixing's, disgusted. Wang Dawei's, certain of victory. Zhao Zuelon's, greedy. I looked down at the papers. Power of attorney. Asset disposition. Equity transfer. Every page written in my blood. I coughed suddenly, and the pen slipped out of my hand. Zhao Zuelon swore. Useless. She bent down to pick it up. That 1 second. My other hand slid under the pillow. The spare medication box the nurse had just left was there, and so was the phone I'd hidden back in the confusion. My fingertips touched the cold plastic case. The red countdown was still ticking. 71 hours, 12 minutes, and 9 seconds. My eyes went hard. I can't die here. Not yet. Not now. 72 hours. I still had 72 hours. That was enough. Enough to send every one of them straight to hell. But there was one thing I had to confirm first. 1977. Could I really go back? And that Xianling space. What the hell was it? Zhao Zuelon picked up the pen and jammed it back into my hand. Sign. I raised my hand and slowly brought the pen down onto the page. The corner of Su Man's mouth started to lift. The next second, my wrist twisted. The nib tore viciously across the paper. Rip. The entire authorization form tore straight down the middle. The hospital room went dead silent. Zhao Zuelon shrieked. Gu Zhun, have you lost your mind? I lifted my head. My eyes looked like they'd just been pulled out of a block of ice. Yes. My voice was a rasp, but I got every word out. I've lost my mind. Su Man's face changed. Wang Dawei lunged forward. Hold him down. But I got there first. I ripped the 4 needle out of the back of my hand. Blood beaded up. I didn't so much as flinch. The monitor started screaming. Someone shouted from the nurse's station. What's going on in bed 3? Footsteps came pounding down the hall. Su Man panicked. Gu Zhun, stop making a scene. I looked at her, and suddenly I smiled. Su Man, Wang Dawei, Gu Yixing, and that whole pack of loving relatives in the Gu family. You'd all better pray I don't make it through tonight. The door burst open and people flooded in. Zhao Zuelon immediately started wailing. Doctor, he's had a shock. Sedate him, quick. They pinned me back down on the bed. The drugs went into my veins. My vision started going black. Su Man stood at the foot of the bed, her face ugly. Wang Dawei muttered, we can't let him wake up and pull this again. We need those documents signed, fast. Zhao Zuelon gritted her teeth. Old bastard won't even die quietly. I listened to all of it as my eyelids sank shut, but my mind didn't go under. The red countdown was still there. 70 hours, 58 minutes, and 33 seconds. In the darkness, Lingzi's voice came to me. Brother, don't be afraid. My fingers twitched. I answered her in my heart. Lingzi, this time, your brother isn't afraid. They're the ones who should be. When I woke again, there was no cold white hospital light, no smell of disinfectant. Beneath my feet was soft black soil. Above me, a gray, overcast sky. In the distance, a clear spring bubbled quietly, and beside it stood a rustic wooden cabin. Behind the cabin, thick fog rolled on into nothing. I looked down at myself, still in the hospital gown. the needle still taped to the back of my hand. But that pain, like a blade twisting over and over in my gut, had noticeably eased. So this is the Xianling space? The words had barely left my mouth when a string of crimson numbers materialized in midair. Return to 1977, 70 hours, 41 minutes, and 22 seconds. A few lines of smaller text hung beneath it. Xianling spacebound. Host, Guzhanda. Current permissions, storage, preservation, basic spirit springed. Notice, when the countdown reaches 0, the host will return to the original time node in 1977. Items stored within the space may be carried along. I stared at those lines. 1 second, 2, 3. Then I strode over to the spring. The clear water reflected my face back at me, withered, sickly, squeezed dry by half a lifetime. I cupped both hands, scooped up the water, and drank it down in gulps. Ice cold, all the way through. A second later, that tearing pain from the late-stage cancer in my stomach was forced down flat. My breathing opened up all at once. It was real. This wasn't some last flicker before the end. I pushed open the cabin door. The room was bare. Just a wooden table, and on it, a thin booklet. The pages turned on their own, without any wind. 1. The space may store unowned objects or objects within the host's actual control. 2. Living creatures cannot enter at this time. 3. The spirit spring can relieve injury and illness, but cannot immediately reverse a terminal condition. 4. During the countdown, the host may not alter the return time. 5. After returning to 1977, the space will continue to exist. I read the last word. A hoarse, cold laugh scraped out of my throat. I'd been an old ox to these people, worked until there was nothing left, and even at death's door they wanted the hide and the tendons too. Now heaven had handed me 72 hours. Storage. And a trip back to 77. This wasn't a lifeline. This was heaven putting a knife in my hand. The scene in front of me lurched. Voices from outside the hospital room came filtering back in. Drugs should be wearing off about now, right? Doctor says he won't wake up for a while. Get someone in to do a competency evaluation, then just take his hand and press the thumbprint yourself. I opened my eyes. The room was still dim. Cold light from the corridor seeped in through the crack under the door. Su Man sat on the couch scrolling on her phone. Wang Dawei stood by the window on a call. I didn't move. My body was still weak, but my mind had never been this clear. My fingertips crept along the sheet until they found the phone under my pillow. The screen lit up. I switched it to silent and opened the banking app. Personal, corporate, reserve accounts, none of them frozen yet. Su Man and her crew hadn't finished the last steps of the paperwork. Good. Controlling authority over all 5 businesses was still locked in my hands. Over by the window, Wang Dawei dropped his voice. Yeah, Guzhan woke up once. Conditions very unstable. Problem is the Gu family's breathing down our necks. They're desperate to start carving him up. Whatever the other end said made Wang Dawei laugh coldly. Relax. The old bastard won't last more than a few days. Of course Yixing's coming with me. He's my kid. Always was. Guzhan wanted to play the sucker for 30 years. Whose fault is that? I settled behind my eyes. My thumb hit record. Then I slid the phone down under the blanket. Suddenly Su Man looked up. Who are you talking to? Wang Dawei hung up. Covering our bases. Keep your voice down. He had his eyes open a minute ago. So what if he wakes up? Wang Dawei glanced at the bed. Even if he called the police right now, a man on his deathbed? Who's going to believe his crazy ranting? Su Man didn't answer. She stood up, her heels clicking one step at a time toward the bed. She reached out and waved a hand in front of my closed eyes. I didn't react at all, but then she frowned, like something had just occurred to her, and her hand shot straight under my pillow. Where's his phone? The old bastard's been sharp his whole life. What if he's hiding a phone to contact a lawyer? Wang Dawei came over too, his expression shifting. She came up empty, so she started digging through the pockets of my hospital gown, then the folds of the blanket. Under the covers, my fingers pressed against the phone case. One thought. The cold metal vanished from my palm and dropped safely into the Xianling space. Su Man searched me from head to toe and found nothing. She straightened up, irritated. First thing tomorrow, I'm having the doctor restrict all visitors. And get second uncle down here. Guzhan's whole life. Falls for that whole family duty line every time. Just lean on him until he signs. Fine. Once that's done, we're out of here. Wang Dawei clapped her on the shoulder. The two of them turned and walked out of the room. 11 at night. They'd left a nurse's aide outside to keep watch. The footsteps faded completely. My eyes snapped open. I ripped the 4 out of the back of my hand. A dark red bead of blood rolled down my skin. I didn't even flinch. I threw off the blanket and got straight out of bed. The second my feet hit the floor, my knees buckled. I clamped down on the edge of the bed and forced myself upright. The noise carried. The door swung open. Mr. Gu, do you have a death wish? Lie back down. I stared at him coldly, pulled a stack of hundreds out of the wallet on the nightstand. and slapped it against his chest backhanded. I need the bathroom. Take the money, shut your mouth, and go stand guard outside. He caught the cash. His eyes lit up, and he backed out immediately. Take it slow, sir. 5 minutes, that's all. I locked the bathroom door behind me. In the mirror was a body worn down to skin and bone. I turned on the faucet. The rush of water drowned out every other sound in the room. I fixed my eyes on the bottle of hand soap on the counter. One flicker of thought. It vanished and reappeared on the wooden table inside the space. Another flicker. It was back where it started. Test complete. I turned my palm over, and my phone materialized out of the space. I backed up the recording I'd just made to the cloud and sent it to a private email account. Then I dialed a number I knew by heart. 5 rings before it picked up. Who is this? A gravelly, deeply irritated male voice. Brother Long, it's me. Gu Jun. A beat of silence on the other end, then a mocking laugh. Boss Gu? Heard you've got 1 foot in the grave. Calling to reminisce. Calling to do business. Talk. My gaze drifted into empty air. The red countdown was still ticking. 69 hours, 52 minutes, and 6 seconds. 5 companies under my name. The grain plant, the garment factory, the supermarket chain, the electronics plant, the pharmacy chain. Facilities, equipment, inventory, cash on hand, controlling shares. All of it, signed over to you. A lighter clicked. Brother Long took a drag. You want to borrow at loan shark rates to buy yourself more time? I want to cash out. My voice was flat, but there was ice underneath it. 50 million. 2 hours. Bring me 50 million worth of gold bars. The other end went dead quiet. After a long moment, Brother Long laughed. Gu Jun, you'd hand me all 5 companies? You're really not worried I'll pick you clean? I laughed coldly. I'm already dying. What do I care if you pick me clean? I paused. My tone turned into something like a snake's flickering tongue. But I have one condition. Let's hear it. I take the cash and walk. Everything else, the remaining assets, the debts, and this loan agreement, you take all of it and collect from the Gu family. I bit off every word, and every word was soaked in venom. Gu Hong's been squatting on the grain plant. Gu Feng's been skimming cash from the supermarkets. Gu Shuai's been selling off components from the electronics plant. Gu Yi's been cooking the books at the pharmacies. Gu Erlang's the one pulling the strings behind all of it. Every last one of them, young and old, thinks those 5 companies are their meat to carve. I looked at myself in the mirror and pulled my face into a savage smile. Brother Long, I want you to take that contract and skin these maggots alive. Every leech that's been feeding off me. Brother Long's rough laughter roared through the phone. Ha ha ha. Now that's interesting. Everybody says Boss Gu is a pushover, a soft touch, a nice guy. Turns out when you finally snap, you're nastier than anyone in my line of work. So are you in or out? 2 hours. My people will bring the money and the contract to the hospital. Gu Jun, you'd better not be playing me. The line went dead. I let out a long, heavy breath. My chest ached and felt tight, but I'd never felt so free in my life. 70 hours. I was going to push these modern-day vampires straight off a cliff. And then I was going back to save the little sister who died in the back of that ox cart. Save her whole. 1 in the morning. I was propped against the head of the hospital bed when a mess of heavy footsteps came down the hall. The elevator dinged. The door was shoved open a crack. The aide's voice came through, trembling with fear. WH, who are you people? At the front stood a man built out of solid muscle, a knife scar running across his face. Brother Long. He was carrying 2 heavy black cases, with 4 hulking men behind him, blocking the doorway like an iron wall. His eyes swept past the aide and landed straight on the bed. Here to see Boss Gu. Got a deal to sign, the kind that gets people killed. On the bed, I slowly opened my eyes. The first blade I'd borrowed to cut them down. It had arrived. The moment Brother Long stepped into the room with those 2 black cases, the aide shrank back against the wall. Out. Brother Long didn't even glance at him. The man's legs were shaking, but he still remembered Su Man's instructions. He stammered. I'm supposed to stay with Mr. Gu. A bald bruiser behind Brother Long stepped forward, wrapped 5 fingers around the back of the aide's neck, and hauled him out into the hallway like a chicken. Stay with him? You come back in here and hear so much as one word, and you're going off the roof tonight. The door clicked shut. Brother Long set the 2 cases at the foot of the bed, dragged over a chair, dropped into it, and crossed one leg over the other. He looked me over with the expression of a man appraising a corpse, wondering how many pounds it was still worth. Boss Gu, I'll be straight with you. I almost turned the car around on the way here. I leaned back against the headboard, skin waxy and yellow, lips cracked, but my eyes were burning bright enough to unsettle anyone. Why didn't you? Brother Long fished out a cigarette and stuck it in his mouth. The lighter flared before he remembered he was on the ICU floor. Annoyed, he tucked the cigarette behind his ear. Because I made a few calls. He held up 3 fingers. 3. One about the business registrations on everything under your name. One about the annual revenue on those 5 companies. And 1 He paused, staring at me. About exactly how much your Gu family relatives have been siphoning out of your operations. I said nothing. I just waited. Brother Long grinned. The scar twisted with the smile, turning his face into something monstrous. Boss Gu, those 5 companies of yours are worth 100 million, conservatively. You're trading 100 million in assets for 50 million in gold. That deal doesn't hurt me one bit. He leaned in and dropped his voice. What I want to know is, why does it hurt you? You've been doing business for 30 years, Guzhan. There's no way you don't know how to do the math. I looked at Brother Long. Brother Long, how many years have you been in the lending business? 17. In those 17 years, has anyone ever come to you on their own, signed over everything they owned as collateral, and then paid extra to beg you to go collect? He was silent for a beat, then shook his head. No. Then tell me, how far does a man have to be pushed before he does something like that? He didn't answer. His eyes moved over the puncture mark on the back of my hand, still oozing where the 4 had just been pulled, over the shredded power of attorney, and finally settled on the heart rhythm crawling across the monitor. You hate them, Brother Long concluded. Hate. I let out a dry laugh. My throat felt like it was full of grit. Brother Long, hate is too light a word. I lifted my hand and pointed at my own chest. Every single cent I've earned in this life was squeezed out of this rotten body. Went into the brick kiln at 18. Opened the grain plant at 30. By 40, I had operations spread across 5 industries. I worked day and night. Worked until my stomach perforated, until I was coughing up blood, until I ended up lying in this bed waiting to die. And what did I get? My voice dropped. My eldest uncle's family worked me like an ox my whole life. My second uncle, Gu Erlang, all that talk about the good of the family, while he pocketed God knows how many kickbacks behind my back. He knows exactly how much. Their kids each carved off a piece of my business and sat on my back sucking blood. My wife had a son with another man, and I raised someone else's kid for 30-some years. And now they're crowded outside that door, waiting for me to stop breathing so they can divide up my flesh. The room went so quiet there was nothing but the beeping of the monitor. Brother Long tapped his fingers a few times against his knee. So you're not here to borrow money. I'm here to borrow a knife, I said, one word at a time. He stared at me for 5, 6 seconds, then threw his head back and laughed. He kept the volume down, but it still rattled the water glass on the nightstand. Guzhan, you are the craziest businessman I have ever met. Crazy or not doesn't matter, I said calmly. What matters is whether you're taking the job. Brother Long cut off the laugh, leaned back, and folded his arms. All right, tell me how you want this contract written. I pulled a few folded sheets of A4 paper out from under my pillow. I drafted every line of it on my phone while the aide wasn't looking, then had his people print it out ahead of time. Layer 1. The equity, facilities, equipment, inventory, and accounts receivable of all 5 businesses. All of it pledged to you. You. That's the primary contract. Brother Long nodded. Straightforward enough. Layer 2. I turned a page. The collection clause. Every asset under my name that's been misappropriated by the various branches of the Gu family goes on the debt schedule. The 3 outside loans Gu Hong signed privately using the grain plant's name. The working capital Gu Feng siphoned out of the supermarket accounts. The margin Gu Shui skimmed reselling components from the electronics plant. The cooked books Gu Yi's been running at the pharmacy. I have proof for all of it. I quietly withdrew my phone from the space, pulled up an encrypted folder, and turned the screen toward him. Ledger details, bank records, internal audits, it's all here. I ran these companies for 30 years. There isn't a single transaction I don't know about. They assumed I had no idea. I just couldn't be bothered to make an issue of it. Brother Long took the phone, scrolled through a few pages, and his eyebrows climbed higher and higher. These 3 guarantees Gu Hong signed off on. Over 20 million. 23 million, I said, giving him the exact figure. Used my grain plant's credentials as collateral. The money went into his pocket, the whole stayed on the company's books. Brother Long whistled. Gu phone was worse. My voice was as flat as if I were reading off an invoice. 3 years of turnover through the supermarket chain. He held back 18 million, ran it through supplier kickbacks, doesn't show up on the books. But I compared the actual quotes against the recorded prices. The gap matches to the cent. He handed the phone back. His expression had changed. It was no longer the amused look you give a dying man. It was the look you give an equal. Boss Gu, you spent 30 years playing dumb? I wasn't playing, I said, closing my eyes for a moment. I figured they were family. Turn a blind eye and let it go. And now, I opened my eyes. Both eyes are open. Brother Long tapped the pages. This design of yours is vicious. Primary contract pledges the businesses to me. The collection clause hangs every branch of the Gu family's dirty accounts on top. So when I go collect on this contract, I don't just take your factories. I get to claw back everything they embezzled too. Correct, I nodded. You eat the meat, but the bones land on their heads. And if they refuse to acknowledge the debt, the evidence is in the appendix. Black and white. Bank records can't be faked. If they won't acknowledge it, you take it through the courts. What they're really afraid of isn't you coming to collect. It's these accounts seeing daylight. I paused, and my voice dropped further. Gu Erling has been running the show for over a decade. His hands are dirtier than anyone's. The reason he uses the good of the family to keep everyone in line is that he knows the moment these books get opened, not one person in the Gu family comes out clean. Brother Long slapped his thigh. Good. I like it. He bent down and popped open the first black case with a click. Gold. Bars stacked in perfect rows, glaring in the dim hospital room. Each one vacuum sealed, stamped with bank anti-counterfeiting marks. The second case opened. The same golden light. 50 million in gold, to the bar. You're welcome to verify it. I looked at those two cases, and my pupils contracted slightly. This wasn't money. This was the leverage I'd be bringing back to 1977. With hard currency like this, when I returned to that era, I wouldn't be the same broke kid on his knees kowtowing and begging for scraps. I reached out, and my fingertips touched cold metal. Real weight. Real temperature. Brother Long passed over a formal contract and a pen. Primary contract plus collection appendix, 2 copies each. Look over the terms. I went through it page by page. His people were genuinely professional. The framework matched what I'd laid out over the phone, and they'd added late interest and escalating penalty fees. Clause 7. Late interest at 3% a month. I looked up. Brother Long smiled. I'm a lender. I'm not running a charity. Make it 5. Brother Long froze. So did the bald bruiser behind him. 5% a month. Harsher than what he'd offered himself. A borrower voluntarily asking for a higher rate. 17 years in this business, and he'd never heard of such a thing. You sure? Even his voice had changed. I'm sure. My face didn't move. The higher the interest, the more they owe, and the harder you come after them. What I want is, just make sure they never get back up. Long stared at me for a long moment, then pulled out a pen and revised Clause 7 right there, both copies. Gujan, if I'd run into you 20 years ago, I wouldn't have dared sit at the same table with you. I didn't answer. I took the pen and signed my name on the last page. The scratch of the nib against paper was startlingly loud in the hospital room. Long handed me the ink pad. Thumbprint. I pressed my thumb into the red paste and stamped it down hard beside my signature. The bright red mark looked like a drop of blood. Long tucked one copy away, left the other with me, then got up and walked to the window, lifting the curtain to glance down at the street below. Those lovely relatives of yours, when are they going to make their move? No rush. I folded the contract, and with a flick of thought the paper vanished from my fingers into the Xianling space. Once I'm dead, they'll come crawling out to fight over the scraps. That's when you show up with the contract. Dead. Long turned around. You actually planning to die? I'm planning to disappear. I corrected. As far as they're concerned, it amounts to the same thing. Long chewed on that for a second, but didn't press. That's the good thing about men in his line of work. They never ask what they shouldn't. One more thing, I said suddenly. Long stopped. When you collect, no killing. Nobody dies. He raised an eyebrow. You hate them this much, and you're still sparing their lives. I'm not sparing anything. My voice was cold as ice chips. I'm denying them an easy way out. Think about it, Long. A man buried in debt he can never repay. Collectors at his door every single day. Reputation in the gutter. Business collapsed. Every relative ducking his calls. Living when living hurts worse than dying. That's the life I want them to have. Long blinked, then laughed, the scar on his face twitching. 17 years in collections, and nobody's ever had to teach me how to make a man suffer. Today I learned something. He held out his hand. I took it. One hand withered to bone, the other thick and powerful, gripping tight in the dim hospital room. Bang, bang, bang. Someone pounded on the door. Suman's voice came through, sharp with alarm and anger she couldn't quite hide. Gujan, why are there so many people in your room? I looked at the door, and slowly, the corner of my mouth curved up. The door swung open. Suman had barely crossed the threshold when her eyes locked onto the black briefcase at the foot of the bed. Through the gap in the half-closed lid, a few hard glints of gold cut straight into her eyes. Her pupils contracted. Her gaze traveled up, past the thick-necked bruiser, and settled on Long, sitting there with one leg crossed over the other. The situation was out of her control. I could practically hear the alarm bells in her head. Whoever these people were, as long as I wasn't dead, she was still the only legal wife. She pinched her thigh, forced the moisture into her eyes, arranged her face into an expression of heartbroken devotion, and rushed to the bed. Gujan, why did you pull out your four? It's the middle of the night. Who are these people? She reached for my arm. I shifted, just slightly, and her hand froze in midair. She didn't pull it back. Instead, she rounded on Long, pitching her voice higher. Who are you people? Who let you in here? My husband is critically ill. Barging into a hospital room in the middle of the night. Do you have any idea that's illegal? Long didn't move. He looked at her the way you'd look at a cat that had jumped onto the dinner table. Ma'am, he said around the unlit cigarette in his teeth, taking his time. I'm doing business with your husband. Relax. Business. Her voice went shrill. Look at the state of him. What business could he possibly be doing? She whirled back to me, eyes reddening on cue. Gujun, have you lost your mind? You're this sick. You'll believe anything anyone tells you. What if someone tricked you into signing something? That's our whole family's livelihood. I looked at her, the red-rimmed eyes, the frantic, aching concern. If I hadn't overheard what she said in that hallway, it might have actually worked on me. I signed, I said calmly. Her expression froze. You what? The contract signed. All 5 factories, mortgaged. 2 seconds of silence in the room. The panic on her face cracked, and what was underneath came through. Pure terror. You did what? Wang Dawei took a hard step forward. Gujun, are you insane? All 5 factories? Do you have any idea how much that's worth? What right do you have? What right do I have? I cut him off, my eyes on his face. They're my factories. I built them brick by brick. I'll pledge them to whoever I damn well please. I paused. The real question is what business it is of yours, Wang Dawei. You're an outsider. His jaw tightened. He edged forward half a step, forcing on that finance professional veneer. He shot a glance at the scar on Long's face and tried to bury him under jargon. Mr. Gu, I manage your entire overseas asset portfolio. Unilaterally mortgaging core holdings to unidentified parties won't hold up procedurally. No contract is valid without family members and legal counsel present. The words died in his throat. Long's cigarette hand rapped once against the table, and the raw menace of a man who'd spent more than a decade tasting blood on the street rolled straight at him. Cold sweat broke out across Wang Dawei's back. The law. Long stood up slowly. He had a full head on Wang Dawei, and the scar glowed a dull red under the fluorescent light. Mr. Wang, is it? He didn't raise his voice, but Wang Dawei retreated half a step without meaning to. You want to talk law? This contract has Mr. Gu's signature, his thumbprint, and video of the entire thing. He pulled out his phone and opened a clip. On screen, I sat upright in bed, clear-eyed, confirming each clause one by one, signing, pressing my print. Time, date, and room number all clearly visible. 15 minutes before signing, Mr. Gu answered 6 cognitive assessment questions on his own. Got everyone right. It's all on the recording. Long held the phone out toward him. You want to look? Or should we just call a lawyer down here? Wang Dawei stared at the screen. His mouth opened, but nothing came out. He'd been running gray market deals for over a decade. He knew exactly what that footage was worth in a courtroom, more than enough to establish full legal capacity at the time of signing. The contract was airtight. Seeing Wang Dawei shut down, Su Man switched tactics immediately. She dropped to her knees at the bedside, grabbed my hand, tears spilling down her face. Gujun, hate me, curse me, Doxing, but you can't just hand the factory over to some outsider. That's your life's work. Yixing is only 30. He's got a long road ahead. You're his father. You can't leave him with nothing. She wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, tears and pleas pouring out together. Long leaned against the wall watching, a cold smirk on his lips. 17 years in debt collection. He'd seen every trick in the book. But this woman, he had to admit, cried with real skill. I looked down at her, at the hands clamped around my wrist. Fresh manicure. Pink amber, studded with tiny crystals. A woman nursing a critically ill husband, with nails more polished than a runway model's. Su Man, let go. She sobbed harder. I won't. Gujun, just listen to me. Let go. The second time, cold as ice. Her hands froze for a heartbeat, then gripped tighter, teeth clenched. I slowly lifted my eyelids. That gaze, dead still, like water at the bottom of a well, swept past her and landed precisely on Wang Dawei's face. Wang Dawei, 30 years of riding for free. How'd that feel? The air in the room drained away. I stared at the two of them, and the words rolled out of my throat without a trace of warmth. Gu Yixing calling you dad. Were you planning to keep that from me until they wheeled me into the crematorium? The sentence split the room open like a blade. Su Man's sobbing cut off mid-breath. Her whole face went white as paper. Wang Dawei sucked in a sharp gasp, his knees buckled, and his back slammed into the door. What the hell are you talking about? She shrieked, cutting me off. Everything you said in the hallway. I heard all of it. I held her eyes, then paused. And not just heard. I recorded it. For words. Her face went from red to white to a sickly green. You recorded. Backed up to the cloud, I added. Smash my phone. Burn it. Flush it down the toilet. That recording isn't going anywhere. Wang Dawei said. Of course Yixing comes with me. He's my blood. Want me to recite the rest? Su Man shot to her feet, chest heaving. You're lying. You were unconscious. There's no way you heard anything. Unconscious. I laughed coldly. While the two of you stood in that doorway discussing pulling my tubes, I heard every single word. Wang Dawei said the offshore account was all set. You said you'd split the money the second I stopped breathing. Zhao Zuolan was worried about waiting too long. I threw them out one after another, each one landing on her face like a nail. And that last part, the three of us, a real family, leaving the country. Su Man was shaking all over. Not from fear. From the fury of being stripped bare in public. Guzhan, you. Mom. The door banged open and Gu Yixing burst in. Streetwear hoodie, hair styled to perfection. Clearly he'd only come running after he'd finished having his fun somewhere. He scanned Long and the four big men, then spotted the leather cases of gold bars on the floor. His expression cycled through several shades. What's going on? Who are these people? Before Su Man could answer, he read the wrongness in her face and whipped around to glare at me. What did you do? Did you give the factory to somebody else? That's mine. I'm your only son. All of that is my inheritance. Yours? I looked at the face I'd been looking at for 30 years. I'd carried him to the ER in the middle of the night burning with fever. I'd begged people for 3 days straight to get him into the best school. Everything good in my life, I put in his hands. And he called Wang Dawei dad. Gu Yixing, your surname is Gu because I let it be Gu. My voice didn't rise or fall. I'd sooner feed my money to a dog. He recoiled like he'd been slapped. 2 seconds of stunned silence. Then the rage hit. What did you say? Say it again. Blood rushed to his face. He lunged at my collar, arm swinging. You old bastard, cough up the money. His fingertips never reached the bed rail. A shadow like an iron tower cut in. The bald man caught his wrist and held in the way you'd hold a squawking chicken. No wasted motion, just a downward twist. Crack. Cartilage made a sound that set teeth on edge. The arrogance drained out of Gu Yixing's face instantly. Cold sweat and tears burst out together, and he screamed like a stuck pig, both knees crashing onto the tile. Kid, the bald man said, pinning him, sounding like he was lecturing a nephew. Putting hands on a patient in a hospital room? Not really appropriate, is it? He's not my dad. It flew out of him through gritted teeth, past the pain. The second it left his mouth, even he froze. The room went dead silent again. Long clapped, slowly twice. Beautiful. He looked at me, then at Gu Yixing on the floor, then finally at Wang Dawei's ashen face. Boss Gu, the drama in your household is livelier than I expected. He bent down and snapped the case shut. Click. This debt, I'll handle personally. Su Man stood there trembling. The tears had dried. All that was left on her face was twisted hatred. Guzhan, you're going to regret this. She spun around and practically ran out of the room in her heels. Her voice knifed down the corridor. Get a doctor. Get security. He's not mentally sound. Restrain him. Footsteps exploded through the hallway. Su Man's scream tore the quiet apart, and every staff member on the floor turned to look. 2 security guards arrived first, followed by the attending physician on night shift and a nurse. He's insane. There is absolutely something wrong with his mind. Su Man jabbed a finger at the door, tears on her face, but her voice shrill and grating. There are strangers in there coercing my husband into signing a contract. He's critically ill. He has no legal capacity whatsoever. The attending frowned and looked past her, into the room. Inside, Long lounged against the wall, casually trimming his nails with a clipper. 4 heavies flanked him. The black leather cases at their feet were locked tight. The guards stopped dead in the doorway. The menace radiating off Long's crew shut the uniforms down completely. Call the police. Wang Dawei hollered from somewhere behind them. Long slowly raised his head, took the cigarette from behind his ear, and spun it once between his fingers. Call whoever you want. He gave me a slight nod, picked up the 2 heavy cases, and walked straight out with his men. As he passed Su Man, he stopped. Sister-in-law. Signatures down, thumbprints down, contracts in effect. As of this second, your husband's assets have nothing to do with you. The whole department's gone. So don't you go getting any ideas about that either. The elevator doors slid shut with a soft ding. The air in the hallway felt like it had been vacuumed out. Su Man clenched her back teeth, staring at the descending floor numbers, nails digging deep into her palms. She spun around and stormed back into the room. I was propped against the head of the bed, my face waxy and yellow as a corpse's, but my eyes clearer than they'd ever been. The attending physician stepped over quickly to check the monitors. Mr. Gu, your body is extremely weak right now. That kind of emotional outburst could easily trigger cardiac arrest. Doctor, Su Man cut him off. My husband's behavior just now was completely irrational. I believe he's delirious, mentally unstable. He just signed away hundreds of millions in assets to a bunch of loan sharks for nothing. That is insane. She adjusted her expression in a heartbeat, eyes reddening, voice trembling at exactly the right pitch. I'm formally requesting a psychiatric evaluation, and until the results come back, he needs to be placed in protective restraints. The attending's face went hard. He glanced toward the doorway, then turned back, his tone severe. Ma'am, this is the ICU. The patient's vital signs come first. Psychiatric evaluations are based on clinical indications, not a family member's personal opinion. And protective restraints require a strict medical protocol. I'm his legal spouse. I'll sign the consent form right now. Suman Preston. I watched the performance in silence. So this was her backup plan. Use the excuse of protection to lock me down in this bed for good. If she could just stall until morning, Wang Dawei could show up with the lawyers and finish the paperwork to have me declared legally incompetent. The attending held his ground and leaned over me. Mr. Gu, answer a few questions for me. What's your name? What's today's date? Where are you right now? Gu Zhen. My words came out crisp. November 17th. City Central Hospital, ICU, bed 3. He threw 3 more logic questions at me. I answered every one without hesitation. Based on this preliminary assessment, the patient is fully conscious with normal cognitive function. The attending straightened up. He's faking all of it. Suman's face twisted. Then she realized what she'd said and forced the corners of her mouth back down. Doctor, I respect your professional judgment, but he absolutely cannot handle any more stress right now. Could you give him something mild to help him sleep? We can do a full evaluation first thing in the morning. The attending glanced at the elevated number on the heart rate monitor and finally nodded. A low-dose sedative would be acceptable. The nurse drew up the syringe with practiced efficiency. I didn't resist. I closed my eyes obediently and felt the cold fluid slide through the needle into my vein. Within seconds, a heavy drowsiness rolled over my brain like a tide. Suman collapsed onto the sofa, watching me sleep, and pulled out her phone. Wang Dawei, have you got your people lined up yet? The lawyers are working through the process. They'll be ready tomorrow morning to file with your family petition. That's too slow. She lowered her voice. Those people walked out of here with a signed collateral agreement. What if they go straight to the business registry first thing tomorrow? It won't move that fast. There's an approval process. I don't care. Gu Zhen has completely lost his mind. He's about to torch everyone's livelihood. Get your lawyers to file it as an emergency motion. The second the sun's up, I'm going to court to freeze those assets. She hung up and glanced at the clock on the wall. 2:40 a.m. The sheer anxiety was making her eyelids heavy. By then, my consciousness had already sunk into the Xianling space. Beneath my feet, soil so soft and black it didn't seem real. In the distance, the clear spring bubbled quietly. I forced myself into a crouch, cupped the bone-cold water in both hands, and drank in deep gulps. The icy water poured down my throat. Everywhere it went, the fog of the sedative was driven back, layer by layer. The burning agony in my stomach, the disease eating me alive, was forced down to a frozen point I could actually tolerate. Warmth I hadn't felt in a long time began surging through my limbs. I could stand. I could walk. That was enough. A single thought, and my consciousness snapped back into my body. 3:15 a.m. At the far end of the hallway came a muffled bang, followed by a fire alarm shrieking through the night. Electrical panel shorted out. It's smoking. Get an extinguisher. Red warning lights whirled. Thick white smoke poured out of the ventilation ducts. Alarms went off in sequence across the entire floor. Suman bolted upright off the sofa. Outside, nurses sprinted past pushing crash carts. The on-call physician was shouting orders to move the critical patients. She looked reflexively at the bed. I lay perfectly still under my oxygen mask. Evacuate now. A nurse rushed in and grabbed her arm. Suman was swept out of the room by the crowd. She'd wanted to take the black suitcase from my room. She suspected there was something valuable inside, but the surge of people made it impossible to turn back. At the exit, she looked back toward my room one last time. Forget it. She'd deal with it once this was over. Besides, I was a dying man. There was no way I was slipping out of her grasp. The instant she was dragged out the doors, my eyes snapped open. I ripped the monitor leads off my chest and yanked the pulse oximeter off my finger. The second my feet hit the floor, a tearing pain shot up from my knees straight through the top of my skull. My legs buckled uncontrollably. I bit down hard, and the taste of blood flooded my mouth. I forced the last of the spring's cold energy through my body with sheer will, straightening my hunched spine 1 inch at a time. At the foot of the bed, 2 black suitcases sat quietly. A flicker of thought. 50 million worth of gold bars vanished into thin air and landed neatly on the ground inside the Xianling space. I stripped off the hospital gown, pulled open the storage locker beside the bed, and dragged out a dark jacket some family caregiver had left behind. I put it on and turned the collar up to cover half my face. Then I pushed through the door. The left side of the hallway was choked with smoke. Everyone was moving away toward the emergency stairwell on the other end. I hugged the wall and worked my way right, step by step. The camera overhead had a blind spot right where I was walking. I shoved open the fire door to the stairwell and a blast of winter air rushed in. This section wasn't covered by hospital surveillance. The cramping in my gut sharpened with every step down. The cold iron handrail was slick with the sweat from my palm. Finally, the ground floor. The exit connected to the hospital's service delivery corridor. In the shadows, a black van sat idling, engine still running. The window rolled down, revealing the hard profile of a bald, heavy-set man. "Bosco, get in." I yanked the car door open and let my whole body collapse into the back seat like a sack of bricks. My ragged breathing filled the cabin. "Drive." The tires rolled over the pavement, and we melted soundlessly into the night. 5 minutes later, the fire alarm was cleared. A nurse pushed open the door to room 3, flashlight in hand. The bed was empty, leads scattered across the floor. A bloody catheter lying on the tile. The black briefcase was gone. The man had vanished into thin air. Where is he? Where did Guzhan go? Suman shoved through the crowd and burst in. She stared at the empty bed, and her mind went completely blank. Every drop of blood drained out of her. She froze where she stood. Wang Dawei rounded up security and tore through the surveillance footage. Check the main entrance. Check the underground garage. Nothing. Not a trace. It was as if I dissolved into some blind corner of the hallway. Suman's hands shook as she pulled out her phone and dialed the number. "Second uncle." Guzhan ran. Dead silence on the other end. A few seconds later, Gu Erling's voice came through the line, hoarse and ice-cold. "Wake up every living soul in the Gu family. I don't care if you have to dig up the ground 3 feet deep. Find him." And at that moment, a black SUV was tearing down the ring road on the edge of the city. I sagged into the seat. That string of blood-red numbers was still ticking behind my eyes. 68 hours, 20 minutes, and 11 seconds. Take me to the old grain plant warehouse. The bald guy up front glanced at the rearview mirror and floored it. The engine roared, tearing open the night. My countdown to revenge had officially begun. The car hit a bump on the cracked concrete road outside the city, and my forehead nearly slammed into the seat in front of me. That twisting pain in my gut surged back up. I grunted and forced the mouthful of blood-sweet bile back down. "Bosco, we're here." The car stopped in front of a rusted iron gate. The metal sign above it read Gu Family Grain Oil Storage Center. Most of the paint flaked off, rattling in the night wind. I pushed the door open and got out. Cold air poured down my collar. I braced myself against the roof of the car until I found my footing, then swept my eyes across the whole compound. 3 long rows of arched warehouses, and at the far end, the office building. A single light still burning on the 2nd floor. The night watchman's room. "Wait in the car," I said. The bald man frowned. "Brother Long said I'm not supposed to let anything happen to you. More people means more problems." I patted my pocket. I was the legal representative of this plant for 20 years. I know it better than my own house. He hesitated, then nodded. "Call me if anything happens. I'll be right at the gate." I walked up to the gate. A brand new combination lock hung from it. Replaced. Guhong's handiwork. I didn't waste time on the lock. I went around to the right, where there was a narrow side door still fitted with an old mechanical lock. I designed that door myself, years ago, as a fire exit. Guhong had probably forgotten it even existed. I ran my hand along the top of the door frame and smiled. A key. Into the keyhole. A gentle twist. Click. The door opened. The compound was so quiet all I could hear was the wind. Most of the streetlights were dead. Wooden pallets and sheets of plastic wrap littered the ground. I kept close to the wall, footsteps light. First I checked the office building. The 2nd floor light was still on, curtains half drawn, a silhouette moving behind them. Old Joe on night duty. One of the plant's earliest employees. 15 years of hauling freight had wrecked his back, and I'd personally approved his transfer to the watchman's post. I didn't avoid him. I walked straight over. The motion sensor light at the stairwell flicked on. The door to the watchman's room creaked open, and Old Joe stuck his head out, flashlight clenched in his fist. "Who's there?" "Old Joe." "It's me." The beam swung onto my face. He squinted at me for 2 seconds, and the flashlight nearly slipped out of his hand. Mr. Gu." He hurried down the stairs, back still bent even as he tried to straighten it. "Mr. Gu, aren't you supposed to be in the hospital? You look." Surprise inspection. My voice was flat. "I'm moving some inventory tonight. Keep it quiet." Old Joe opened his mouth, then swallowed whatever he was going to say. He'd worked here almost 20 years. It wasn't the first time I'd shown up at midnight to check the warehouses. It's just that the Mr. Gu he knew had color in his face and stood straight as a rod. Not this skeleton. "Mr. Gu, does Mr. Hong know about this?" he asked carefully. "I'm the legal representative." I looked at him. Who exactly needs to know? He flinched and shut his mouth. "You have the key card for the main grain warehouse?" Yes, right here." He fumbled a magnetic card off his belt, then dug out a ring of keys. "These are the spares. They'll open the mechanical locks on all 3 warehouses." I took them and turned to go. "Mr. Gu." He took 2 steps after me. "Should I come with you? It's dark in there." "No." I didn't look back. "Go back to your room. Whoever shows up tonight, don't open the door." Old Joe stood at the foot of the stairs and watched me disappear into the dark, and something in his chest went cold. He told people later that Mr. Gu's eyes had changed completely. He'd always been strict, sure, but there used to be some warmth in there. That night, he looked like something that had crawled up out of a grave. Warehouse 1. I tapped the card. Beep. The electronic lock popped. I hauled the heavy steel door open, and the stale smell of old grain rolled over me. I found the breaker box on the wall. Clack. Main switch down. Row after row of fluorescent lights stuttered on, flooding the warehouse in bleached white light. I stood in the doorway and let my eyes travel slowly across it. Almost 20,000 square feet. According to the books, there should have been 800 tons of rice and 300 tons of flour stacked in here. And in reality, near the door, the grain was piled in neat, orderly stacks, every sack printed with a standard label. But the deeper I went, the thinner it got. Halfway in, I stopped. The front stack was only one layer deep. Like building blocks, a ring of sacks around the outside, and nothing behind it. I bent down and slapped the nearest sack of rice. Too soft. Too light. I tore the top open and grabbed a handful, yellowed grains, mixed with gravel. Beautiful. The stuff they put out front for show didn't even qualify as food. I kept walking. The farther back I went, the more empty floor there was. The entire section along the rear wall was swept clean, nothing but drag marks from a forklift and a few shreds of torn woven sacking. On paper, full. In reality, at least 60% short. Gu Hong's appetite for skimming inventory these past few years had been even bigger than I'd figured. I wasn't angry. I was past anger. I turned and walked to the manager's office in the corner. Padlock on the sheet metal door. Third key on the ring did it. The door opened. One desk, one swivel chair, one metal filing cabinet. A dust-covered computer on the desk, and a few hardbound ledgers. I pulled open the cabinet. Top drawer, routine inbound and outbound shipping slips. Gu Yu's name scrawled crookedly across the signature lines. Second drawer, 2 stacks of cash, wrapped in newspaper and bound with rubber bands. I tore one open and counted 200,000, even. The other looked about the same. This was Gu Hong's walking around money. Kept at the plant, off the books, available whenever he wanted it. Third drawer, my fingers brushed a black-covered notebook. I opened it. Page after page of dense handwriting. Dates, tonnage, buyers, unit prices, payments received. Gu Yu's handwriting. I knew it too well. This wasn't an official ledger. This was the real record of the grain they'd been selling off on the side. Every transaction laid out plain, even which route they'd taken, whose truck they'd used, who'd gotten what cut. On the last page, a single line in small characters. Commission owed to Brother Hong, November, for 170,000. I closed it and put it back. Then I dug 3 more identical notebooks out of the bottom drawer, spanning from 3 years ago right up to last month. Gu Yu was a master at cooking books, but he had one fatal flaw. He was terrified Gu Hong would turn around and deny everything. So he kept a record of every dirty transaction. Stupid enough to be almost touching. I lined the 4 notebooks up side by side, pulled out my phone, photographed every page, and backed it all up to the cloud. Then I stood in the middle of the office and closed my eyes. Intent engaged. The 4 notebooks and the 2 stacks of cash vanished from the desk in the same instant, landing neatly on the wooden table inside the Xianling space. I walked back to the center of Warehouse 1. Most of the grain was gone, but there were still 100-some tons of rice and flour stacked near the door. Uneven quality, sure, but for 1977, this stuff could remake the world. I took a deep breath. Intent engaged again. This time the scale was far greater. Starting with the nearest stack, sack after sack of rice lifted as if by invisible hands and vanished soundlessly into thin air. 50 kilos a sack, 2 or 3 a second, a steady stream pouring into the Xianling space. My temples throbbed. Absorbing on this scale drained far more mental energy than I'd anticipated. But I didn't stop. Flour, corn, compressed rations, cooking oil. 15 minutes later, Warehouse 1 was scraped clean. I leaned against a support column to catch my breath, then turned and headed for Warehouse 2. 2 was in better shape, still about 40% of its stated inventory. I took all of it. 3 was the oil warehouse, drums of soybean and rapeseed oil stacked half a wall high. All of it gone. In the Warehouse 2 office, I turned up another envelope. 3 private agreements Gu Hong had signed with out-of-town grain dealers. Stamped with the company's seal, but signed in his own name. Textbook self-dealing. I read them through, left the photocopies on the desk, and put the originals in the space. Finally, I walked to a locked storage room at the far end of Warehouse 3. The lock had been added later. It wasn't on the key ring old Joe had given me. I stared at it, closed my hand around the body of the lock, and focused. The lock vanished into nothing. I pushed the door open. A few crates inside. I pried one open. Whole cases of Chunghwa cigarettes. Whole cases of Matai. Gu Hong's hard currency for greasing palms. I took it all. 4:40 a.m. I stood dead center in Warehouse 1 and looked around. 3 warehouses, stripped to the concrete in a single hour. But I didn't clean up after myself. The drag marks were still on the floor. The scraps of woven sacking were still there. The filing cabinet in the office stood wide open, and a few pages of ledger copies sat on the desk. Copies I'd left deliberately, every one of them a key page pointing straight at Gu Hong and Gu Yu. That was exactly the effect I wanted. The grain was gone, and the evidence was sitting right out in the open. When Gu Hong showed up, his first instinct would be to destroy it. But the moment he touched those copies, he'd be convicting himself. Leave them alone. Brother Long's people would come knocking with that contract sooner or later to audit the assets. Full warehouses on paper, empty warehouses in reality. Whose head does that whole land on? Mine. I'd already signed the legal representative's collateral agreement over to Brother Long. Debt follows assets. Assets follow whoever's actually running the place. Gu Hong and Gu Yu. Dead if they take it, dead if they don't. I shut the warehouse doors and left the keycard and keys on the steps outside the guard booth. Old Joe watched me through the window, opening his mouth and then closing it again. Mr. Gu, Old Joe, tomorrow you do exactly what you always do. I headed for the side gate without looking back. Anyone asks, you didn't see a thing. You answer to the legal representative and nobody else. Whatever anyone else says has nothing to do with you. Old Joe nodded hard. The van was waiting outside. I pulled the door open and collapsed into the seat like my bones had come apart. The bald, heavy-set driver glanced at me in the rearview mirror, asked nothing, and started the engine. I closed my eyes. The red countdown was still ticking against my retinas. 66 hours, 33 minutes, and 17 seconds. Inside the Shinling space, the black earth was buried under grain. Rice, flour, corn, oil, piled up like small hills. On the wooden table beside them, the cash, the black ledgers, the private agreements. Take all of that back to 1977, and it was food. It was survival. It was the leverage I needed to save Gu Ling. 66 hours. Enough. Meanwhile, on the south side of the city, in Gu Hong's villa, 5 a.m. His phone exploded. Gu Hong cursed his way out of bed and looked at the screen, the grain plant's nightline. The warehouse keeper's voice was shaking. Mr. Hong, the silos are empty. All 3 warehouses, completely empty. There isn't a single grain left. Gu Hong's hand froze in midair. The sky was barely gray when he came charging through the plant gates. A down jacket thrown over his pajamas, zipper crooked, pant legs stuffed into his slippers, the flesh of his face hanging slack. Gu Yu trailed behind him. He'd at least managed a change of pants, but the shadows under his eyes gave him away. He hadn't slept a minute since the call. The door to warehouse 1 stood wide open. Gu Hong stopped in the doorway like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water over his head. Empty. 2,000 square meters, empty enough to echo. Nothing on the floor but drag marks and a few scraps of woven sacking. What the hell happened here? His voice climbed to a screech. The warehouse keeper shrank against the door frame, calves trembling. Mr. Hong, I came in at 5 for the handover. The lock wasn't broken, the keycard log's normal, but inside, it's just like this. Bullshit. Gu Hong kicked a plastic crate across the floor. 800 tons of rice, 300 tons of flour. They sprout wings and fly away. He rushed to warehouse 2 and shoved the door open. Empty. Warehouse 3, empty. Even the Matai and the Chunghua were gone. Gu Hong stood there on the bare concrete, his face going from flushed red to bloodless white, and then to iron gray. Gu Yu didn't follow them. He went straight to the manager's office. The steel door was ajar. The file cabinet hung wide open. The cash was gone. So were the 4 black notebooks. But spread across the desk were a few sheets of paper. Gu Yu leaned in for a closer look, and the blood rushed to his head. Photocopies of the notebooks. Every page had the key figures circled in red pen. Dates, tonnage, buyers, payments received. On the last page, commission owed to Brother Hong, November, for 170,000, had been circled 3 times. Someone had laid out their off-the-books ledger, page by page, right there in the open. Gu Yu reached for them. The instant his fingertips brushed the paper, he snatched his hand back. Don't touch it. These were sitting here for exactly one reason, waiting for him to touch them. Whoever touched them might as well hang a sign around his neck. You, Gu Hong shouted from outside. The cameras. Go check the cameras. The security office. Old Joe was already gone. His keycard and keys sat on the desk. He'd cleared out clean. Gu Yu pulled up the footage. 12 cameras covering the main gate, the warehouses, the loading area. Everything ran normally until 3:27. Then every feed cut to static at once. 40 minutes of it. When the picture came back, all it caught was a thin figure in a dark jacket coming through the side gate. Slow steps. Hunched shoulders. Gu Hong squinted at the screen for a few seconds, then slammed the desk. Guzhan. That's Guzhan. On screen, the figure walked toward the office building and disappeared into a blind spot. After that, no record of any large vehicle entering or leaving. No trucks. No labor crew. No loading equipment. Several hundred tons of grain vanished into thin air. Gu Yu stared at the monitor, his voice dropping low. This doesn't add up. One man can't move hundreds of tons. Even with 100 workers and 10 trucks, it'd take all night. The cameras were only down 40 minutes. Nowhere near enough. Gu Hong wasn't listening. Only one thing filled his head. The warehouse was empty, but the book said full. The hole he'd barely managed to paper over with 3 years of cooked accounts couldn't be hidden anymore. Call the police, he blurted. The warehouse was robbed. Are you insane? Gu Yu clamped a hand around his arm. First thing the cops do is audit the inventory records. The books say 800 tons. How much did we actually sell off the side? 3 years of transactions. You going to confess to all of it? Gu Hong froze. Gu Yu paced back and forth, agitated. And the notebooks are gone. All 4 of mine. Gone. What notebooks? Gu Yu gave him a cold look. The ones you had me keep. Dates, buyers, tonnage, which account the money went into. You said you were afraid you'd lose track, so you told me to write it all down. Gu Hong's face collapsed. Then why the hell did you actually write it down? Because every time we split the money you thought you were getting shorted. You were paranoid I was skimming. You told me to keep records. They locked eyes, the air between them ready to ignite. That was when someone started banging on the iron gate downstairs. Bang, bang, bang. Gu Hong went to the window. A black SUV had pulled up outside, and 3 big men were climbing out. Out. The one in front wore a black leather jacket, a thick gold chain, and a face like a slab of meat. The bald guy who worked for Brother Long. Gu Hong. Boss Long sent me to take care of some paperwork. Gu Hong went down and opened the gate. The bald man swaggered in, pulled a document from inside his jacket, and slapped it against Gu Hong's chest. Mortgage agreement. Gu Zhan's signature, his thumbprint. This factory, the land and the inventory, legally belongs to Boss Long now. Gu Hong opened it, and his eyes nearly fell out of his head. Black ink on white paper. Signature. Thumbprint. Even screenshots from a video of the signing. Let's do a little reconciliation, the bald man said cheerfully, heading for the warehouse. He glanced through the doorway of Warehouse 1, then turned back with a grin. Boss Gu, your warehouse doesn't quite match your books. He waved a copy of the inventory ledger. Says here 800 tons of rice, 300 tons of flour. And in reality, he looked around the empty space and clicked his tongue. In reality, there isn't a grain of sand in here. Boss Long's going to want that difference made up. Gu Hong's mouth hung open. Nothing came out. The bald man's smile dropped. 3 days. Either restock the inventory or pay the cash equivalent. Past that, 5% monthly interest, compounded daily. Gu Yu came down the stairs just in time to catch that last part. 5% a month. He'd spent half his life doing books. He knew exactly what that meant. A bottomless pit. The bald man clapped Gu Hong on the shoulder. Relax. Boss Long's a reasonable man. The SUV roared off. Gu Hong stood there holding the contract, hands shaking. We're finished. Shut up. Gu Yu snatched the contract and flipped to the debt collection annex. And there, itemized in perfect detail, were 3 outside loans Gu Hong had personally guaranteed without telling anyone. Down to the last cent. How does he know about these? Gu Hong's voice went thin. I never even gave you the details. How could Gu Zhan possibly know? Gu Yu didn't answer. His mind was racing. Gu Zhan knew everything. The grain they'd sold off, the private guarantees, the cash they'd siphoned, every single item, mapped out cold. The man lying in the ICU waiting to die had never once closed his eyes. Just then, a black sedan rolled into the yard. Gu Erling got out of the back seat. Navy Zhongshan suit, hair combed without a strand out of place. 80-some years old, and his spine was still straight as a steel rod. He glanced at the gaping warehouse doors. What happened? Start from the beginning. Gu Hong latched onto him like a lifeline and poured the whole thing out in a rush. When he got to Brother Long's men showing up, his voice started to shake. Gu Erling was silent for a dozen seconds. Did you call the police? We can't. The books won't hold up, Gu Yu said. Gu Erling nodded slightly. Then we contain it. Send all the workers home today. Tell them it's equipment maintenance. The warehouse staff, the security shift, not one word to anyone outside. And the grain. Gu Hong burst out. Hundreds of tons, just gone. Somebody has to explain that. Explain? Gu Erling's voice went cold. How much did you move in 3 years? The warehouse was already under 40% actual stock. Now it's empty. And whose fault is that? Gu Hong flushed dark red. His mouth opened and shut. Gu Erling turned his back, voice sinking. First, we keep the loan shark calm. As for the grain, we pin it on Gu Zhan. He's the legal representative. Critically ill, mentally unsound, disposed of the inventory on his own. Nothing to do with us. Who's going to believe that? Gu Yu frowned. Whether they believe it doesn't matter. Gu Erling turned around. What matters is this. Where is Gu Zhan right now? Silence. Nobody knew where I was. At that moment, Gu Yu's phone rang. He looked. One look at the caller ID and his expression changed. He picked up, listened for less than 10 seconds, and every drop of color drained from his face. He hung up. His voice came out dry. The garment factory, they just received a transfer order. Signed by Gujan. Morning light spilled in, falling across 3 faces. Not one of them had the color of a living man. Gu Yu's hand, still clutching the phone, stayed frozen against his ear. Gu Hong swallowed hard. What the hell happened at the factory? The phone call kept replaying in Gu Yu's head like a spinning lantern. Transfer order, Gujan's signature, the genuine corporate seal. He went to the factory, Gu Yu said, his voice like sandpaper. The slabs of fat on Gu Hong's face quivered violently. Bullshit. The man's got 1 foot in the grave. He can't even get out of bed. Shut up. Gu Erling's hand shot up. Inside his sleeve, the old man's hand trembled faintly. But he clamped a grip on his own collar and forced his ragged breathing back down. His cloudy eyes fixed coldly on Gu Yu's face. Old Ma's on shift. What exactly did he say? Old Ma said he got an emergency requisition slip half an hour ago, stamped with the old seal, calling for a full inventory clearance. He didn't dare stop it. Why the hell not? Gu Hong roared. Because Gujin himself was sitting right there. Gu Yu's eyes had gone bloodshot. Dead silence. Gu Erling stayed quiet for 3 seconds, then spun around. To the factory. 20 minutes earlier. East Side Industrial Park, the garment factory's rear entrance. The black sedan pulled over and stopped. I pushed the door open, and the second my foot touched the ground, the taste of rust surged up my throat. I braced myself against the door and coughed twice. That rotting mass in my stomach started churning again. The Spirit Spring's pain-killing effect was fading. This monster of a terminal illness was creeping back through my veins, reclaiming territory inch by inch. But I had no time to waste. The countdown hadn't paused for a single second. I drew another handful of Spirit Spring water from the space and drank it down. Only then did the pain ease. At the rear of the factory, next to the substation room, there was an unremarkable little sheet metal door. Back when I built this place, I'd personally buried a hidden line into every single operation, one only the legal representative knew about. Never meant to guard against outside thieves. It was meant for these relatives who never shut up about the family's greater good. At the time I thought I was just being paranoid. Looking at it now, it was a knife made for killing. I felt along the top of the doorframe and found the dust-caked spare key. Unlock. Step inside. I could navigate these corridors with my eyes closed. Straight to the duty office. Inside, old Ma, the shift supervisor, was dozing off with a thermos cupped in his hands. Gu Yu's own planted informant in the finished goods warehouse. I didn't hide. I walked right up and slapped the pre-prepared requisition slip down on the desk. Old Ma jolted awake. He looked up, recognized me, and his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Mr. Gu? How are you? Aren't you in the hospital? Emergency inventory. Face blank. Not even winded. I pressed the solid brass corporate seal onto the slip and slid it across. Get the keys. Open the finished goods warehouse and the raw materials store. Old Ma picked up the paper with shaking hands. The seal was real. The signature was real. The format was flawless. But this, Mr. You didn't say anything about. I lifted my eyelids and let that dead-well stare settle on his face. Old Ma, I'm the legal representative. This factory belongs to the Gu family, but not to Gu Yu's branch of it. My tone was terrifyingly flat. Get it straight. Who's the master here? His Adam's apple bobbed. He shrank back half a step. 6 years under Gu Yu had taught him to read the wind better than anyone. But at this hour of the night, with me standing there like the king of hell in the flesh, who dare tempt fate? I'll get the keys. The rolling shutter rattled up. The breaker snapped on, and incandescent light flooded the entire warehouse. Rows upon endless rows of shelving. Military overcoats, insulated workwear, quilts, cotton boots, stacked by size into small mountains. At the very back, bolts of cotton cloth, corduroy, and polyester twill in navy and army green, gleaming faintly under the lights. All of it seasonal, high-grade stock earmarked for government procurement. Conservative valuation, $20 million. But take it back to 1977? One military overcoat could buy a family half a year's rations. One cotton quilt was a lifesaver, treated like an heirloom. I pulled in a lungful of cold air and stepped into the warehouse. Old Ma still hadn't figured out what I was doing. The next second, my will swept out like a vast, invisible net, casting over the nearest row of shelves. Whoosh. 3,000 military overcoats vanished into thin air. Not even a sheet of packing paper left behind. I didn't so much as blink. I kept walking. Insulated jackets, quilts, cotton boots. Every row I passed was swallowed soundlessly, like it had fallen into a black hole. Hundreds of thousands of items poured into the Xianling space. Deep in my skull, a needling pain flared, and my temples pounded. Old Ma stood at the door rubbing his eyes, then pinched his own thigh hard. All he could see was me strolling between the shelves. No movers. No forklifts. So where the hell was the merchandise? Impossible. His legs went out from under him. He had to claw at the doorframe to keep from collapsing. I ignored him, past the finished goods section into the raw materials store. Raw cotton, buttons, and trim. Right down to the 3 heavy industrial sewing machines sitting spare in the corner. Take it. The instant the sewing machines went in, my body lurched hard. Bulky, heavy, precision machinery doubled the mental cost of spatial positioning. I clenched my jaw until I tasted blood on my tongue, forcing my way through a wave of vertigo that felt like a sledgehammer to the brain. Take it. Leave nothing. 12 minutes flat. 2 warehouses, each over 1,000 square meters, stripped so clean there wasn't a single thread left. I leaned against a bare steel rack, breathing hard, and wiped a thread of dark red from my nostril with the back of my hand. Then, upstairs. End of the hall. The factory director's office. Guyu's den. The door wasn't even deadbolt. Who'd expect a ghost to come creeping in at midnight? I pried open the row of sheet metal filing cabinets. Top drawer, the official books. Skip. Second drawer, personnel files and payroll ledgers. I pulled one out and my mouth twisted into a cold smile. The female floor worker's base pay was being shaved by 30%, social insurance filed at the absolute minimum bracket, and every yuan skimmed went straight into Guyu's private account. Third drawer, even better. Stack after stack of dual-set subcontracting agreements. Government orders farmed out to unlicensed backroom workshops, slapped with a label, and passed off as delivered. The money in the middle ran deep enough to drown a man. Enough. I took out my phone, photographed everything, uploaded it to the cloud. Originals all went into the space. As for the copies, I laid the evidence out, sheet by sheet, across Guyu's. On the broad rosewood desk, I picked up a red pen and drew 3 heavy circles, around the shorted wages down to the last digit, and around the obscene profits from the subcontracting. Same as the grain plant. A little gift for Guyu to savor at his leisure. I walked downstairs, taking my time. Old Ma was still planted in the doorway of the finished goods warehouse. Several thousand square meters of storage, and the echo alone was enough to make your skin crawl. Mr. Gu the goods? His teeth were chattering hard enough to crack. I stopped and looked back. When Gu Hong and Guyu get here tomorrow, pass along a message for me. My tone was as casual as small talk. The show's just getting started. Old Ma's legs buckled, and something warm ran down the inside of his pant leg. By the time he lunged for the duty phone, howling, stumbling outside to scream for security, I was already out the back door. The cold wind hit me. No car. No one. That terminally ill dead man had swallowed an entire factory whole, right under his nose. 40 minutes later, outside the garment factory, the screech of brakes dragged on forever. Gu Hong tumbled out of the car like a pig that had just taken a whip to the back and went crashing into the finished goods warehouse. Racks everywhere, polished clean enough to see your reflection. Raw materials warehouse, empty. Equipment room, not even a nut left on the floor. He braced his hands on his knees, gulping air, his skull buzzing. Guyu slammed the second-floor office door open. The instant he charged in, his feet froze to the floor like they'd been nailed there. Photocopies spread flat across the desk, every one of those red circles glaring up at him like cinnabar marks from the king of hell. The withheld pay for the female workers. The contacts at the subcontracted sweatshops. All of it. Every damn thing, dug up and laid bare. He shook all over, nails digging into his palms. Photocopies again. The originals were gone. Touch them, and it was destroying evidence. Don't touch them, and he was just sitting there waiting for investigators to walk in. Guzhan meant to peel the skin off every last one of them. He came downstairs white as a sheet. Gu Erlang was standing dead center in the empty warehouse. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, staring up at the sickly white fluorescent tubes, saying nothing. Second uncle, Guyu kept his voice very low. Every dirty account in that office has been dragged out into the open. Originals taken, copies left out where anybody can see them. Gu Erlang's back didn't move an inch. Exactly the same play as the grain depot. Yes, exactly. Nothing left in the warehouse, but Gu Hong's heavy wheezing. The silence was terrifying. Checking the cameras was useless. Gu Hong stamped in a panic. Old Ma can't explain how the goods disappeared either. No human being did this. Second uncle, we can't sit on this any longer. He hasn't touched the supermarkets, the electronics plant, or the pharmacy chain yet. Those 3 names went straight through Gu Yu's and Gu Hong's spines. We seal those 3 off right now. Change every password, cut the access control. I'll put 100 guards on night watch. Are you brain dead? Guyu growled, his mouth twisting into a smile uglier than crying. He built all 5 of those operations up from nothing, brick by brick. He knows every rat hole in them better than we do. You can guard the hidden doors. Can you guard against the corporate seal in his hand or his controlling stake? Gu Hong went silent. Gu Erlang slowly turned and walked toward the car outside. At the door, he finally stopped. Make the calls. Every Gu still drawing breath. Get them in the main hall of the old house. The tone was as level as ever, but every word came out like he'd ground it between his teeth first. Not one of them missing. The car pulled away. In the back seat, Gu Erling leaned against the headrest, tin withered fingers pressed hard into his knees. Dead silence. Then the old man suddenly snatched the purple clay teacup he'd been seasoning for 10 years off the armrest and hurled it with everything he had into the back of the front seat. Crash. The clay shattered. Scalding tea splashed across the driver's neck. The driver jerked the wheel in fright and didn't dare make a sound. In the rearview mirror, Gu Erlang, who had played the dignified patriarch his entire life, finally dropped the mask. That old face had turned into something that wanted to eat a man alive. Find him. The word forced its way out between his teeth. Dig up 3 feet of earth if you have to. Bring me Gu Zhan. The old Gu family estate. The agarwood front doors were shut tight, sealing out every trace of morning light. A ring of people sat along both sides of the long rosewood table. Nobody spoke. The air was as heavy as a coffin with the lid just nailed down. Gu Hong sat in the first chair on the left, his bulk perched half off the seat, right leg jackhammering, dress shoe knocking against the floor over and over. Across from him, Gu Yu sat with his eyelids drooping, the hand holding his cigarette trembling faintly, a long finger of ash hanging in midair. Gu Feng was curled into a corner like a turtle pulling its head in, eyes darting toward the front door. Gu Shuai leaned against the wall, face puffy from a sleepless night. At the far end, Gu Yi sat with her legs crossed, nails clicking against her phone case. Second Aunt Zhao Tsolan stood behind Gu Erlang like a fence post, handkerchief wrung tight in her fist. Only Gu Erlang was seated at the head. A cup of preaching Ming Longjing steamed in front of him, lid still on. His spine was straight as an iron rod, both hands flat on the armrests. Talk. After 5 minutes of silence, Gu Hong cracked first. Second uncle, you have to say something. The grain plant, the garment factory, both stripped bare. Tens of millions in hard goods, and overnight there isn't a screw left. You can't pin this all on me, can you? I'm just an employee. Gu Zhan is the legal representative. The outburst shook the ash off Gu Yu's cigarette and onto his pant leg. Gu Yu brushed it away and sneered. You're not the legal rep, but you are the parasite who used his name to squeeze the grain plant dry and sell off 3 years of inventory. The hell did you just say? Gu Hong slammed the table and shot to his feet. When we split the money, didn't I hand you the bigger cut? Now you want to play clean. Sit down. Gu Erlang didn't even lift his eyelids. His voice wasn't loud, but it landed like a club to the back of the head. Gu Hong's bluster leaked out all at once, and his backside dropped into the chair on reflex. Gu Erlang picked up the teacup, lifted the lid, blew across the surface, didn't drink, and set it back down. How the grain plant got emptied, and how much dirty money the two of you took, I'll settle that account with you later. His gaze swept the room like a blade scraping over every face. What matters right now is that this whole thing is unnatural. A man with a terminal illness, days from his last breath. How did he move that much cargo? Where is he? Gu Feng sat up fast, scrambling to distance himself. Dad, the grain plant and the garment factory went under because they were badly run. The supermarket chain I manage has 360-degree camera coverage, no blind spots, absolutely nothing could. Nobody asked you about the supermarket. Shut up. Gu Feng's mouth snapped shut. Gu Shuai wiped a slick of greasy sweat off his face. His voice came out thin and strangled, like a duck being choked. Dad, you really think Gu Zhan pulled this off alone? We're talking hundreds of tons of grain. Even a healthy man would need a whole moving crew. Is he a man or a ghost? How he moved it doesn't matter. Gu Erlang tapped the table twice with his finger. What matters is what he's trying to do. The air froze again. Gu Erlang's gaze nailed itself to Gu Shuai's face. Gu Shuai, you've been running the electronics plant for 6 months. Those imported components in the warehouse. Are the books clean? Gu Shuai flinched. See clean. The numbers balance, absolutely. Gu Erlang ignored him and turned to Gu Yi. Your pharmacies. The inventory records on antibiotics and imported drugs. Would they survive an audit? Gu Yi paused mid-flick of her nails and rolled her eyes. Dad, there's somebody out there stealing food off the Gu family's table, and you're lining us up and interrogating us like thieves? Seeing her daughter singled out, Zhao Zuilan jumped in immediately. Exactly, honey. Don't take the knife to your own family. The urgent thing is that Gu Zhan brat is still sitting on 50 million in gold bars. If he takes off with that money, you're still obsessing over a few gold bars? A shrill female voice stabbed in from outside the door. The front door flew open and cold wind swept into the living room. Su Man strode in on black high heels, black fitted overcoat. Even a heavy layer of foundation couldn't hide the dark hollows under her eyes or the venom in her face. Wang Dawei trailed behind her like a wilted quail, his expensive suit as wrinkled as if it had been soaking in a pickle jar. Su Man walked to the end of the long table. She didn't sit. She planted both hands on the edge and looked down at them all. I heard every word you just said. She let out a jittery, cold laugh. Hunt for the inventory? Protect the factories? Bunch of idiots. You've got it completely backwards. What's that supposed to mean? Gu Hong's brows knotted into a single line. You're an outsider by name. What gives you the right to come raise hell in the Gu ancestral hall? Su Man didn't even acknowledge him. She yanked her phone out of her bag and slammed it down on the table. I sat in the corner of that abandoned storefront, my back against a cold, moss-covered wall. The blue glow of the phone screen lit up my face. On the screen, my dear nephew's wife, Su Man, was grinding out every word through clenched teeth, like each one was bleeding out of her. Gu Zhan isn't crazy. He's not senile either. From start to finish, he's been more clear-headed than any of us. I smiled. Clear-headed? I've been clear-headed for 30 years. Su Man went on. Last night at the hospital, he recorded everything Da Wei and I said outside his door, including the part about pulling the plug and splitting the money. Every single word. And he uploaded it straight to an encrypted server overseas. You can't delete it. The living room went dead silent. Behind her, Wang Dawei buried his face in his hands in despair. That's right. I made sure you couldn't delete it. Su Man took a deep breath and threw out the worst truth. That loan shark he called in the middle of the night, Brother Long. That wasn't some spur-of-the-moment thing. That contract mortgaging all 5 businesses, the one that leaves you with nothing? He drafted it himself, by hand. Her eyes cut across every face in the room like a blade. The main contract mortgages the businesses. That's not even the poison part. He added a debt collection clause in the appendix. Gu Hong, your grain resale transactions. Gu Feng, your double-book contracts for the kickbacks at the supermarket. Gu Shuai, your off-the-record sales dumping components as scrap copper. And you, Gu Yi, the falsified inventory at your pharmacies. She slammed the table, her voice going ragged. It's all in that appendix. With bank statements. With screenshots of the transfers. Not one of you got missed. Clack. The phone slid off Gu Shuai's lap and hit the floor tile. He didn't even have the strength to pick it up. He just melted into a puddle in his seat, cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. Gu Feng shot up off the couch, cracking his knee hard against the coffee table. He bared his teeth at the pain, but didn't bother rubbing it. He shrieked, "Impossible. My kickback ledger is handwritten. It's locked in a safe. Even the CFO doesn't know the whole picture. How could he possibly get it? Idiot." Across the table, Gu Yu closed his eyes. He understood. He's Gu Zhan. He built those factories brick by brick with his own 2 hands. He landed every supplier himself. He wrote the payment procedures himself. You think he needs you to open a safe for him to trace a bad account? One glance at the fluctuations in a balance sheet, and he knows exactly how much you skimmed. Gu Feng stood there thunderstruck, frozen, lips trembling. The old man, Gu Erlang, pressed his fingers against the table until the knuckles went white. His voice came out hoarse. Su Man, you're saying Gu Zhan isn't running. He's casting a net. This isn't a net. This is a family execution. Su Man dropped all pretense and clawed at her own hair like a madwoman. He handed the evidence to loan sharks and set those blade-licking thugs loose to collect from us. 5% monthly interest on anything overdue. Before he dies, he's going to drag every last one of us Gus down into the mud and let us rot with him. Dead silence. Only the ragged cawing of a few crows outside the window, driving into everyone's ears like steel needles. I heard all of it, crystal clear, through the screen. Zhao Zuelon snapped, screaming like a lunatic. Find him. Dig up 3 feet of earth if you have to, but find him. He's terminal. How far can a man get after ripping out his own oxygen tube? He's got to be holed up in some hole somewhere. Shut up. Gu Erlang slowly straightened. The navy mouse suit was as crisp as ever, but the mask over his eyes had been torn away, and what showed through was the glare of a wild animal. Do it now. He fixed on Gu Hong. Use every connection we have. My former drivers, my sworn brothers, every hotel and guest house, every camera on the overpasses and provincial roads. I want all of it watched airtight. Then he turned to Gu Yu. You go personally. Physically cut the access control at the other 3 plants and replace it with the highest grade mechanical locks. Especially the supermarket's main warehouse. If he wants to move goods, he can't get around it. Bring in 50 more security guards. I don't want a fly getting in. Don't worry, uncle. Gu Yu nodded darkly. Finally, his gaze settled on the 2 of them. Su Man Dawei. You 2 go file a report with the city police. Keep the story straight. Gu Zhan's terminal cancer has triggered psychiatric delirium. He's completely lost his reason, and he's extremely dangerous. The family is petitioning for police-enforced involuntary commitment. Su Man ground her back teeth, the corner of her mouth twitching twice. That's vicious. Fine. I'll handle it. A few minutes later, the hall. The others scattered like startled birds. Beside that enormous rosewood table, only Gu Erlang remained. He lowered his head and stared at the cup of Longjing tea that had long since gone cold. Then he swept his arm across the table. Crash. The celadon cup shattered, tea and porcelain everywhere. 30 years. For 30 years he'd thought I was nothing but a blinkered donkey turning his millstone. Only today did he finally understand. This donkey had been watching, cold-eyed, for 3 decades, and had every single member of the Gu family pinned by the throat. And me? I was in an abandoned building materials market out in the northern suburbs. The wind cut like a blade, pouring in through window frames with no glass left in them. Dead weeds lay flattened in the cracks of the concrete, and the whole place stank of moldering brick and stone. A moment ago, with a thought, I'd drawn half a cup of spirit spring water out of the Xianling space. The instant that bone-chilling water hit my throat, a strange pulling sensation exploded through my body. The ruined lesion in my stomach felt like it was being stitched shut by 1,000 needles of ice, all at once. Cold sweat soaked through my clothes instantly. I grunted through clenched teeth and clawed at the red brick beneath me until blood seeped out around my fingernails. 10 minutes later, that killing, dull ache finally receded. My face was still ashen, but my breathing had steadied, and there was strength in my limbs again. Good enough. I pulled out my phone. The blue glow lit up a face with no warmth in it at all. Before I ever left that hospital room, I'd used the hospital network and an encrypted protocol to tunnel into the Gu Group's core systems. I'd paid a Silicon Valley team a fortune to build that system 10 years ago. In the entire Gu family, no one but me, the creator, the one holding root access, would ever fully control it. I opened the surveillance playback. On screen, Gu Hong hopped around the empty grain warehouse like a monkey losing his mind, while Gu Yu clutched his off-the-books payroll ledgers, face gray as a corpse. Every ounce of their terror and despair, recorded in crisp, high definition. The corner of my mouth curved into something cold. This was nothing. The real show hadn't even started. I scrolled through my contacts to Gu Feng's number. No speech, no cursing, just a light tap of my thumb, and 5 words went out. Tonight, it's your turn. On a remote dirt road in the north of the city, a black Audi A6 sat parked in the shade of the trees. Gu Feng was slumped in the driver's seat like a puddle of mud. Half an hour earlier, he'd escaped the old family estate after taking a tongue lashing from Gu Erlang. The news that the grain plant and the garment factory had both been stripped bare sat in his throat like 2 poisoned nails. He couldn't swallow them, and he couldn't spit them out. He yanked his tie loose, rolled down the window, hoping the cold air would clear the fog in his skull. He just closed his eyes. BZZZT. The phone vibrated violently, without warning, its pale white glare blinding in the dim cabin. He cracked an eyelid and glanced at the screen, and his blood froze solid. Tonight, it's your turn. Sender, Gu Zhan. 5 words. Not even a period. Like a scalpel laid straight against his throat. His pupils shrank to pinpoints. His Adam's apple bobbed wildly, but no sound came out. His fingers shook like a Parkinson's patient's as he grabbed for the phone, lost his grip, and let it clatter onto the floor mat. Fuck, motherf. His teeth were chattering so hard he couldn't even swear straight. He bolted upright and smacked the back of his head against the roof. The dull pain cleared his mind a little. He scrambled to dig the phone out, thumb jabbing blindly at the screen. 2 wrong numbers before he finally got Gu Erling's line to connect. Ring ring. 3 rings. Then Gu Erling's raspy breathing on the other end. Dad. Gu Feng's voice cracked outright, thick with tears. He's coming for me. Gu Zhan texted me. He says tonight it's my turn. Dead silence on the other end. Several seconds passed. Come to the estate. 3 words. Then he hung up. Gu Feng slammed a palm against the steering wheel. Cold sweat dripped off his chin. 40 minutes later, the heavy agarwood doors of the Gu family estate swung open again. The relatives who'd only just gone home were dragged back by a single phone call from Gu Erlang. The atmosphere in the great hall was even grimmer than before. Every face showed the exhaustion of a sleepless night and the jittery dread of someone waiting to be settled with. Gu Feng burst in like a madman and slammed his phone down on the rosewood table. The screen was lit, the message laid bare for everyone to see. Open your eyes and look at this. He named me. In black and white. My supermarket is next. Gu Feng's eyes were bloodshot, his finger trembling. Hundreds of tons of goods gone from the grain plant, not a scrap left. Thousands of coats vanished into thin air at the garment factory. Now this lunatic is coming after me. If my central warehouse gets cleaned out, none of you are walking away clean either. Gu Hong lounged back in the carved armchair, his greasy chin folding into a double crease, a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Oh please, Feng. Look at you. Half an hour ago weren't you beating your chest, swearing your supermarket had 360-degree coverage, not a blind spot in the place, not even a fly could get in? One text message and you've pissed yourself. Gu Feng was already at the edge. That was all it took. He braced himself on the table edge and jabbed a finger in Gu Hong's face. Easy for you to run your mouth. When your grain plant got wiped out, weren't your cameras supposed to have no blind spots? And what did they catch, huh? A few scraps of torn feed sack. You think this maniac is playing house with us? The hell are you barking about? Gu Hong slapped the armrest and started to rise. I just got caught off guard, that's all. He found a gap. Enough. Shut your mouths. A low voice pressed down from the head of the table. Gu Erlang didn't look up. He just skimmed the tea leaves off the surface of his cup with the lid, slow and deliberate. That faint clinking sound worked like a mute button. You could have heard a pin drop. Gu Hong shot Gu Feng a venomous glare and sank back into his chair. From the corner, Gu Shuai wiped his sweaty palms and mumbled, Dad, that dog Gu Zhan's got too many tricks. My electronics plant is stacked with imported high-precision components. That stuff's worth a fortune. Maybe I should pull my security back over there to keep watch? What if this is a feint? Shut up. Is that brain of yours purely decorative? Gu Erlang didn't even lift an eyelid. Off to the side, Gui rolled her eyes, crossed her legs, and tapped her manicured nails against her phone case. My pharmacies are full of cold chain drugs and controlled antibiotics. However clever Guzhan thinks he is, he can't exactly haul off the industrial freezers and the cold storage units too, can he? Dad, you dragged us all out here in the middle of the night. It can't just be so we could watch Gu Feng have a seizure. Shut up. Gu Erling finally set down his teacup. He straightened slowly, his navy mouse suit stiff and unwrinkled. Hands clasped behind his back, he strolled to the head of the long table, those vulture eyes sweeping coldly over every face before settling on Gu Feng's phone. Something goes wrong and none of you think. You just claw at each other and pass the blame. That's all you're good for. And you expect to eat at the Gu family table? He reached out a withered finger and tapped the text message twice. Drain the water out of your skulls. Guzhan pulled it off twice already. How did he do it? What's the pattern? The hall went dead silent. Gu Yu, who had been watching coldly the whole time, crushed his cigarette out in the ashtray. He lifted his head, a glint flashing in his narrow, triangular eyes. He signals first, then he strikes. Gu Yu analyzed in a low voice. Before he took the grain plant, he tore up the asset authorization form with his own hands, right there in the hospital room, in front of sister-in-law and Dawei. That's playing it face up. Before he cleaned out the garment factory, he didn't sneak in either. He let old Ma on night duty see his face, clear as day, and stamped the corporate seal. Face up again. Right. Gu Erlang gave him an approving look. He flashes the knife before every cut. That brat's been swallowing it down for 30 years. Now he thinks that ironclad contract in his hand makes him the cat and us the mice. He's savoring it, squatting over our heads and taking his time. The old fox sneered and fixed his stare on Gu Feng. So now he sends this message to you, and only you, names you in black and white. What does that tell you? Gu Feng swallowed hard. It means he's definitely coming for my supermarket tonight. That floating inventory in your central warehouse. What's it worth? 32 million plus. All hard goods, all liquid. Gu Feng's voice thinned out to nothing. Gu Erlang turned, his gaze scraping across the room like a blade. Of our 5 operations, the supermarket warehouse holds the highest value and the widest variety. It's the fattest piece of meat for him to cash out. He analyzed slowly, every word measured. 2 successful ambushes have made him bold. He sent that message because he's counting on us doing what we did the last 2 times. Everybody fighting alone, scattered sand. He figures even if he tells us straight to our faces, we still can't touch him. A vicious light exploded in the old man's eyes. But the brat forgot one thing. He's a terminal cancer patient with 1 foot in the grave. A full night of running around, and his body's already past empty. This time, we don't run. We wait for him on his own board. Gu Hong sat up immediately, bloodlust flickering in his eyes. Second uncle, you mean, lie in wait? Not lie in wait. Gu Erlang slammed the table, shut the door, and beat the dog. He started assigning tasks at once, leaving no room for argument. Gu Feng, pull every security guard in that supermarket who can still breathe. 30 men, all of them camped in the central warehouse tonight, and I mean camped. Lock the main doors. Chain every entrance and exit shut. Weld iron grates over the ventilation ducts. If he dares walk in, 30 men could drown him in spit alone. Gu Feng nodded rapidly, the fear in his eyes finally giving way to something meaner. Gu Yu, you know the tech. You take central control. Gu Erling turned. Cut power to the supermarket's access control and every surveillance camera. Force everything to manual. Rip out the external network interface entirely. However godlike that back-end system of Guzhan's is, if you physically kill the network and the power, is he going to do magic through thin air? Gu Yu narrowed his eyes and lit a fresh cigarette. Relax, second uncle. I'll turn that system of his into a pile of scrap metal. Finally, Gu Erlang looked at Gu Shuai and Gu Yi, both visibly unwilling. You too. Pull half your people from each of your plants. Leave 5 on the gate. Everyone else goes to the perimeter of the supermarket warehouse as backup. Gu Shuai panicked and shot to his feet. Dad, if I move my people out of the electronics plant, all that's left is a few old and sick ones. They couldn't even hold the front gate. He named Gu Feng. He's going to the supermarket, not your electronics plant. Gu Erlang cut him off without mercy. Gu Zhen operates by a method. In his condition, there's no way he hits two locations tens of kilometers apart in one night. The supermarket is the main battlefield tonight. It's our last chance to pin him down. If he really crawls in there, with dozens of men on site, not even a fly gets out. Gu Yi opened her mouth, met Gu Erlang's murderous stare, and forced the words back down. Zhao Zuelan clutched her handkerchief and cut in nervously. Old man, this is a big operation. Shouldn't we call the police, just to be safe? Woman's thinking. Gu Erlang glared at her coldly. The first thing the police do is seize the books and dig into everything we've skimmed. Gu Zhen would love nothing more than for us to call them and drag this into the open. Tonight stays inside the Gu family. Anyone who breathes a word outside, I'll skin them alive. He walked to the threshold, leather shoes striking the stone, half his body swallowed by the shadows the morning hadn't yet burned off. Go get ready. Before dark, I want every one of you nailed down inside that supermarket. At that same moment, the remote northern edge of the city, an abandoned building materials market buried in weeds. The cold wind came through the cracked concrete like a dull knife. I was pressed hard against a moss-covered wall, doubled over, cold sweat dropping off my forehead in fat beads. The pain of late-stage stomach cancer was a starving animal tearing at the rotting mass inside me. Every breath was agony, like tendons being pulled and bones stripped bare. I clenched my back teeth. My mouth tasted like rust. With trembling fingers, I drew a cup of bone-cold spirit spring water out of the Xianling space. No hesitation. I tipped my head back and drained half of it. The cold poured down my esophagus and detonated in my stomach. Two forces went to war inside my body. 7 or 8 minutes of that before the burning, grinding pain was finally forced back down. I sagged against the wall, wrung out, sucking in cold air in huge gulps. There wasn't a trace of color in my face, but the eyes sunk deep in their sockets burned frighteningly bright. Dead center in my field of vision, that string of blood-red numbers ticked on, indifferent. 58 hours, 1 minute and 14 seconds. I wiped the sweat from the corner of my mouth and pulled the phone from my jacket. The pale blue glow lit up a face like a vengeful ghost's. That back-end system the Gu family treated like a plague was still feeding me real-time data, streaming it back at full speed. Gu thought he was clever, cutting the front-end network interface. What he had no idea about was that I had long since. Deep in the root code, I'd left behind a satellite sync channel that bypassed the regular network entirely. I squinted, scanning the streams of data as they scrolled past. Security at the supermarket's central warehouse had been cranked to maximum red alert within the last half hour. Surveillance was physically shielded. 15 able-bodied guards had just been pulled off the electronics plant and were en route to the supermarket. The pharmacy, gutted by the same reassignment, was down to a skeleton night crew, 3 old men. The longer I looked at the numbers, the wider the corner of my mouth stretched, until I couldn't hold back a low, hoarse laugh. In the empty ruins, the sound came out downright sinister. Oh, Gu Erlang. Gu Erlang. Still as arrogant as ever, still convinced those old-world power games of yours can bend anyone to your will. You mapped my mind with your rigid little logic and decided I'd charge in like some brainless thug, straight into the iron fortress you'd set up. You parasites have been feeding off me for half your lives, and you never learned the first thing about fear. 30 guards. Network down. Power cut. Ventilation shafts welded shut. Quite the production. I braced a hand against the wall and slowly pushed myself upright. My legs were still shaking, but my head was clear, brilliantly clear. Excited, even. Since your nerves are stretched that tight, since all 30-odd of you plan to squat in that iron cage all night waiting me out. Fine. I'll follow your logic. I'll give you exactly what you're braced for. I'll have you staring wide-eyed at an empty shell, jumping at shadows, sweating it out until dawn. And me? I shoved the phone in my pocket and turned for the door. The van hadn't shut off its engine. It crouched in the weeds like a black ghost. Tonight, the supermarket warehouse would be lit up like a stadium, everyone at their posts. But where I was headed, there wasn't a single spare floodlight. That was a vault with defenses thin as tissue paper and the doors hanging wide open, waiting patiently for this sick old tiger to come feast. The van swung onto the East City Expressway, and my stomach started up again. It felt like someone had jammed a rusty saw through the stomach wall and was working it back and forth. I grunted, pressed my palm hard against my abdomen, knuckles going white. The bald guy glanced at me in the rearview mirror. Vasku, you don't look good. Want to pull over and rest a minute? No. I pulled half a cup of spirit spring water out of the Xianling space and tipped it down my throat. The cold knife down my esophagus and slammed into the rotting knot of pain in my gut. I clamped my back teeth together and rode out the backlash before finally sucking in a long breath. I took out my phone. The real-time data from the root system was still flickering wildly. Supermarket Central Warehouse. Registered security personnel now up to 32. All access points manually locked. Even the ventilation shafts sealed. I scrolled down and stared coldly at the electronics plant numbers. Guards currently on duty, 4. All of them holed up in the front gatehouse. Warehouse zone, 0. I sank back into the seat and let out a short laugh. What a pack of absolute idiots. You're stacking armor and clogging the lane at the supermarket, so I'll just walk in and take your base. Electronics plant. Not the supermarket? The bald guy turned his head. The supermarket's more crowded than a train station at New Year's tonight. Why join the party? We're going where the goods are already sitting out. He flashed a grin that pulled at the scar on his face, cranked the wheel, and pointed the van toward the East City Industrial Park. The electronics plant sat in the most remote corner of the district. A 3-story production building, 2 component warehouses, and a 2-meter concrete wall around the whole thing. I had him stop on the dead-end road outside. I pushed the door open, and the night air hit me. I coughed twice, low, into my collar. This broken body of mine was a real piece of work. I pulled a drab gray maintenance jacket out of the space and yanked it on over my hospital gown, zipping it to my chin. My fingers found an old access card in my pants pocket. I kept it from years back, when I used to come down to audit the books. The magnetic strip ran on legacy system code I'd written myself. After that waste of space Gu Shui took over, all he knew how to do was throw money at facial recognition for the front gate. This ancient card swipe system in the warehouse. He never even glanced at it. I moved through the dark along the green belt hugging the outer wall. Dead leaves crunched under my feet. A stretch farther on, I found a sheet metal side door at the northwest corner. The paint on equipment maintenance access had flaked off long ago, and the keyhole was packed solid with dried mud. I wasn't planning to use a key. I pulled out my phone, dropped into the root system, and rattled off a line of commands. A moment later, the electronic lock gave a muffled click. The door popped open. I slipped through sideways and pulled it shut behind me. The grounds were pitch black. Most of the lights had been killed. I flattened myself against the wall, held my breath, and swept the area with my eyes. Those 4 guards were hundreds of meters away at the front gatehouse. Nothing over here would carry that far. I hugged the exterior wall and worked my way toward the warehouse zone. I passed the control room. Dark inside, every monitor sitting on a black standby screen. Guyu was over at the supermarket busy, physically cutting the network and the power, and meanwhile surveillance here was still hanging off the old architecture like nothing had changed. A parade of morons who guard the head and leave the ass exposed. I tapped out a second command. Not long after, the walkie-talkie in the front gatehouse crackled to life. Attention all posts. System has detected abnormal voltage in the Zone B distribution box. External maintenance personnel have been contacted and will enter via the West Maintenance access shortly. Please permit entry. The 4 guards were huddled around a space heater playing cards. They looked at each other. The oldest one rubbed a hand over his stubbled face and grumbled. Who the hell comes out to fix wiring at this hour? Got nothing better to do. The kid next to him put down his cards and scratched his head. Should we call Mr. Gu and check? Call him my ass. The old guard slapped his cards on the table. He's 3 months behind on our overtime pay. And today he yanked half our guys off to go freeze their asses off outside a supermarket. Somebody wants to come fix the wiring, let him in. What's in that dump of a warehouse besides a pile of scrap metal? Best thing that could happen is somebody steals it. Damn right. I'm freezing. Deal M, I don't care who shows up. At the warehouse entrance. I pressed the old access card to the reader. Green light. The lock retracted with a clack. I gripped the bottom of the roll-up door and heaved. The scrape of metal was sharp in the night air. I froze, listened until I was sure the silence held, then slipped inside. I reached over and threw the main breaker on the distribution panel. The whole row of mercury lamps snapped on at once, flooding 1,000+ square meters with hard white light. I stood where I was and swept my eyes across the place, cold and slow. The stock in here was even fatter than I'd figured. The front section was nothing but anti-static trays, stacked one on top of another. Vacuum-sealed imported chips glinted dully under the lights, factory anti-counterfeit labels almost dazzling. Farther in, high-frequency industrial welders, high-precision controllers, all packed in heavy cardboard boxes on wooden frames. To the right, 3 diesel generators squatted solidly, and beside them a big pile of unopened 2-way radios, 30 of them, easy. On the shelves at the very back sat a few dust-covered military portable comm stations. Good stuff. Rotting away in this dump of a factory was a criminal waste. Take it back to 1977, and it'd be the ace that kicked the door to heavy industry wide open. Along the wall stood a dozen-plus heavy sheet metal shipping containers, dead and silent. I didn't bother opening them. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and forced my mental energy up to full. Take it all. The chips and circuit boards on the first rack vanished like something had wiped them off reality with an invisible eraser. My temples went then a needle-sharp pain drilled through. I didn't stop. If anything, I went faster, harder. Industrial welders. In. Diesel generators. In. Radios, storage batteries, comm stations. All of it in. I spun around, bloodshot eyes locked on those dozen-odd containers. Maybe the bigger and heavier the object, the more it drained me. Maybe exponentially. Didn't matter. Take it anyway. The instant my will settled over them, my vision blacked out and stomach acid mixed with the taste of medicine surged into my throat. Blood flooded my mouth, thick and metallic. 2 warm streams ran from my nose, down my chin, and spattered on the concrete. I clenched my back teeth. My legs shook violently, but I stayed on my feet. Every last one of you, get in there. A roar detonated deep in my skull, and the last row of containers disappeared without a trace. Total elapsed time, about as long as it takes to smoke a cigarette. An entire components warehouse worth tens of millions, stripped cleaner than a licked plate. All that was left on the floor were a few discarded sheets of anti-static film, spinning lazily in the draft. This $0 shopping thing is seriously addictive. I leaned against a pillar, gasping, wiped the blood off my nose with the back of a hand slick with cold sweat, forced my rubbery legs steady, and headed up to the second floor. Gu Shuai's manager's office sat at the end of the hallway. I pushed the door open and got hit in the face with cheap air freshener mixed with the sour stink of imported liquor. All these years, and the little bastard's taste was still just as revolting. I walked to the metal filing cabinet and glanced at the cheapest possible tumbler lock. One squeeze of my hand, and the lock went straight into the space. I opened the cabinet. Top shelf. Nothing but on-the-books contracts for accounts payable. Second shelf. A black plastic bag weighing down a craft envelope, wrapped up tight. I tore the seal and pulled out a stack of paper. A write-off manifest, printed on A4, spelled out in black and white. On such and such a date, 2,000 high-end imported chips written off the books as scrap. The note underneath didn't even try to hide it. Processed through scrap channels, for 160,000 remitted, wired directly to a personal savings card. The name on that card? Gu Shuai's wife. I kept flipping. Scrap disposal agreements, transfer receipts, every single one crystal clear. Just from dumping good parts as scrap and pocketing the spread, he'd bled the plant for over $7 million a year. A handwritten sticky note about splitting the take fell out from the bottom. Boss Zhang 60%, handsome 40%. Someone had drawn a little red heart around handsome. I stared at the note, and a cold laugh escaped my throat. A sleazy old creep like you calling himself handsome? I pulled out my phone and photographed the whole rotten pile like a madman. Once the cloud sync finished, the originals all went into the Xianling space. Then I dug a stack of photocopies out of a drawer and laid them out flat, dead center on the desk. I grabbed a red permanent marker from the pen cup. Over the 3 lines on the copies that would bury him, written off the books, deposited to personal account. Handsome 40%. I drew 3 big red circles, hard. Hard enough that the ink bled through the paper. Screaming red. Enjoy the mess at your leisure. I tossed the marker, turned, went downstairs, and slipped out through the west maintenance corridor without a soul noticing. The steel door swung shut behind me and relocked with a beep. The night wind blew like nothing had happened, and the guards in the front gatehouse were still slapping down playing cards, wheezing and laughing. Nobody realized this fat, dripping cash cow had already been gutted from the inside out. Most of the night was gone. The van cruised smoothly along the elevated expressway heading out of the city. I was sprawled across the back seat like a pile of wet clay, the soaked maintenance jacket peeled off, eyes shut, working my breathing back to normal. Inside the Xianling space, the supplies had piled up into a vast mountain range of steel and grain. On my retinas, that red countdown kept ticking away, merciless. The real hammer hadn't come down yet. Boss Gu, you want to take a break? The bald bruiser asked, watching me in the rearview mirror. I turned my head toward the ink-thick darkness outside the window, and the corner of my mouth curled into something that would give a man nightmares. No. Speed wins wars. Next one. The engine turned over, and the van slid silently into the night. Right then, in the supermarket's main warehouse, 32 security guards stood wide-eyed, guarding a brightly lit steel cage. Gu the second wolf sat in a hardwood armchair they'd hauled in, a cup of tea gone stone cold in his hand, eyes nailed to the sealed main door. The van swung around an on-ramp on the South City overpass, headlights carving through the syrupy dark. I leaned back, balled up the old jacket, and jammed it hard against my lower back. My whole spine felt like it had been worked over with coarse sandpaper, every vertebra tugging at a nerve and screaming. I didn't make a sound. I pulled out my phone and squinted at the screen. The underlying data had refreshed again. Supermarket main warehouse. 32 on duty. All access control manually locked down. The idiots were still crouched in there like it was a sealed drum. Electronics plant. For guards, all huddled at the front gate. Warehouse cleaned out, and they still had no clue. I dragged my thumb down. The screen stopped on the last target. Pharmaceutical warehouse. Personnel on duty. 3. All of them crowded into the front reception booth. The cold chain was still running, and the access control was the most ancient swipe card system there is. Staring at that number, 3, I twisted my mouth into a smirk. Gu Erling, that old fox. He'd poured every able-bodied man he had into holding the high ground at the supermarket, and now the pharmaceutical warehouse couldn't even scrape together a decent night shift. Those 3 old geezers on gate duty were probably bundled up in their coats right now, curled around a space heater, snoring away. 3rd Industrial Zone, south side of the city. The pharmaceutical warehouse. I pocketed the phone, my voice dry and cracked. The bald bruiser glanced at me in the rearview mirror. Didn't waste a single word, just cut the wheel and floored it, heading straight south. 20 minutes later, the engine died and the car coasted silently into a dead-end alley on the outskirts of the warehouse complex. I pushed the door open, and the second my leg swung out, night air poured down my collar, carrying the sharp bite of disinfectant and plastic. Smaller than the electronics factory. 2 standalone warehouses flanking a 3-story office building, the whole thing ringed by rusted chain-link fence. The dull yellow light from the front gatehouse stood out hard against the dark. From way off you could see a silhouette behind the glass, head tipped back, dozing. I turned up my collar and didn't head for the front gate. Instead I hugged the shadows along the north wall, picking my way through the mud beside the drainage ditch, stumbling maybe 100 feet. Stop. In front of me was a small sheet metal door, half rusted shut. A sign with the paint flaking off hung on the frame. Cold chain equipment maintenance access. Back in the day, I was the one who circled this door on the blueprints and signed off on it. A back entrance so cold chain engineers could come fix equipment in the middle of the night. And it happened to sit in the perfect blind spot from the front gate. I pulled out my phone. In all that darkness, the glow off the screen was almost blinding. I cupped my left hand over it and thumbed in a string of backdoor commands, then hit send. Stood there. Waited. Should have been something by now. But the electronic lock only let out one muffled buzz. The door stayed wedged in its frame, dead still. Rusted. Seized up. I stared at that seam in the door for a beat. This broken body of mine barely had enough left in it to ram a door. I stepped back half a pace, dropped my center of gravity, lined my shoulder up with the lock, and threw everything I had into it on the way down. Screech. Sheet metal dragged across concrete, and grudgingly opened a gap. I turned my gaunt frame sideways, squeezed through, and pulled it shut tight behind me. The concrete underfoot was damp and slick. Overhead, a few emergency lights cast a sickly green. A few steps in, a fire shutter blocked the way. I dug out the old access card and tapped it against the reader. Beep, green light, and the shutter rumbled up. The moment the gap opened, the smell hit me like a wall. Alcohol, pill dust, refrigerant. I stepped into cold storage number 2. The temperature dropped to freezing instantly, cold burrowing straight into my bones. The room wasn't big, but the shelving was packed solid, floor to ceiling. First row, box after box of imported antibiotics, foreign labels, and anti-counterfeit codes glinting under the cold light. Deeper in, a bank of temperature-controlled units wheezed and hummed. Behind the glass doors, insulin, blood products, targeted therapy drugs, all stacked in neat rows. Every last bit of it high value. Money in the bank. I stopped in front of a rack, eyes dropping to the label at the bottom, and leaned in to pick up a box, thumbing the underside. Manufacture date printed on the label, March of this year. But I narrowed my eyes and peered through the gap in the packaging, locking onto the stamp pressed into the blister pack inside. September. Last year. My fingers tightened. The box crumpled in my grip. Nice little operation. Strip the wrapper off expired drugs, slap on a fresh shell, sell it as genuine at full price. I tossed the box back and felt my expression go to ice. Gooey. I'll settle this one with you later. I straightened up and pulled in a lungful of cold air. Time to work. My consciousness swept out like an invisible net, snapping over the front row of antibiotics. 1 case, 2 cases, 3. Like some enormous unseen hand plucking them off the shelves in order. Hundreds, thousands of boxes wiped out of existence. Not even the moisture barrier paper underneath left behind. Light stuff. Went down easy enough. But when I got to those humming refrigeration units in the back, the trouble started. Heavy units. Compressors inside. I fixed on the first one and wrapped my will around it hard. Take it. Itching an inch. Felt like somebody swung a sledgehammer at my skull. The unit just rocked in place, casters shrieking against the floor. Didn't go anywhere. Too damn heavy. I stood there panting, jaw clenched, that rust and blood taste flooding my mouth. Both hands clamped onto the steel upright beside me, and I hauled with everything I had left and then some. Get in there. Tum. The first one vanished, leaving a clean rectangle of floor. My temple started hammering. Second unit. Eyes shut, pull again. The room spun, gone. At the same time, something warm ran out of my nose. I wiped it with the back of my hand, dark red. Third. Fourth. The instant the fourth one disappeared, the strength drained out of my legs completely. My knees buckled and I pitched forward like a marionette with the strings cut. Slam. My shoulder hit the shelving hard. Blinding pain. And that dull agony ran from my shoulder straight down into my stomach, where the ulcerated mass felt like it was being shredded by a dozen pairs of scissors. My whole face screwed up, forehead pressed against freezing steel, sucking cold air in gulps, nearly bringing up bile. Couldn't take any more. My hands shook like a Parkinson's patient's as I scraped the last of the spirit spring water out of the space. Couldn't even hold the cup steady, just tilted my head back and poured it straight down my throat. The water went down like ice, like dumping a ladle of it over red-hot coals. The agony in my gut churned twice, then got forced back down under the frost. I wiped the cold sweat off, hauled myself up along the shelving, and stared into the depths of the freezer with bloodshot eyes. Half a wall of stock left. All medical equipment. Portable ECG monitors, pulse oximeters, emergency suture kits. 2 small oxygen concentrators tucked into the corner. In 1977, a high fever could kill you. Bring this stuff back, and it was treasure, the kind that could snatch people right out of death's hands. Take it. Take it even if my skull splits open. My will spread out again like a sieve, near to far, light to heavy. 8 minutes. Cold storage number 2 was stripped down to bare wire. I didn't stop. Dragging legs full of lead, I turned and headed into the adjacent ambient temperature warehouse, number 1. Smaller goods here, but the quantity was staggering. Cold medicine and anti-inflammatories piled into mountains. And all the way in the back, drum after drum of medical alcohol and iodine. And Vaseline. I stood in the doorway, locked onto a section of the floor, and swept it clean with my mind. By the time the last crate of gauze vanished, I was propped up against the wall, barely standing. The oversized hospital gown was soaked through with cold sweat and condensation, plastered to my sternum. My ragged breathing echoed through the empty warehouse. But I wasn't done yet. I still had to leave her a little gift package. I forced my legs straight and staggered up the fire stairs to the 3rd floor, one uneven step at a time. My knees creaked with every step. At the end of the hallway was Gu Yi's general manager's office. A pink nameplate on the door, with a tacky plastic flower stuck on it for good measure. I pushed the door open. A cloying wave of perfume hit me in the face. The desk was a disaster. A lighted vanity mirror still switched on, a drawer full of opened lipsticks. I didn't spare it a second glance. I went straight for the steel filing cabinet against the wall. Combination lock, for digits. The keys were worn shiny from use. Gu Yi's birthday? Red light. I paused, running through the minds of those idiots in the Gu family. I tried Gu Erlang's birthday. Click. Open. Typical of a swaggering little airhead whose whole life rested on daddy's protection. Couldn't even come up with an original password. I pulled open the top drawer. Inventory ledgers. I yanked them out, flipped through a couple of pages, scanned a line, and my eyes froze. Cold chain pharmaceutical loss rate, 12%. I laughed out loud, a rasping wheeze in my throat. Did she really think everyone else was brain dead? Legitimate pharmacy chains capped their write-off rate at 3%. She had the nerve to log 12. That extra 9%? No guessing required. All of it labeled destroyed on paper, then sold whole, wrapper and all, to back alley private clinics. Second drawer. Stacks of handwritten reconciliation statements, all headed. Sister Zhou. The itemization was crystal clear, 3 shipments a month, like clockwork, all near expiry or expired drugs with the dates swapped out. Out. Where did the money go? I flipped to the settlement page. None of it went through the company account. Every payment was wired to a card under the name Zhao Zuelan. Zhao Zuelan. My second aunt. Gu Yi's own mother. Beautiful. Mother and daughter working the line together, eating blood-soaked profits, then laundering the filthy money through mommy's bank card. Just then, a folded sheet of A4 paper slipped out from between the ledger pages. I bent down, picked it up, unfolded it. A printed screenshot of a WeChat conversation. Gu Yi. This batch of cephalosporin expired 3 months ago. How much can you move on your end? I'll give you 40% off. Anything goes wrong, it's on you. Don't drag me into it. Sister Zhou, relax, sis. My clinic patients are all country folk. Who's gonna know how to read a manufacturing date? Below that, Gu Yi had sent a big thumbs up. I stared at that ridiculous thumbs up, and something detonated inside my skull. My fingers trembled slightly, pinching the edge of the paper. Country folk. Can't read a manufacturing date. That was the face of these people, perched on high, sucking the marrow out of everyone beneath them. Cold-faced, I pulled out my phone, laid out every piece of this cannibal's evidence flat, photographed it all, synced everything to the cloud. Then I rolled up the originals and threw them into the space. Next, I dug a hardcover notebook out of the bottom of the cabinet. Opened it. Several transfer receipts were tucked inside. Payee, Gu Shuai. Split, 50-50. So the dirty money from scrapping the electronics factory had been rinsed through the pharmacy's account too. Brother and sister, thick as thieves. I took all of it. I pulled a few useless photocopies from the cabinet and slapped them down on the wide desk where she touched up her makeup every day. Then I grabbed a red marker from her pen cup. Cold chain loss, 12%. I circled it hard, the tip tearing through the paper. Zhao Zuolan, payee account, another circle. Expired 3 months cephalosporin. I bore down with my wrist and drew a huge, screaming red ring. 3 circles, like 3 death warrants, glowing with an eerie, deathly light under the harsh white glare of the vanity mirror. I tossed the red marker aside. It rolled off the desk and clattered to the floor. I braced both hands on the desk edge, hunched over, and waited 7 or 8 seconds before I could force myself upright. Time to go. Back out through the maintenance corridor, the same way I came in. The instant I stepped outside, the pre-dawn wind hit me full in the face. My vision went black and my body pitched sideways, completely out of my control. A strong hand shot out and clamped around my arm. It was the bald bruiser. He'd gotten out of the car at some point and was waiting at the corridor entrance. He took one look at me, a corpse with one breath left in it, and his brows knotted together. Boss Gu, you gonna make it? I'm not dead yet. Just let me rest a second. I didn't even have the strength to pull the car door open. Half slumped against his shoulder, I fell headfirst into the back seat and collapsed like a sack of wet mud. The car was dead silent. Nothing but my breathing, rasping like a broken bellows. Inside the Xianling space, a mountain range of shipping containers, sacks, and refrigeration units stood in silence. The entire fortune of 5 factories, all of it in there. I leaned back against the seat with my eyes shut for 5 or 6 minutes before I could slowly work my phone out of my pants pocket. The screen light lit up my bloodless face, still streaked with dried blood. I opened my messages and pulled up Gu Shuai's and Gu Yi's numbers. My thumb hovered over the keyboard, then jabbed at the screen, 1 letter at a time. 5 factories. I, Gu Zhan, built every one of them brick by brick. Now I've taken them back, principal and interest. The grain plant, the garment factory, the electronics factory, the pharmaceutical warehouse. Keys are in the doors. Feel free to go inspect the merchandise yourselves. As for the supermarket, you've had a long, hard night standing guard. By all means, keep standing. Send. I switched off the phone and tossed it aside. I turned my head, looking out at a night so black it wouldn't dissolve, and finally let a bloody smile pull at the corner of my mouth. Drive. The car eased forward into the darkness. At that same moment, 3 in the morning, the supermarket's main warehouse blazed with light like a morgue. The air reeked of all-night fermented anxiety. Gu Shuai cracked first. He was dozing in a creaky folding chair in the office. Without warning, the phone beside him vibrated violently, hard enough to set the water bottle buzzing along with it. He jolted awake and fumbled for it, still half asleep. His eyelids had barely opened a slit when his eyes hit the screen, and it was like grabbing a live high-voltage wire. Every pore on his body snapped open at once. Sender, Gu Zhan. That single message lay there alone on the screen. No way. His voice cracked apart. His whole body shot out of the chair. He shot up, but his legs went soft as overcooked noodles, and his knee slammed straight into the edge of the desk. No way. That half-dead old bastard was practically on his deathbed. There was no way he'd hit that many places in a single night. Hands shaking, he dialed the landline at the electronics plant's security booth. Each ring hammered against his chest. 7, 8 rings before the old guard finally picked up, thick with sleep. Hello? Mr. Gu, it's the middle of the warehouse. Get your ass to the warehouse and look, right now. Gu Shuai screamed until his voice cracked. Huh? It's freezing out there, and it's pitch black. Shut the hell up. Now. This second. Move, or I'll skin you alive. On the other end came the scrape of a chair, the sound of panting as the man jogged, then the ear-splitting screech of a rolling shutter door being yanked open. Gu Shuai clenched the phone, knuckles bone white, forgetting to breathe. 3 seconds. 5. 10. Nothing but wind. Just as he felt his heart was about to stop, the old guard's voice came through, trembling like he'd seen a ghost. Mr. Gu. Talk. What's it look like in there? Empty. It's empty. There's nothing left. He could hear the man swallow right through the receiver. Not even a single sheet of anti-static film on the floor. What the hell happened here? Gu Shuai said nothing. Not because he didn't want to. He simply couldn't produce a sound. His mind went white with a roar. Tens of millions in imported components. Inventory he used to stroke like precious treasure, gone. All of it. The phone slipped through his fingers. Clack. It hit the cold tile face up, screen glowing a sickly white. The guard's panicked voice still crawled out of the speaker. Mr. Gu? Mr. Gu, are you there? Should I call the cops? He couldn't hear a thing anymore. His whole body melted like a puddle of batter, sliding inch by inch down the white wall until his backside hit the floor hard. Those triangular eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, empty as ash. At almost the same moment, an even more piercing shriek exploded from the lounge next door. Gooey, what the hell are you telling me? Both cold storage units are empty. Dozens of tons of product. 3 grown men, and you couldn't even watch a damn door. She shoved the door open and stormed down the hallway in her heels. Every trace of the refined little rich girl shattered on the floor. Her freshly manicured hands clawed at the air. She nearly raked bloody lines down her own face. What about the cold chest? The one with the imported drugs is gone too. That thing weighs hundreds of pounds. What is Gujan, a ghost? Did he blow it away with his breath? On the other end, the night guard was quivering with wounded protests, and then, stammering, added one more detail, a fatal one. Gooey froze mid-step. She jerked the phone away from her ear and stared at the screen like it was a monster that could devour her. 2 breaths passed. She pressed it back to her ear, her voice shaking with something venomous. Say that again. What's on the desk? Ms. Gu, your locked metal filing cabinet's been pried open. There's a stack of photocopies laid out on the desk, and they're all covered in red circles. Pressed down so hard the paper's torn through. Gui's mouth hung half open like a fish out of water. Not a single word would come. Zhao Tsolan, curled up on the sofa, heard the change in tone and came scrambling out. One look at her daughter's soul-drained face, and she seized her arm, nails digging into flesh. What happened? Don't scare Mom like this. Mom. Gu turned, eyes hollow, voices light as a sleepwalker's. He dug up the whole ledger. The one for our line through Sister Zhou's back alley clinic. All of it. Zhao Tsuelon went blank. And that's not all. Gu suddenly laughed, uglier than crying. The receiving account? It's got your name on it, clear as day. The photocopies are sitting right there on the desk. At those words, Zhao Tsuelon's face collapsed. Not in surprise. In the total, pulverizing collapse of a building whose foundation had been ripped out whole. She'd schemed her entire life, and never once dreamed that the filthy money she'd made off other people's suffering would become the noose around her own neck. The silk handkerchief she'd been clutching all night dropped to the floor. She didn't even notice. Those records of the expired antibiotics. Her voice was like a tape jamming in the deck. All of it. It's all laid out on that goddamn desk. Circled in red, just waiting to bury us. Gu finally broke, screaming hysterically. Mother and daughter locked eyes. Nothing but despair in both. Zhao Tsuelon went down first. Her legs gave out, and she dropped onto a stack of water crates, then suddenly threw her head back, her voice shrill enough to split the roof. Where's Gu Shuai? Where's that little bastard? What about your end? Gu Shuai crawled out from the base of the wall on all fours, braced himself on the doorframe, legs still wobbling, his face so white it looked like sandpaper had stripped the blood out of it. My end, cleaned out too. His lips trembled. He was past tears. My lists, the stuff I sold off as scrap metal, the notes on how we split the take. He dug it all up. Circled in red. The hallway erupted. Some security you set up. Gu Shuai jabbed a finger at Gu like a rabid dog. It leaked on your side, guaranteed. Those 3 geriatric wrecks you call guards. Gu Jin bought them off ages ago, didn't he? Go to hell. Gu stabbed a finger right back, nearly poking him in the eye. You've got 4 able-bodied guards at that electronics plant, and they didn't even catch a shadow. And you've got the nerve to blame me. Then how'd he hit every single spot dead on? There's a mole. You've killed me, you know that. Mole my ass, you pig-brained idiot. That old bastard was the legal representative of all these plants for 20 years. He laid every brick and tile himself. Whatever garbage you thought you hid, he could dig it up with his eyes closed. The 2 of them tore at each other in the narrow hallway like cornered rats. Both of you shut your filthy mouths. A cold, vicious command rolled in from outside, carried on a current of raw internal force. Everyone shuddered and turned. Gu Erlang stood at the end of the hall, hands clasped behind his back, solid as an iron tower. Half his face was lost in the shifting shadows of the emergency lights, his full head of silver hair not a strand out of place, and from deep in those sunken sockets his clouded eyes gave off a dead light that chilled the blood. Nobody dared make a sound. The old man stepped over the threshold, leather sole striking the tile. Tap, 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 each one landing like a blow to a fatal pressure point. On the surface, he was steady as a mountain. But if you leaned in close enough to study that withered hand clasped behind his back, you'd see it. Those knotted, vein-ridged fingers were twitching, faintly and uncontrollably. I heard every word from out there. The intel, it's all been confirmed? Dead certain. His voice was like 2 pieces of rusted iron grinding together. Guyu stubbed out his cigarette and followed him in, his face dark enough to drip. All confirmed. The electronics plant warehouse got scraped cleaner than a baby's face. The pharmaceutical depot, cold storage, ambient storage, both empty. Same playbook as the grain mill and the garment factory. He walks off with the hard assets, leaves photocopies sitting out on the table, and keeps a hand around our throats. Gu Erlang said nothing and walked to the window. He didn't look at the pack of trembling relatives behind him. He just stared out at the massive loading bay of the supermarket's central warehouse. Floodlights turned the yard into daylight. 32 hand-picked security men, deployed in the airtight formation he'd laid out himself, watching every deadbolt door. The vents were welded shut with iron bars thick as a man's thigh. Chains clinked now and then in the cold wind. They'd stood there all night, nerves stretched tight. Not so much as a fly had gotten in. Because the prey hadn't bothered to come. He never intended to hit the supermarket head-on. Not from the very beginning. Gu Erlang exhaled a long, stale breath, his voice dropping low, like a man handing down a sentence. Gu Yu answered through clenched molars. He texts us and names Gu Feng specifically. Forces us to pull every last man from the perimeter and park them here as guards. That thinned out the electronics plant and the pharmaceutical depot down to tissue paper. Walking in there was like strolling through his own vegetable patch in the middle of the night. Faint east, strike west. He's playing us with textbook tactics. Gu Erlang turned around and swept his gaze down over every one of them. Gu Shuai was sprawled on the floor, gasping. Gu Yi had her arms locked around herself, cold sweat streaking her eye makeup. Zhao Tsalon sat on a water tank with her face in her hands, wailing without tears. Gu Hong's jowls were quivering. And Gu Feng, the first one to get the text, had long since shrunk into a corner, not daring to make a sound. Crying? Bawling? The sky hasn't fallen yet. Gu Erlang slammed a palm down on the metal windowsill. The echo made everyone flinch. This game isn't over. 5 plates on the table. He's carried off for empty shells. All he's holding is leverage. But the real inventory, the stuff that converts to cash, is all sitting inside this supermarket. His bloodshot eyes rolled around the room. 4 warehouses back to back. He's a terminal stomach cancer patient with 1 foot in the grave. He's got nothing left in the tank. Gu Hong worked up the nerve to speak. Second uncle, what if he pulls another lure the tiger off the mountain? There's no mountain left to lure us off of. Gu Erlang cut him off without mercy, a reckless, all-in edge in his voice. There's nowhere else for him to go. If he wants the last piece of meat, he has to come through this iron drum. He walked into the middle of the room and spoke each word like a nail being driven in, leaving no room for discussion. We don't leave. Nobody steps 1 foot outside this tin can. Until the sun comes up, I don't care if you're pissing yourself. You stay nailed where you are. At that same moment, in the north of the city, deep inside an abandoned building materials market choked with weeds, a black van sat in the open lot like a ghost lying in wait. The engine had been off for a while. Inside, it was dead silent. I didn't get out. I was slumped across the back seat like a pile of wet mud. The mechanic's jacket was soaked through with cold sweat, plastered to my spine, giving off a smell like rusted iron mixed with cheap medicine. That ulcerated mass in my stomach had been thoroughly provoked. The monster, the cancer, was raging back at the deepest part of me. This time the pain was worse than anything before. Worse and more hopeless. Like someone had shoved a rusty meat grinder into my gut and was cranking it as fast as they could. That was when I finally tasted blood in its purest form. Not the nosebleed backwash from overdrawing on my power, the way it had been before. This surged up from the very bottom of my esophagus, sweet and metallic, laced with stomach acid and the stench of rotting flesh. I forced myself onto my side, one hand clamped around the door handle, and my throat convulsed. Puffed. A mouthful of blackened blood sprayed out and hit the carpet, ugly and stark. The bald bruiser in the driver's seat whipped around. Even that face, a face that had seen plenty of dying, changed color. Boss Gu, don't move me. Don't call anyone. I didn't have the strength left to lift a hand. My voice came out like sandpaper on wood. I shut my eyes and reached inward into the Xianling space in my mind. The spirit spring was still bubbling. I managed to scoop out a handful, willed it into something solid. But by the time I got it to my lips, my hand was shaking so badly that more than half of it spilled down my blood-soaked collar. Like a man dying of thirst, I swallowed what was left in one gulp. Bone-deep cold slammed down my throat and hit bottom, then twisted together with the all-consuming burn of the cancer. Pain. Pain past anything human nerves are built to take. Black blotted out my vision. 1,000 bees roared inside my skull. My 10 fingers dug into the seams of the leather seat until blood beaded up around the nails. I rode it out like a dying stray dog for a full minute and change. Then that killing pain finally started to ebb, like a tide going out. A little. Just a little. I knew my own body too well. This shell was a half-finished building with its load-bearing walls eaten hollow by termites. The spring water was, at best, a smear of quickset cement over the cracks. The collapse was coming either way. The string of crimson numbers hung in front of my eyes, ticking down without pity. 20 hours, 7 minutes, and 43 seconds. 20 hours left. Enough time, provided this broken body of mine went into shutdown and rebooted immediately. I turned my head and looked through half-open, unfocused eyes at the night outside, thick as tar. There was a storefront in the abandoned market with no door left in the frame. The back corner would be out of the draft. "Help me," inside. The bald man didn't waste a word. He got out, pulled the rear door open, and half-carried, half-dragged my bag of bones out of the van. The two of us waded through knee-high weeds, stumbling over uneven ground, and ducked into that moldering ruin of a room. There was a pile of scrap cardboard in the corner. Without a word, he stripped off his own windbreaker, leather, and spread it over the top. Leaning on him, I braced against the moss-covered brick wall and lowered myself down inch by inch. The second my back touched the wall, I went completely limp. "Stay outside, keep watch." I couldn't even lift my eyelids. "After sunrise, wake me." The bald man stood there looking down at me. He'd been with Brother Long, the lone shark, for over a decade. He'd seen every kind of hard case there was. Street bosses who wouldn't so much as blink while a hand or a leg got broken. He'd seen plenty of those too. Too many. But this shriveled old man in front of him, skinny as a mummy, looking like he could stop breathing at any second, had a cruelty that soaked all the way down into his bones. It sent a chill straight up from the soles of his feet. It wasn't the kind of cruelty where you wave a knife around at other people. It was the kind where you turn yourself into an axe and go at it, hacking and chopping, willing to grind yourself down to scrap metal as long as you smash your opponent into pulp. "Boss Goo, don't you worry. With me at that door, the king of heaven himself couldn't get through it tonight." I didn't answer. I dropped my breathing to a bare minimum. My chest barely rose and fell. My organs forced themselves into dormancy. The winter wind poured in through the broken, glassless window, drying the layers of cold sweat on my forehead one after another until they froze into a thin film of frost. Meanwhile, at the supermarket's central warehouse, the clock on the wall read 5:40 a.m. Nobody could sleep. Nobody could have. Outside, 32 hard-muscled security guards worked in 4 rotating shifts, every one of them staring with bloodshot eyes at every last crack in every last door. Inside the warehouse, the air was so heavy it made you want to throw up. Gu Erlang sat in his hardwood armchair. The tea at his elbow had been topped off 3 times and had long gone cold, a dead-looking layer of stems floating on the surface. He hadn't touched a drop. Zhao Tsalan crouched beside a case of bottled water like a statue, clutching that Hermes bag for dear life, biting her lips white. Gu Shui paced the corner like a cat on a hot tin roof, working the phone nonstop. He called the 4 useless guards left at the electronics factory. No good. He called the half-baked lawyer he knew from drinking nights. The second the guy heard loan sharks and photocopies with red seals, he hung up. Not one call did anything to lift the shadow of death hanging over their heads. Gu Yi sat on a folding chair with her knees clamped together, staring straight at her phone screen, her face as white as fresh plaster. She scrolled through that mass text I'd sent, over and over. Each time, the despair sank a little deeper. The flagged reconciliation sheets for the expired medications. Her mother's bank account number. That screenshot of the chat about country bumpkins can't read expiration dates. If even one of those got out, she and her mother would spend the rest of their lives working a sewing machine in prison. "Dad." Gu Yi suddenly looked up, her voice as dry as gravel. "He's got all the originals. Come sunrise, what if he just hands the whole file over to the police? Our family would." "He won't." Gu Erlang's voice drifted out of the shadows like a ghost's. "How can you be so sure? If he wanted to go through proper channels, he'd have called the cops from his hospital room last night." Gu Erlang's withered finger flicked sharply. He didn't call the police. He didn't go to the courts. Instead, he pawned every card he's holding to a lone shark, a living king of hell. The old man paused. Something like a shudder passed through his cloudy eyes. "This move of his is vicious. He doesn't want the clean satisfaction of seeing us locked up. What he wants is to watch debt collectors plaster their notices all over us, wipe us out, drag our name through the mud, and leave us to rot alive in the mud pit." When he finished, the several thousand square meter warehouse went dead silent. Gu Hong's fat body gave 2 shivers. His throat was dry as he asked the question everyone was most afraid of. "Second uncle, after sunrise, is Brother Long going to show up with that contract and seal the stores?" Gu Erlang opened his mouth. Nothing came out, but the knuckles of the hand gripping the rosewood armrest had gone a ghastly, frightening white. Through the high ventilation windows, a pale sliver of dawn crept up the clouds, unbearably slow and utterly unstoppable. Morning had come after all, and after morning came that ruinous contract at 5% monthly interest, sitting in Brother Long's hands, with its debt collection clause like the scythe of death. It was about to officially go into effect. When I woke, sunlight was already slanting in through the broken window. I moved my fingers. Every bone in my body felt like it had been taken apart and reassembled. The pain in my stomach had mostly receded. The spirit spring was still working. I pulled out my phone. 13 hours, 22 minutes, and 7 seconds. Good enough. I called Brother Long. He picked up on the second ring. You're up? It was loud on his end. Sounded like he was driving. The central warehouse. When are you getting there? Funny you should ask. I was about to call you. There was amusement in his voice. Those lovely relatives of yours, 30 some of them holed up in there all night. I've had eyes on the place. Not one of them slipped out. I braced against the wall and sat up straight. The taste of last night's blood still lingered in my throat. Brother Long, I need to borrow a few of your men. Borrow men? For what? I'm going in with them. Silence on the other end. Are you insane? Looking like that, the Gu family will make you the second you walk in. No, they won't. I coughed. My voice came out so hoarse it might as well have belonged to someone else. The way I look now, my own mother could climb out of her coffin and she might not recognize me. Get me a black leather jacket and a pair of sunglasses, and I'm just the bookkeeper you brought along. Brother Long laughed. Boss Gu, you want to watch them cry with your own eyes? Not watch. I stared at the dead grass poking out of a crack in the wall. Collect. 32 million in inventory. I want to haul all of it out, right in front of them. Every last item. Brother Long didn't understand what haul out meant, but he agreed anyway. Fine. Half an hour. Meet me at the east side toll gate. The call ended. I pushed off the wall and stood. My legs were still shaking, but it was a lot better than last night. I took half a cup of spirit spring water from the space and drank it down. The cold pressed the burning in my stomach back into stillness. The bald bruiser heard me moving around and came in. When he saw me on my feet, he raised an eyebrow. Let's go. I wiped the dried sweat off my face. East side. 40 minutes later. 3 black SUVs sat in a row outside the supermarket's central warehouse. Brother Long stood by the lead car with a cigarette in his mouth. When he saw me get out of the van, his eyes narrowed slightly. An oversized black leather jacket hung off my skeletal frame, collar turned up to my ears. Cheap black-framed sunglasses covered half my face. What showed below them? Jutting cheekbones, waxy yellow skin, cracked lips. I looked exactly like some junkie burnout with nothing better to do. With a look like that, I don't even want to be seen standing next to you. Brother Long flicked away his cigarette. I'll go in first and do the talking. You stay behind, old four, and keep your mouth shut. I nodded. Brother Long waved a hand. 11 big men filed out of the vehicles. With me, 13 in all, heading for the front gate. Even from a distance, the warehouse floodlights were still burning. Chains wrapped the main doors. 3 guards stood watch with walkie-talkies, and the second they saw this procession, their faces changed. Get whoever's in charge out here. Brother Long stopped 5 meters off. He didn't raise his voice, but every word landed clean. The walkie-talkies crackled. The sound. Not even a minute later, the side door clicked open. Gu Hong came out first. He hadn't slept all night. The shadows under his eyes were frightening. Gu Yu and Gu Feng trailed behind him, and bringing up the rear was Gu Erlang, his face dark as storm water. I stayed buried in the group, head down, eyes hidden behind sunglasses. Behind the lenses, I swept the entire perimeter without moving a muscle. Front gate, chain shut, loading dock on the left, rolling shutter all the way down, plus 2 crossbars. Employee entrance on the right, welded over with sheet metal. But my eyes stopped on a small window beside the loading dock shutter. The ventilation window for the logistics dispatch office. There was a record of it in the legacy system. That window's lock cylinder ran on the same keycard protocol as the door access system. Good enough. Gu Hong. Brother Long stepped forward and pulled out the contract. We go way back. Don't make this hard on me. Gu Hong's mouth twitched twice. Brother Long, let me explain. Explain my ass. Long slapped the contract against his chest. Black and white. Gu Zhen signed it and pressed his thumbprint. All 5 businesses are collateral to me now. I'm here to audit. Perfectly legal. So do you let me in to verify the inventory, or do I come back with a lawyer and a court enforcement order? Gu Yu shoved his way forward, face livid. The validity of that contract is disputed. Gu Zhen's mental state when he signed. I've got the whole signing on video. Long waved his phone. Lucid. Answered every question clean. You want to take it to court? I'm game. But until there's a judgment, the contract stands, and I have the right to inspect the collateral. Gu Erlang stepped out from behind them. He hadn't closed his eyes all night. His Zhongshan jacket had picked up a few new creases. His back was still ramrod straight. Mr. Long, we don't recognize the contract Gu Zhen signed with you. Long raised the eyebrow next to his scar. You don't recognize it? Are you Gu Zhen? Are you the legal representative? I'm the head of the Gu family. These businesses are the lifeblood of generations. Stop right there. Long held up a hand. The business registration lists Gu Zhen as legal representative, 92.5% of the equity in his personal name. Remind me what your name was again. Gu Erling's face twitched. Long took a step closer and dropped his voice. Old man, I've been doing business for 17 years, and I don't waste breath on people with no legal standing. If you're Guzhan, sit down and let's talk. If you're not, step aside and let me inspect my collateral. Gu Hong lost it, veins bulging in his neck. What gives you the right to inspect anything? We run this warehouse. You run it. Long flipped open an appendix to the contract and tapped it. Debt recovery clause, item 3. Gu Hong, the grain plant guaranteed 3 outside loans without authorization. 23 million total. That's coming out of the same pot. Gu Hong looked like someone had a hand around his throat. The words jammed up in there, and his face went the color of raw liver. At the back of the group, I hadn't said a word. Behind the sunglasses, I'd covered every corner of the perimeter. Dispatch office location, confirmed. Guard distribution, confirmed. Access control type, confirmed. Up front, the standoff between Long and the Gus was heating up. Your 4 other plants are already stripped bare. I know that much. Long held up 4 fingers. The gap between the books and reality, plus late interest, will settle up on exactly how much you owe me later. But before that, he jerked his chin toward the warehouse. This last plate on the table. I'm verifying the inventory with my own eyes. Not a chance. Gu Feng charged forward, his jowly face twisted with fear and rage. There are 30-some men in there. You think you can force your way in? Long laughed. 30-some rent-a-cops? He glanced back at the wall of muscle behind him. That enough to warm us up? The tension hit its ceiling. Gu Erling stared Long down, jaw clenched. His gaze flicked fast across the dozen-odd men at Long's back. One skinny figure hung at the very rear, sunglasses on, silent. Gu Erling's eyes stopped on him for less than half a second. Too thin. Looked like a junkie. He dismissed it and turned his attention back to Long. Let him inspect, Gu Erling said suddenly. Second uncle. Gu Feng panicked. Let him look. Gu Erling clasped his hands behind his back. Not a single item's been moved. When he's done, he takes his men and gets out. Dragging this out doesn't help anybody. Long snapped his fingers. The group started moving toward the warehouse. I kept my head down, second from last, deliberately slowing my steps, blending into the heavy tread of a pack of big men. Completely unremarkable. As we passed the front gate, my right hand slipped into my jacket pocket, thumb flicking twice across the screen. The low-level system responded. The lock cylinder on the dispatch office ventilation window released, silently. The chains came off the warehouse doors. A guard pulled open the side entrance, and the group filed in. I lifted my head. 6,000 square meters of warehouse spread out in front of me. Racking ran from the floor to an 8-meter ceiling. Grain and oil, household goods, liquor, refrigerated. Every zone sign hung neat and square. The goods in here, conservatively, 32 million. My name is Guzhan. I swept the whole warehouse left to right. Every zone's position, the spacing between racks, the run of every aisle. All of it burned into my head. Up front, Long was loudly arguing inventory numbers with Gu Hong. Gu Yu flipped through the ledgers with a face like thunder. Gu Shuai and Gu Yi cowered in a corner, not daring to make a sound. The guards had their full attention on Long's crew of bruisers. Gu Erlang stood in the middle of the central aisle with his hands behind his back, a stone statue, watching both sides go at it with cold eyes. Nobody noticed that the scrawny little bookkeeper at the back of the group had already slipped away, silent, deep into the most remote corner of the household goods section. The racking blocked every line of sight. The cameras had been cut last night by Gu Yu's own hand. Standing there among detergent and paper towels stacked to the ceiling, I took off the sunglasses. In the dark, the corner of my mouth pulled into a curve. I didn't give myself a second to breathe. I knew better than anyone. That countdown ticking on my retina was a death warrant pressed against my throat. Out front, the dogfight rolled on. Long had that ruinous contract in hand, going line by line through the rot with Gu Hong. Every damn number in this ledger is fiction. You're missing intake receipts for 3 whole categories. What? You think I can't read? Long's voice rattled the ceiling. Gu Hong's fat chin trembled, but he held his ground. Brother Long, that's 3 years of normal shrinkage. Shrinkage. Long sneered and slapped a payment receipt flat against his face. A sack of rice sprouted legs and walked itself into some out-of-province grain dealer's private stock. I've been on the street 17 years. I know this 2 set of books game better than you do. Up front. 热闹，我后边已经动手了. Nice and noisy up front. Meanwhile, in the back, I'd already gone to work. My mind swept out like a giant invisible net, whipping across the household goods section. Entire pallets of laundry detergent and toilet paper, erased in an instant, without a sound. Keep going. I dragged my 2 leaden legs around the corner into the grains and cooking oil section. Golden arowana oil, wuchang rice, stacked up like a city wall. I clenched my back teeth and slammed my will down on it. Too dense here, and my body was already running on fumes. My focus stuttered and seized up. I let out a muffled grunt. My nose stung, and 2 warm streams ran down through my sinuses into my mouth, a mouthful of rust. I smeared the blood away with my sleeve, eyes bloodshot from the strain. Again, boom. Half a mountain of grain and oil gone, right down to the wooden pallets underneath. Liquor section. Hundreds of thousands of yuan in baijiu and wine, wiped clean. It wasn't until I stepped into the refrigerated section that I hit real resistance. A dozen plus heavy imported chest freezers, packed with frozen meat and high-end seafood. Each one weighed several hundred pounds, compressors still humming away. I raised my hand. My will came down like a sledgehammer. Nothing moved. Those freezers might as well have grown roots. The backlash shot straight up my nerves into my skull. My brain went wham, and the world exploded into a swarm of gold sparks. The cancer in my stomach lunged at the opening like a shark scenting blood, tearing into me. Cold sweat soaked through my clothes in a second, plastering the fabric to my spine, ice cold. Give up? I sucked in ragged breaths, and the corner of my mouth twisted into something vicious. Even if my skull splits open today, I'm not leaving these animals so much as a single hair. I clawed both hands into the sheet metal edge of a support column. My fingernails bent back, blood trickling down. I shut my eyes, wrung out the very last drop of psychic strength in my head, and slammed it down like a gambler shoving in his whole stack. Get in there. A violent sensation of weightlessness sucked every ounce of strength out of me. The bank of freezers vanished all at once. Momentum flung me clean off my feet. Clang. My shoulder smashed into the now empty steel rack base, and the enormous metallic crash detonated through the depths of the warehouse. That sound was a death sentence. Up front, Brother Long was still spraying spit into Gu Feng's face. Gu Feng was about to fire back when that clang jammed the words right in his throat. He froze for a beat, mind racing. Front doors welded shut, 32 security guards forming a human wall, loading dock locked down. There's no way anyone got in through the back. So what the hell was that? He craned his neck to look, but the shelving blocked his line of sight. All he could make out was the glow of lights over by the refrigerated section. Something's wrong. Those compressors are always humming, always rattling. Why is it dead silent back there? He shoved aside the 2 enforcers in front of him. Hey, the hell you doing? Gu Feng ignored them and started down the aisle. The further he walked, the worse his gut felt. His cautious steps turned into a jog. He rounded the last row of shelving, stopped at the entrance to the refrigerated section, and froze. His feet felt like they'd been set in concrete, nailed to the floor. What he was looking at shattered 30 years of solid materialism. No freezers. Not one case of frozen meat. Even the digital thermometer on the wall was gone. All that was left on the bare concrete were a few rectangular stains where the weight had sat for years. He rubbed his eyes, figured he'd been up too long, and was seeing things. He opened them again, still empty. Where's the merchandise? Gu Feng's shriek cracked into a completely different pitch. He threw himself out onto the empty floor like a madman, hands clawing at nothing but air. Where the hell are my freezers? That scream lit the powder keg up front. Gu Hong heard the wail, his rolls of fat shuddered, and he took off running toward the back. Gu Yu's stomach dropped, and he veered off toward the household goods section he'd just finished inventorying. He hit the corner. Empty. His scalp went numb. He half ran, half stumbled toward the liquor section. Also empty. 6,000 square meters of warehouse. Space so packed you could barely push a cart through. Now so hollow that a cough came back as an echo. Gone. All of it. In the blink of an eye. We've been robbed. Someone's hauling the stock out of the back. Zhao Zuelon screeched. Surrounded. Everybody, search the back. Gu Erling roared, propped up on his cane. 32 guards yanked out their batons and came swarming down the main aisle in a dark mass. But they hadn't gotten far before every last one of them stopped dead in their tracks. Nobody dared take another step. I walked slowly out of the shadows at the very back. I looked like a mummy that had just clawed its way out of a grave. The oversized black leather jacket hung off me like a tent. The corners of my mouth and the sides of my nose were streaked with dark red blood that hadn't dried yet. I raised a hand, pulled off my sunglasses with excruciating slowness, and tossed them aside. Crack. The sound of the lenses shattering landed on every nerve in the room. Gu Zhun. Gu Hong recoiled 2 steps like he'd seen a ghost, his fat face going bloodless. How are you here? You took the stock? How? How did you get it out? Gu Yu glared at me through gritted teeth, his face pure disbelief. I didn't answer stupid questions. I just stood there. Behind me was the last untouched position in the entire main warehouse, and the most valuable hard currency in the building. 50 cases of Feitian Matai, plus an entire wall of special reserve Chunghua cigarettes, stacked like a little mountain of gold. I didn't even glance at it. My bloodshot eyes swept over the pack of relatives in front of me, every one of them a portrait of ugliness. Then I casually lifted my skeletal right hand. No hand seals, no incantations. Right in front of every guard, every enforcer, and the entire Gu clan, I turned my palm toward that mountain of gold and swiped it downward through empty air. Like someone wiping a smudge of chalk dust off a blackboard with a rag. Not a single frame of afterimage. Millions of yuan worth of liquor and cigarettes, solid wood pallets and all, evaporated in an instant. Spotless. Not even a puff of dust stirred in the air. The entire warehouse went dead silent for 5 full seconds. You could hear the current humming in the fluorescent tubes overhead. Oh God, it's real, it's actually. Gu Shuai's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. A hot stream ran down his thigh into his crotch and spread across the concrete in a yellow pool. His eyes rolled back as he babbled like a man possessed. That's not a magic trick. That's not something a human being can do. Ah, Gu Yi covered her face and screamed, backpedaling until her spine slammed into a steel column. Zhao Zuolan's eyes rolled up and she hit the floor with a crash, spread eagle, twitched twice, and went still. 10 meters away, Brother Long's cigarette dropped out of his mouth onto his shoe. He didn't even notice. He'd been in this life for years. There wasn't a bloody scene he hadn't witnessed. But what he'd just watched pinned him to the floor and dragged him across it. Holy shit. Brother Long swallowed hard, his voice floating loose from his body. Boss Gu, you're the real deal. You've got a whole damn universe up your sleeve. Gu Air. Wolf stared at me, right hand pinching the soft flesh of his thigh. Only that pain kept him from losing it right there. His faith was crumbling, but one thought remained. This animal could not be allowed to walk out of here alive. Gu Zhen, what kind of black magic did you learn? Gu Erlang's voice cracked completely, that sanctimonious patriarch's dignity shattering on the floor. Where did you put 4 generations of the Gu family's blood and sweat? You drive this whole family off a cliff for your petty little revenge. Do you have any concept of the bigger picture? The bigger picture? I laughed. The laughter tore out of my chest in violent spasms. A mouthful of congealed blood, black clots and all, sprayed from my throat and splattered across the concrete. I wiped my chin. My eyes were like poisoned razors, pinned to that hypocritical old face. For 30 years, you've used those words like a leash around my neck. I took a step forward. My leather shoe came down in my own blood with a wet, sticky sound. All I'm doing now is taking back what was mine. Why are you all panicking? Another step. Gu Erling stepped back. When you get right down to it, you're just parasites on my back, sucking me dry. My eyes were bloodshot. Something volcanic was building in my chest. The bigger picture? What do I need with the bigger picture? My whole life, those 2 words are what destroyed me. I finished shouting, then paused. And then, quietly, I dredged up the deepest wound I'd carried my entire life. And Lingzi, the bigger picture. The sound curdled into rage. Lingzi was 15 years old. I roared, the veins on my neck knotting like earthworms. The first branch of the family sold her for 80 yuan in bride price. To get through that garbage, bigger picture of yours, they shoved her into the back of Li Tieshuan's ox cart. That murderer. The whole warehouse held nothing but my screaming. When she died, there wasn't one unbroken patch of skin left on her body. Every bone snapped. You went to identify the corpse, and what did you stand there and say to me? I bored into Gu Erlang, the corners of my eyes splitting, filling with blood. You said it made the Gu family look bad. You said, for the good of the family, don't make a scene. I spat the words out one at a time, like I was grinding my teeth to powder and swallowing them with the blood. Screw your bigger picture. I pointed at every single person bearing the Gu name, my voice shrieking like a demon's curse. You owe me a life. You owe Lingzi her blood. I'm going to collect. Every last drop. Dead center in my field of vision, that crimson countdown ticked into its final seconds. I lowered my eyes and looked at my own withered hands. All of you. I raised my head again and smiled. 5 seconds. Hold him down. Break his legs now? Don't let him pull any more of this witchcraft. Gu Erlang's composure disintegrated entirely. He was shrieking orders like a madman. After I go back, I'm going to leave you thrashing in a pit of filth until you rot. I spoke as if I hadn't heard a word, talking only to myself. 3 seconds. 32 security guards, driven by money and terror in equal measure, charged with rubber batons raised and eyes wild. My gaze cut straight through them, fixed on Gu Erlang. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, as if waiting for me to finish the most important vow of my life. I'm going to make every day of your lives worse than death. 1 second. The security captain leading the charge was close enough to see the fine hairs on my face. He wound up his arm, the baton whistling through the air, and brought it down hard on the crown of my skull. I didn't dodge. I closed my eyes, and a smile curved my lips, relieved and cruel. Enjoy hell. Rot in it. Midnight. The instant the baton came within 4 inches of my forehead. Whoosh. A cold wind that couldn't possibly exist swept through the room. No flash of light. No explosion. My entire body, along with that ruined, blood-soaked leather jacket, burst like a soap bubble and dissolved completely into the air in less than a thousandth of a second. The baton whistled through empty space and slammed into the concrete. Crack. Sparks scattered. The security captain, thrown off by his own momentum, slipped and went down face first. He looked up in stunned confusion, at the baton still buzzing numbly in his hands, then at the emptiness in front of him. Where'd he go? Dozens of charging guards collided with each other like headless flies that had lost their target. Just like that, under several dozen pairs of watching eyes, the man had vanished off the face of the earth. What remained was a 6,000 square meter warehouse, so empty a rat would starve in it. And a pack of vampires collapsed on the floor, souls scared clean out of them. In the dead silence, Brother Long slowly crouched down and picked up the cigarette from the floor. Click. He lit it, took a deep drag, and blew a thick cloud of smoke into Gu Erlang's ashen old face. Show's over. The living god has left the building. He waved the contract in his hand, the one with the bloody thumbprint, the one that would strip the family bare. The smile on his scarred face carried a chill that went straight to the bone. Now then, old Master Gu, 30+ million in the hole, plus 5% monthly interest. Let's have a nice long talk about how you're going to settle the rest of this account. Mud, cold mud, reeking of rotting leaves, caked stubbornly across half my face. My consciousness felt like it had been yanked up out of a bottomless pit. My ears rang. My nose was full of dirt and dead grass. I was lying face down, fingers dug into the soft earth of a paddy ridge. First thought, does my stomach still hurt? That knot of pain that had followed me for the better part of a year, like a rat nesting in my organs, was gone. Completely gone. Not the temporary illusion of spirit spring water suppressing it, either. Gone at the root. Even the faint, sour ache underneath it had vanished. I flipped over hard, onto my back. The sky was a dull gray, clouds thick as a quilt. In the distance, the mountain ridge was bare, not a single tree on it. I raised my hand. Rough, weathered dark, thick-knuckled, palm covered in calluses, dirt packed under the fingernails that no amount of washing would get out. These were not the skin and bones hands from that ICU bed. These were the hands of a 17-year-old. I shot upright. Too fast. My head swam for a second, but my body responded with startling speed. My core tightened, and I sprang straight to my feet. No trembling knees. No pain in my spine. That constant sense of being one wrong move away from falling apart, gone. In its place, a raw, savage strength that belonged to a boy. My shoulders and lower back ached with that dull, worn-out soreness, but compared to late-stage cancer, this kind of ache was pure heaven. I looked down at myself. Gray cloth jacket, pant legs rolled up to the knees, a pair of canvas army shoes with the toes worn through. Off in the distance, a tin loudspeaker hung from a crooked wooden pole, blaring a revolutionary opera at ear-splitting volume. Li Tiamei's aria from the Red Lantern. Every one of them has a bright red heart. I stood there on the ridge between the paddies, my blood boiling like someone had lit a fire under it. I was back. I was actually, genuinely back. This was the rice field at the east end of Gujia village, freshly turned over after the autumn harvest. A few adobe buildings stood in the distance, the production brigade storehouses. Farther out, cook smoke rose from a cluster of mud-walled courtyards. The old Gu family compound. My breathing turned quick and shallow. Not from fear. From a thought that split my skull like lightning. What day is it? I stared at that smoke while 50-year-old memories ground together like rusted gears, catching, turning, slow and painful. The revolutionary opera. The empty fields after harvest. Morning cook smoke. And, Guzhan, where the hell have you been hiding, you lazy bag of bones? A shrill woman's voice came from the dirt road. I turned. A woman in a gray headscarf with a face pinched sour, transformed from an 80-year-old crone back into a woman in her 30s. Second aunt. Zhao Zuelan. Sun's already burning your backside, and you still haven't hauled the water. We've got a guest coming today, and if you screw it up, your uncle's going to break both your legs. A guest coming today. Those words went into my chest like a red-hot iron spike. A guest coming today. Li Tieshuan, the widower who'd beaten his last wife to death. The animal who bought Gu Ling's life for 80 yuan in bride price and 2 sacks of cornmeal. Today was that day. My pupils shrank to pinpoints. 50-year-old images detonated in my head. Gu Ling dragged out of the house by her hair, screaming I won't marry him, and getting slapped for it. Shoved onto the ox cart, screaming until her voice gave out, still yelling at me. Brother, don't follow me. Half a month later. A torn straw mat. A corpse worn down to nothing but bone. Bruises everywhere. Broken ribs. Brother, live a good life. My eyes flooded red. The vessels bursting out like spider webs, my whole face twisting. Zhao Zuelan was still cursing from down the road. I didn't hear a word of it. My eyes had locked onto the edge of the field. There was a crook-necked elm there, and jammed into the dirt at its roots was a firewood hatchet. Rust on the blade. Handle swollen black from the damp. I walked over. The instant my fingers closed around that handle, 50 years of humiliation, rage, regret, and the madness carved into my bones all poured into this 17-year-old hand. I pulled the blade out of the mud. Under the gray light, the rusted steel gave off a dull, cold gleam. Guzhan, are you deaf? I said, haul the water. Zhao Zuelon shouted again. I turned and looked at that smoke, at the yellow dirt road leading to the old Gu compound. My feet moved. Walking first, then a jog, then a dead sprint. The 17-year-old body exploded into an animal's speed, canvas shoes slamming against the hard-packed road in a string of dull thuds. Zhao Zuelon saw me tearing toward the village with a hatchet in my hand and froze for a second, then started screeching. The world's gone upside down. What do you think you're doing with that blade? You stop right there. I didn't stop. Wind poured down my collar, poured into my lungs. This young body was an engine with a full tank, every stride vicious and sure. I ran past the threshing ground, past the mud walls, past the old well the whole village drank from. The loudspeaker was still singing its opera. Chickens scattered off the roadside. Somebody poked his head over a courtyard wall, saw a teenager running like a lunatic with a hatchet, and jerked back down in fright. Once I'd passed, he stuck his head out again, curious, then ran off to yell at his friends. Hey, guess what I just saw? Guzhan, that goof family punching bag, running home with a hatchet, looking ready to kill. Come on, there's going to be a show. A pack of kids fell in behind me. There was only one direction in front of my eyes. The old Gu compound. Ling was still alive. Right now, she was still alive. The thought was a fire, scorching me from the inside out. In my last life I knelt and kowtowed until my forehead was a bloody mess. It did nothing. Guhong kicked me flat on my back. It did nothing. I begged every single person I could. It did nothing. Because back then I was a dog. A stray with no teeth, no claws, good for nothing but wagging its tail. But it was different now. I tightened my grip on the hatchet until my knuckles went white. I had 50 years of hard-won experience packed into my skull. I had enough supplies in my space to flatten an entire county. And carved into my bones was the purest kind of ruthlessness, the kind you only get after the world has ground you down over and over. This time, anyone who so much as touched a hair on Ling's head, I'd take their hand off at the wrist. The battered wooden gate of the Gu compound appeared at the end of the road. I could hear shouting from inside. I didn't slow down. I sped up. In the middle of the courtyard, Gu Ling's wrist was clamped in Li Tieshuan's hand, a hand the size of a palm leaf fan. Half her body pitched forward as he hauled her along. I won't marry him. Uncle, Auntie, I'm begging you, I won't go. Her other hand clawed at the crook-necked jujube tree in the yard, fingernails peeling back strips of bark, blood welling up under them. Li Tieshuan grinned wide, showing a mouthful of rotten yellow teeth, the meat of his face bunching up, greed shining red in his little mung-bean eyes. Little girl, once you're through my door, you'll find out what a good thing you've got. Beside him, Annie Wong Hohot stood with her hands on her hips, her bulk blocking the way, the big mole at the corner of her mouth twitching. What's all this wailing about? The whole village can hear you. Tieshuan paid 80 yuan bride price and 2 sacks of fine cornmeal. That's good fortune you earned in a past life. Keep howling, and I'll slap your mouth swollen. On the threshold sat Uncle Gudahu, hands tucked in his sleeves, pipe resting on his knee, watching coldly without making a sound, like a man watching a piglet he'd sold get loaded up. At the gate, my cousins Guhong and Guyu stood on either side, blocking the gap. Guhong's face was greasy with a nasty smirk. Quit struggling, cousin. Be good and go with your husband. Think those skinny little arms and legs are going to fly you out of here. Guyu leaned against the wall, staring at Gu Ling with something sinister in his eyes, the black mole at the corner of his mouth tugging into a vicious sneer. Down by the base of the wall, second Uncle Gu Erlang huddled in the shadows smoking his pipe, the smoke veiling that hypocritical face that always talked about what's best for the family. My cousin Gu hid behind him, head poked out, mean-eyed and enjoying the show. Brother. Gu Ling's voice had cracked from crying, her face smeared with tears and snot, her shoulders, thin as hemp stalks, shaking uncontrollably. Don't push your luck with me. Li Tieshuan snapped, and with a violent jerk. Arm. What strength did Gu Ling have to fight him off? Her small hand slipped off the tree trunk, and she was yanked 2 steps forward before hitting the packed dirt of the yard with a thud, hard on her knees. Move. Get in the cart. Outside the gate, a beat-up ox cart sat waiting on the road, its bed lined with filthy burlap sacks, ready to haul her away. Gu Ling kicked wildly, her worn-out shoes plowing 2 furrows in the yellow dirt. I won't go. I won't go. Crash. The bolted wooden gate exploded inward with a sound that made everyone's scalp crawl. It hadn't been pushed open. The entire panel had been kicked clean off its hinges by sheer, reckless brute force. Half the gate sailed into the yard and slammed down with a bang, throwing up a choking cloud of yellow dust. Guyu, who'd been blocking the doorway to enjoy the show, didn't even get a chance to dodge. The corner of the door clipped his right shoulder, and he went down face first into the mud with a shriek, sprawling like a dead turtle. Every sound in the yard cut off at once. There, in the swirling dust, silhouetted against the overcast sky, stood a 17-year-old boy. Gray cloth jacket, pant legs rolled to the knees, old canvas work shoes caked in black mud. In his right hand, a rusted machete with a chip out of the blade, its tip pointed at the ground. It was me. But there wasn't a trace left of that punching bag who never hit back, never talked back. My spine was straight as an iron rod. My eyes were red enough to bleed as they swept over the animals in that yard. It was the stare of something that had clawed its way out of hell, something even the devil wouldn't take. 2 seconds of dead silence. Gujun, you son of a bitch. Gu Hong recovered first, thrusting out his fat gut and stepping forward with a scowl. You kicked in my gate? You've lost your damn. He didn't get to finish. I moved. No shouting. No warning. Not even a tell. I dropped my weight, planted my left foot forward, and used the violent torque of my hips to whip my right leg around like a steel cable. In my last life, after I made my money, I hired a retired special forces instructor. Also, my family would never get pushed around again. Now, paired with this 17-year-old body that had spent years breaking dirt in the fields, the force was absolutely savage. The thick sole of my shoe landed dead center on Gu Hong's right shin. Snap! The crack of breaking bone tore through the yard. All 160 pounds of Gu Hong hit the ground without so much as a grunt. It took a full 2 seconds for the pain to reach his brain. Then a sound that didn't belong to anything human ripped out of his throat. Aff! My leg. My leg's broken. My leg. His right shin bent at a sickening angle. He clutched it and thrashed in the mud, his face a smeared mess of cold sweat and tears. Nobody made a sound. From the moment I kicked in the gate to Gu Hong hitting the dirt with a shattered leg, you couldn't have blinked 3 times. Wang Hohat stood frozen for a long moment before she screeched like a hen with its tail stepped on. Oh my god. Hunger. Gujun, you murdering little animal. Gu Dahu jumped off the threshold, stunned. Gu Erlang, lurking behind him, felt the hand holding his pipe give a violent twitch, and for the first time, something like panic flickered through those calculating eyes. Me? I didn't spare Gu Hong a single glance as he writhed on the ground. Machete in hand, I looked past all of them and locked onto Li Tiechuan. Li Tiechuan still had Gu Ling by the arm. He'd frozen too, for a beat. But he was the village bully, the kind of hard case who'd beaten his own wife to death. He wasn't about to be scared off by some half-grown kid. You little punk, you want to act tough in front of me? You're dead. He flung Gu Ling aside, balled up a fist the size of a clay pot, and charged at me like a mad bull. I didn't dodge, didn't give up half a step. I just turned my right wrist up, easy as anything. The blade came level, tip aimed straight at him. Under that gray light, the chipped machete looked like it was thirsting for blood. Halfway through his charge, Li Tiechuan saw the stance, and his heart lurched. Instinct told him to stop. I didn't give him time to regret it. My right arm swung wide, and the machete came down whistling. No flourish, no wasted motion. Aimed right at the arm he'd just been using to drag my sister. Thwack! The sound of steel parting flesh made everyone's skin crawl. The rusted edge sliced through his coarse sleeve, split skin and muscle, and only stopped when it bit into bone. Scalding blood sprayed out, drenching half his body. A few drops landed on my face, which stayed cold as a block of ice. Aya, my arm! Li Tiechuan clamped a hand over the spurting wound and let out a scream 100 times worse than a hog at slaughter. Blood pumped out in spurts, hitting the yellow dirt, blooming into dark red flowers. He dropped into a crouch, his long horse face twisted with pain, his little eyes rolling back, his howls cracking into something unrecognizable. Nobody in that yard dared move. Wang Hohat's scream died in her throat, her mouth hanging open like a black hole. Guyu was still on the ground, clutching his shoulder. Gu Da's pipe had fallen onto his own foot, and he stood rigid on the threshold. Every eye was nailed to me. The pushover who never even whimpered when they beat him, standing dead center in the yard now, back straight, a dripping machete in his hand. Gu Ling knelt on the ground, shaking, tears turning the dirt on her face to mud. She looked up at my back, lips trembling, unable to get a word out. Linger, get behind me. I didn't turn around. My voice wasn't loud, but it was steady, like it had been driven into the earth. Gu Ling's knees gave out. She half-crawled, half-scrambled behind me and grabbed the back of my jacket with both hands, all 10 fingers white-knuckled. Gujun, you've completely lost your mind. Gu Dahu finally snapped out of it. He snatched up the thick wooden club by the door, his jowls flushing liver purple, and strode forward with the club raised high. I'll beat you to death today, you ungrateful little wolf. The club came whistling down. I didn't back up. I twisted to the side, stepped forward half a pace with my left foot, and swept the machete up from below in one motion. Too fast. His club hadn't even reached my shoulder before the blade's tip was resting under his Adam's apple. Cold iron against skin. His club froze in midair. He looked down. The rusted blade was half an inch from his throat. Li Tieshuan's blood still clung to it, running down the spine of the knife, dripping onto his shirt front. His pupils shrank to pinpoints. Because he'd seen my eyes. That wasn't a look any 17-year-old should have. No fear. No recklessness. Not even anger. Just an absolute, freezing emptiness. Like he was looking at a man already dead. A chill shot straight up Gu Da's spine. His palms went slick with sweat, and the wooden. He couldn't hold the stick anymore. It hit the dirt with a clatter. He took a step back. You'd actually lay a hand on me? His voice had gone thin. I didn't answer. The tip of the blade hung steady in the air, not moving an inch. Outside the yard, all hell had broken loose. Li Tieshuan squealing, like a hog getting stuck. Plus Gu Hong's blubbering had already blown half the village out of their houses. Villagers dropped what they were doing and came running down the dirt road. Old men with hose over their shoulders, women still in their aprons, a whole pack of half-grown boys. All of them crammed into the gap in the courtyard wall like they'd come to see an opera, craning their necks for a look. Io, somebody's getting killed. The Gu family's brawling? Ain't that Li Tieshuan? How'd he get all that blood on his arm? Good God, Gu Zhen's got a cleaver on his uncle's throat. The crowd kept growing. One look at all this, and Wang Hohot nearly lost her soul. The family's dirty laundry, aired in front of the whole village. Where was she supposed to put her face after this? Get out. All of you get out. Gu family business is none of your business, she shrieked at the crowd, the big mole at the corner of her mouth trembling like a sieve. Nobody paid her any mind. These days, a good show in the village was rarer than New Year's. Right then, the crowd parted on its own. Gu Erlang came strolling through. He stopped toward the back of the yard, hands clasped behind him, pipe tucked under one arm. The expression on his face was calibrated to perfection. 3 parts heartache, 3 parts helplessness, and 4 parts one have no choice but to see justice done. Gu Zhen. Not loud, but it carried. Everyone inside the yard and out heard it clean. Put the knife down. I didn't move. He took 2 steps forward and sighed, playing it exactly like an old scholar on the opera stage. Your second uncle knows you've been wronged. But taking a blade to a man, if word gets out, where does that leave the Gu family name? Your uncle is your elder. We'll sit down and work out Linger's situation slowly. For the good of this family. The good of this family. I spoke up. I pulled the blade back from his throat. Not because anything he'd said got through to me. I just needed my mouth free to say what needed saying. I turned to face him square on, and with him, that black wall of onlookers packed outside the courtyard. Second uncle, you want to talk to me about the good of this family? The corner of my mouth pulled up. That smile was colder than the blade. Then let me ask you something. I raised my hand, pointing the cleaver at Gu Ling, dragged through the mud and filthy from it. Trading my little sister's life for the bride price on the eldest branch's debts. That's the family good you're talking about. The noise outside the wall dropped a notch the second the words left my mouth. Every ear in the place pricked up. Gu Erlang's face twitched, but decades of practice kept him steady. He hardened his expression. Gu Zhen, you know perfectly well how hard things are for this family. The Li house has grain. Linger won't suffer over there. Won't suffer. I cut him off, my voice snapping up loud. You don't know how Li Tieshuan's last wife died? Who in this village doesn't know? I turned my head and stared at Li Tieshuan. He was crouched on the ground clutching his arm. At those words, his little mung bean eyes slid guiltily off to the side. He beat her to death. My voice exploded across the yard like a thunderclap. Beat her to death with his bare hands. And you're handing my 15-year-old sister to a murderer. A ripple of muttering went through the crowd outside the wall. He's right. That first wife of Tieshuan's really did get beat to death. Marrying a 15-year-old girl off to a man like that. That's sending her to her grave. Gu Erling finally couldn't hold the mask. He shook his pipe at me. Gu Zhen, this is Gu family business. Hollering about it out here. What are outsiders going to think of us? What are outsiders going to think? I stepped forward and locked my eyes on that sanctimonious face, spacing out every word. Why don't you marry your daughter off to him? It went into him like a knife, straight through the soft spot. The yard went so quiet you could hear the wind. Every head in the place swiveled toward the girl behind him. Ah, what are you talking about? A shrill voice tore out. Gu E came leaping forward, face flushed crimson, one sharp finger jabbing at me. Everybody knows what Li Tieshuan's like. He beats his women. He'd beat me to death, for sure. I'm not going. The words landed, and the yard went dead silent again. Then, from somewhere in the crowd, someone let out a very soft, very cutting laugh. Gu Yi's face went white as paper. She'd just hurt herself. He'd beat me to death, so I'm not going. But spilled water doesn't go back in the bucket. I looked at her and smiled. Everybody hear that? I turned my head, sweeping my eyes over every face in the yard and outside it. His own daughter knows she'd die over there, and she wouldn't go if you killed her. But somebody else's daughter, 15 years old, no father, no mother, she's supposed to go die? I turned back and nailed Gu Erlang with my stare. Gu Erlang, there may be a wolf in your name, but you're nothing but a dog. Insolent. His face finally cracked wide open. He slapped his own thigh so hard the pipe went flying. Those narrow eyes full of the raw humiliation of a man caught out. Is that any way to talk to an elder? You ungrateful animal. The Gu family raised you all these years, fed you, clothed you. Ah, so much blood. Pay up. Pay me. A horsehowl cut him off. Li Tiechuan, clamping down on his spurting arm, threw himself into a full tantrum on the ground. He was coated in dirt, rolling around in the yellow mud, and that hog slaughter scream stabbed at everyone's eardrums. Pay up. Blood money. That's what I want. 100 yuan. 1 fin short today, and I'm going to the Commune Revolutionary Committee and reporting every last one of you for extortion and attempted murder. Sweat poured off him from the pain, his whole face screwed up, but those mung-bean eyes weren't the least bit muddled. They rolled once, skipped right past me, and fixed hard on Gu Dahu and Wang Ho-Hot. And the 80 yuan bride price. Plus 2 sacks of fine cornmeal. I never got a single bite, never touched a single coin, and I still got hacked up like this. If your branch doesn't settle this account today, I'll crawl to the police station on my hands and knees and have the public security men haul you off to eat a bullet. The villagers outside the wall were 3 deep already. When they heard the numbers, the place erupted. 100 yuan? Merciful heaven, Li Tiechuan's really got his mouth open wide. Plus 80 for the bride price. That's 180. The eldest branch could pawn the underwear off their backs and still not come up with it. Wang Ho-Hot's face. Her face twitched violently, going from purple red to bone white. Her hand shot down like she'd been shocked, clamping onto the waistband of her pants. That 80 yuan of bride price money, she'd sewn it into the crotch of her underpants 2 nights ago by kerosene lamp, stitch by stitch, sealed tight against her skin. And those 2 sacks of cornmeal had long since been dumped into her own family's grain jar. That was fat already swallowed. Now they wanted her to cough it back up? She'd rather be skinned alive. Her triangular eyes bulged, and malice rose up out of pure nerve. Give what back? What kind of crooked, roundabout nonsense are you spouting? She jammed both hands onto her barrel of a waist, the black mole at the corner of her mouth quivering, spit flying. Everybody here's watching. Guzhan, that little animal, went crazy and cut people all on his own. The blade was in his hand. What's that got to do with our branch of the family? Every debt's got a debtor. You want money, go find that little bastard. Wang Ho-Hot's abacus was clacking away. He's so poor he can't even scrape together one whole pair of shorts. Shove him out front as the scapegoat. Our house pays nothing and walks away clean. But Li Tiechuan, lying in the dirt, was the village's most notorious cut-and-bleed brawler, and he wasn't having it. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Wang Ho-Hot, you think I'm 3 years old? Guzhan's a starving pauper. You couldn't squeeze 2 ounces of oil out of him. What's he going to pay with? That 80 yuan of bride price money went straight into your husband Gu Da's pocket with his own 2 hands. He jabbed a finger at Gu Dahu and roared. Today, your house either coughs up 180, or I die right here in this crap yard of yours and take you all down with me. That one shut Wang Ho-Hot up so hard her eyes rolled back. She stamped her feet, then whirled on her husband, who was cowering by the threshold. Gu Dahu, are you dead? Say something. They're walking all over your wife. Gu Dahu stood in the doorframe, the slabs of fat on his face pulled tight, his eyes drifting anywhere but the blood on the ground. 100 some yuan? Where was he supposed to steal that? Instinctively, he threw a pleading look toward his younger brother, Gu Erlang, in the corner. But Gu Erlang might as well have been an outsider watching an opera, hands behind his back, eyelids drooping, dragging on his pipe with a slow pop, pop. Thick white smoke curtained half his face. The message was clear. He wasn't wading into this mess. He was enjoying the show. The whole courtyard locked up in a dead-end stalemate. I hadn't said a word. My right hand still held the bloody hatchet, steady, the tip resting against the hard yellow dirt. In my last life, I'd fought 30 years in the business world. What hadn't I seen? These so-called family members, tearing at each other's throats over a few dozen yuan, weren't even worth as much to me as a swarm of flies fighting over scraps. I looked down at my sister, Gu Ling, huddled behind me, still trembling. The image from my last life, her body covered in wounds, skin stretched over bone, overlaid itself on this living, breathing 15-year-old girl. That was enough. Anything money could solve had stopped being a problem for me a long time ago. The mountains and oceans of supplies in the Xinling space were exactly why I had the nerve to flip this rotten table over. I raised my head slowly, and those eyes, empty of any warmth, swept coldly over the crowd still passing the blame around. Actually, this is easy to settle. Not loud, almost no emotion in it. But that chill, tempered in a terminal ward, cut clean through the noise and drove itself into every ear, like an invisible hand closing around the throat of a boiling pot. The chatter of several dozen people stopped dead. Every eye, startled, confused, some with a flicker of instinctive fear, swung toward me, a 17-year-old boy. I passed over Gu Dahu, passed over Wang Ho-Hat, and settled at last on Gu Hong clutching his broken leg, and Gu Yu, who had just staggered to his feet. My lips parted. We split the household. For light words, dropped on the ground. They landed over the old Gu courtyard like two claps of thunder. Inside the yard and out, there was dead silence for a full 2 seconds. Wang Ho-Hat broke out of it first. Her skull rang like a struck gong, like someone had carved a chunk of flesh right out of her. Split the household? This little animal wants to split the household? She sprang up like a cat with a stepped-on tail, her bulk barreling straight at me, one stubby finger nearly stabbing into my eye. Split what household? What kind of lunatic garbage is coming out of your mouth? In her mind, I wasn't a person. I was a free ox she never had to feed. Every bitterest, hardest, filthiest job in the production brigade fell on me alone. At year-end accounting, the full work points I earned turned mostly into cornmeal, and that cornmeal went into the mouths of the 4 useless people in her house. If I split off, what was her family supposed to live on? Air. You ungrateful little wolf. You eat our rice, you drink our water. Feathers grown in, so now you want to drop the load and run? Leave us behind and go live easy. I spit on that. Don't you even dream about it. She spun around and hopped at Gu Dahu. Old man, this little brat wants to run. He was born our family's man, and when he's dead he'll be our family's ghost, still working. The words had barely left her mouth when Gu Hong, rolling in the mud, panicked too. It wasn't just the leg pain now. A chill was crawling up his spine. He looked at his right leg, bent at that grotesque angle, and shuddered hard. 9 times out of 10, that leg was finished. He'd be a cripple who couldn't do heavy work for the rest of his life. His parents were too selfish to keep him like some ancestor to be worshipped for the rest of his days. He needed a beast of burden, one he could beat and curse at will, to carry his piss pot and wipe his backside. Guzhan absolutely could not leave. Ma's right. Not a chance in hell we split. Gu Hong howled like a pig at slaughter, tears and snot smeared across his face, fingers stabbing at me. You broke my leg. You son of a bitch. I might be a cripple for the rest of my life. You think you can just dust off your ass and walk away? Who's going to work the fields and earn the points to feed me? You owe me. You'll be this family's ox and horse for life to pay it back. Off to the side, Gu Yu, clutching his shoulder, had a flash of panic in his own narrow, triangular eyes. I knew exactly what he was panicking about. The guy was a champion shirker, never hauled a bucket of water or split a stick of firewood in his life. He'd always order me to do it. And the production team was about to send men several li out to dig irrigation ditches. Dead of winter work brutal enough to peel a layer of skin off you. With his older brother crippled, if I split off too, he'd be the only able-bodied laborer left in the house. Every back-breaking job would land squarely on the young master's shoulders. My brother's right. Gu Yu jumped in to back him up, voice oily as he loaded the blame onto me. Uncle and auntie raised you too from diapers, wiping your. The brother and sister raised you. And before you've even paid them back, you want to split off the household like some ungrateful mutt? You trying to starve your elders to death? Want to leave? Not until you've paid back every last grain of food this family ever put in your mouth. The whole first branch of the family was in an uproar. Only one person stood apart from it. Gui. A moment ago she'd run her mouth and blurted out the truth, that Li Tiechuan beat his wives to death, and in doing so had ripped the mask of righteousness right off her own father, Gu Erling. Now she was scared out of her wits. Watching her uncle's family rage, she immediately calculated that she couldn't afford to stick her neck out again, or she'd get the beating of her life. So she held her breath, quietly backed up 2 steps, and shrank into the shadow of Gu Erlang's broad back, wishing she could reduce her own existence to 0. Outside the courtyard wall, the neighbor's chatter had turned into fingers pointed at me. Ugly words from the first branch, sure, but they've got a point. He wants out. Since when is that easy? Exactly. Kid's barely grown, waving a blade around today like a big man. But his pockets are cleaner than his face. He splits off, and he won't even have a pot to boil water in. What's he gonna live on, the north wind? He's just so mad he's talking nonsense. I stood where I was, listening quietly, watching Gu Hong's twisted selfishness, watching Gu Yu's shrewd calculations, watching Wang Ho-Hat's ugly face, the one that looked like it wanted to suck the marrow right out of my bones. Every word they spoke, every ounce of greed they exposed, felt good to me. Because the more certain they were that I couldn't survive without the first branch, the harder they tried to grind me into the mud, the louder and more lethal the slap across their faces would be when it came. Finally, when they'd all shouted themselves hoarse, when Wang Ho-Hat had nearly run out of spit to spray, I raised my eyes. We're splitting the household. And not just splitting it. We're doing it in front of the whole village, in writing. We're cutting ties for good. My voice was low, but it landed on every chest in that yard like a sledgehammer. Before Wang Ho-hot could start up again, my mud-caked hand shot up, index finger sharp as a knife, aimed straight at Li Tieshuan, who was still sprawled on the ground looking stunned. The 100 yuan Li Tieshuan wants as blood money. I'll pay it. My wrist turned, tracing a cold, hard arc, and locked onto the ashen faces of Gu Dahu and Wang Ho-hot. The 80 yuan bride price the first branch took and has to give back, plus the cash value of those 2 sacks of cornmeal. I took half a step forward. All of it. 180 yuan even. I spat out each word like a lash across their faces. I, Guzhan, by myself, am paying all of it. The instant the words left my mouth, the world went mute. Not just muted, force shut down. The air froze. Even the wind stopped. Wang Ho-hot's face, still locked in the shape of a curse, went completely rigid, the black mole at the corner of her mouth frozen in place. Gu Dahu's cloudy eyes bulged like they might roll out of his skull, as though he'd just seen the Jade Emperor descend from heaven. Gu Hong, still wailing on the ground, had his mouth open in a perfect O with not a sound coming out. Gu Yu looked like he'd been struck by lightning. His knees buckled, and he nearly went down. Even Li Tieshuan, all snarl and menace a moment ago, forgot about his bleeding arm and just stared up at me like I was some deranged deity. Outside the wall, dozens of villagers sucked in a collective breath. The hiss was startlingly loud. 180 yuan. In the countryside in 1977, that was a staggering sum. An ordinary farmhand couldn't save that much in 3 to 5 years if he didn't eat or drink. That was enough money to walk through the village like you owned it, enough to put up several rooms of tile-roofed house. And I was the family punching bag in pants full of holes. Had I lost my mind? Inside the yard and out, it was as silent as a graveyard. The dead quiet held for 5, 6 seconds. Then a bare-chested farmer outside the wall couldn't hold it in anymore and snorted out a laugh. That sound was like a ladle of cold water thrown into a wok of hot oil. Ha ha ha. All the laughter the crowd had been choking back exploded at once. People doubled over. 180 yuan. Did I hear that right? He's paying it all himself. Kid's gone soft in the head. He owns exactly 1 pair of pants that don't let the draft through. Where's he getting 180 yuan? Get out of here. Him? At the year-end pork share, he doesn't even get a bone. My old sow's worth more than he is. Wave after wave of laughter poured down over me. Inside the yard, Wang Ho-hot was the first to recover. The fear drained out of her fleshy face. And in a heartbeat, she was back to her fearless shrew act. And here I was wondering who was talking so big. She planted both hands on her barrel of a waist, cocked her neck to the side, the black mole on her lip quivering. 180 yuan. What kind of hot air are you blowing out your backside? She stepped forward, stubby finger jabbing like she meant to poke a hole through the tip of my nose, her voice shrill enough to lift the roof. Quit putting on airs. You say you've got money? Fine. Pull it out of your pocket right now and let every man in this village get a good look. If you can produce even 1 10 yuan note today, I'll get down on my knees in front of the whole village and knock my head on the ground 3 times for you. I didn't move. My breathing didn't even change. I held the bloody hatchet loosely, blade down, eyelids lowered, watching her hop and screech like a clown in a farce. My silence convinced her she'd found my weak spot, and she went at it harder. What's the matter? Weren't you the king of hell a minute ago? Cutting people up, kicking my Hong's leg out from under him. Now I ask you for actual cash, and you pull your head in like a turtle? She whirled her heavy body around, slapped her thigh, and played to the crowd outside the wall, half tantrum, half theater. Neighbors, I want you all as witnesses. This little bastard's been bragging his lungs out today. He cut Tieshuan open, he broke my Hong's leg, he made this whole rotten mess. And now he thinks he can wave it all away with empty talk? 180 yuan. You think money's work points the brigade hands out when the wind blows. The jeering outside got louder. Sister Ho-hot's got it right. This broke little wretch must have dreamed about the god of wealth and hasn't woken up yet. Let them boil over. I stood there like a block of pig iron. Not even an eyebrow moved. I made only one small motion, tilting my head slightly, looking past Wang Ho-hot's shoulder at Gu Ling, who was huddled behind me. Gu Ling lifted her little face, smeared with tears and dirt. Her eyes were red and swollen, her teeth clamped down on a lower lip gone white, too terrified to breathe. Both small hands had a death grip on the coarse cloth at my back, knuckles blanched, fingertips trembling. I turned my eyes forward again. I was in no hurry. Let them jump. The higher these fleas jumped, the worse it would hurt when they fell out of the clouds and into the muck. Wang Ho-hot had gone through her whole routine and found she couldn't get anywhere with me. Curse me, and I didn't answer. Bait me, and I didn't rise. And then a flicker of unease went through her. Her voice cut off abruptly. Her triangular eyes darted back and forth, twice. On Gu Hong, still sprawled in the dirt. Hold it right there. She licked her cracked lips, and the look on her face twisted from pure rage into something sickeningly calculating. Guzhan, even if you really did steal 180 yuan, even if you really can cough it up today. Her voice shot up an octave, chin tilted so high she was looking down her nostrils at me. Don't you even dream about splitting off from this family. My eyelids finally lifted a fraction. She immediately jabbed a finger at Gu Hong and his broken leg, her voice shrieking like a hanged ghost. Open your dog eyes and look at what you've done. You kicked my Honger's leg clean in two. My son could be a cripple for the rest of his life. She lunged a step forward, fingernails coming within an inch of my face. You think you can just dust yourself off and walk out of here? Not a chance in hell. Today you're not just paying Li Tieshuan's blood money. You're covering everything our household lost too. From this day on, you'll wait on Honger like he's your ancestor. You'll handle his eating, his drinking, his bedpan, all of it. Every backbreaking job in the fields is yours. And when his leg's good and healed, maybe, I'll be in the mood to consider letting you go. Lying there in the mud, Gu Hong heard that, and his wailing dropped by half. He clutched that leg bent at its grotesque angle, eyes darting around, and started climbing the ladder his mother had just propped up for him. Ma's right. You're the one who snapped my leg. This is a blood debt you'll never wriggle out of, not in this lifetime. You set one foot outside this gate today, and tomorrow, I'll have somebody carry me to the Commune Revolutionary Committee to report you for deliberate assault, get you thrown in a cell, and put a bullet in your head. Gu Yu, cowering by the doorframe and nursing the shoulder the door had slammed into, sidled over with a nasty little gleam in his eye. Big Brother's making perfect sense. Guzhan, you'd better weigh this carefully. Today you put Brother Tieshuan in the dirt, and you crippled Big Brother's leg. That's 2 criminal cases hanging over your head, and you're still daydreaming about splitting off? Right now. Even if you knelt down and cracked your skull open on the ground begging Uncle and Annie for mercy, they still might not say yes. He paused, the black mole at the corner of his mouth hitching upward viciously as a scheming, cold little smile spread across his face. The brigade's digging the irrigation canal come winter. If you leave, who's going to do the grunt work? Better to admit you were wrong like a decent person, pay back every grain ration and work point you owe this household first. Besides, you can't even shake a single coin out of your pocket. Split off, and you won't even have a place to beg for food. Am I wrong? Outside the wall, the fence-sitting gossip shifted right along with the wind. That's fair, though. You can't break a man's leg and just walk away. Exactly. If he up and left, wouldn't that make him one of those drifters who causes trouble and runs? Forget splitting off. First figure out how to scrape together money for that leg. Voice after voice poured into the yard, every one of them stiffening the spine of the main household. Gu Dahu saw the tide had turned completely in his favor, and the spinelessness he'd shown with a blade at his throat evaporated. He puffed himself back up into the family patriarch. Guzhan, listen. Your uncle's lived this long by one simple truth. A man's got to have a conscience. He craned his thick neck, the slabs of fat on his face bunching together, arranging himself into a nauseating picture of patient, well-meaning concern. Your ma and pa died when you were little. Me and your aunt raised you and your sister up. Even when we were chewing husks and swallowing chaff, did we ever short you a single bowl of cornmeal porridge? Those patched clothes on your back, didn't this household give you those too? Now you're not even done growing, and you've got the nerve to pull a knife and tear this family apart. Word of this gets out. Aren't you afraid the whole village will point fingers till your backbone snaps? Never shorted a bowl of cornmeal porridge. Never shorted a patched shirt. Every grain, every drop of oil in this house. Which of it hadn't I earned? And those clothes were Gu Hong's and Gu Yu's cast-offs, worn out and thrown away. I pushed a puff of air out through my nose. Contempt, distilled. The honest, browbeaten 17-year-old of my last life would have crumbled on the spot hearing that whole guilt trip routine, probably would have dropped to his knees, sick with shame, and begged forgiveness. But the thing standing inside this young body now was an iron-blooded ghost who'd fought 30 years in the business world and gotten skinned alive at the end of it by so-called family. I'd heard this hypocritical script so many times my ears had grown calluses. Wasn't this just the entry-level version of the disgusting for the good of the family PUA routine Gu Erlang would be running 50 years from now? First crush you under the banner of morality, then chain you down with the debt of gratitude, and finally have you turning the millstone like a blind donkey, glad to work yourself to death for them your whole life. And right on cue, at exactly the right moment, with the heat turned up just so, second Uncle Gu Erlang, who'd been tucked away in the shadow of the courtyard wall this whole time, finally got the entrance he'd been waiting for. He knocked the ash out of his tobacco pipe, slow and deliberate, clasped his hands behind his back, and paced out with measured steps, stopping dead center between me and Gu Dahu. Guzhan. Gu Erlang let out a heavy sigh. The "this hurts me more than it hurts you" look on his face pitched to perfection. Your second uncle understands. You're young. You've got a temper. You've been wronged, and you want to strike out on your own. I get it. He paused on purpose, those narrow snake eyes sweeping over everyone inside the yard and out, before continuing in the weighty tone of an elder. But have you thought it through? Splitting off is easy to say. Once you're out, what are you going to live on? You've got no private plot, no grain ration quota, not a single work point to your name. It's the dead of winter. You don't even have a shack to block the wind. If it were just you living on air, fine. But are you going to drag Linger out to beg with you? He shook his head slowly, and that whole sorrowful, compassionate posture was more than enough to fool 90% of the simple villagers watching. I'm not standing up here today to take anybody's side. I'm standing here because I'm genuinely afraid you'll do something stupid and back yourself into a corner you can't get out of. He leaned in slightly, locked his eyes onto mine, and delivered the last line soft, slow, and utterly merciless. The second you leave the Gu family table, Gujun, you are nothing. The words landed in that courtyard like a funeral bell. Wang Hohat smiled. Gu Dahu let out a long breath. Gu Hong and Gu Yu had triumph glittering in their eyes. Even the villagers outside the wall nodded quietly along. An invisible, poison net was drawing closed from every direction, ready to crush me flat. Behind me, Gu Ling's fingers clenched tighter. Her thin frame trembled in the cold wind, teeth biting down hard on her lower lip. Hard enough to break the skin, hard enough to taste the sweet iron of blood. The girl understood too well. Second uncle's words cut like a knife because they were true. In an era where you couldn't take a single step outside the brigade, with no grain registration, no private plot, splitting off really did mean nothing but death. Her brother wanted to protect her. But what did her brother have to fight a world this merciless? Gidge. Gu Ling's voice was as light as a dandelion seed on the wind, thick with congestion and a heartbreaking kind of despair. Maybe we should just drop it. I won't make trouble anymore, Gidge. I'll accept my fate. At those words, my body, rigid as an iron tower, finally moved. Slowly, so slowly, I turned my head, lowered my eyes, and looked at my own little sister, so thin her shoulders couldn't even fill out her clothes. Black mud caked half her face. Around her skinny wrist was a ring of terrible purple bruising, left there when Li Tieshuan had dragged her around like livestock. Her eyes were swollen red from crying, tears cutting tracks down her dirty cheeks. And yet what she said to me was, let it go. I accept my fate. That image, that tone of voice, it tore through 50 years and drove straight into my heart. Exactly like the girl on the back of that ox cart 50 years ago, turning around, sobbing, screaming. Gidge, don't follow. Gidge, live well. I stared hard at my sister, jaw clenched so tight my teeth ground together, the veins at my temples jumping one after another. I didn't say a single word. I just freed my left hand and, with a steady, immovable strength, laid it over her small, cold, trembling one, wrapping it up tight. You don't have to accept anything. I'll get us both through this. I turned back around and faced the entire Gu family courtyard. Looked at the greed written all over Wang Hohat's face. Looked at Gu Dahu putting on his blustering act, all bark and no bite. Looked at Gu Hong and Gu Yu scheming from the shadows. And right in front of me, Gu Erlang's long, sickening face, a human skin stretched over something that had never done a decent thing in its life. This nest of maggots, all of them fattening themselves on my blood. Right now they must think they've already won. They figure a 17-year-old with empty pockets, a kid who just broke another man's leg, has no choice but to be their draft animal for the rest of his life. Split the household? Keep dreaming. Alive, I'm the Gu family's old ox. Dead, I'm the Gu family's ghost. Cold wind lifted the loose black hair off my forehead. I stood at the center of every villager's line of sight, and I wasn't panicking, and I wasn't shouting. Instead, I said nothing at all. The corner of my cracked lips just curved into something cold. It wasn't the bitter smile of a man backed into a corner. It was the last sighting in of a starving wolf, one that had torn through fortunes worth tens of millions, right after confirming that every last piece of prey had wandered into a dead-end alley, right before the fangs came out. Hatchet in hand, I took a step forward. Not rushed, not agitated, unhurried, even. But that one step was enough. Wang Hohat, who a second ago had been planted in the middle of the yard doing her full elder of the family routine, choked off her curse mid-breath like a hen grabbed by the throat. Because I hadn't so much as glanced at her. My eyes were fixed entirely on the hatchet in my hand. The blood on the blade hadn't finished congealing. Dark red beads of it, mixed with rust, gave off a raw, iron stink under the gray light, the kind that raises the hair on the back of your neck. I lifted my left hand slowly, pressed a rough thumb against the spine of the blade, and dragged it along the edge, smoothing that glaring streak of red flat, bit by bit. It didn't look like a man handling a weapon. It looked like a man fondling some rare old antique. Gulp. Wang Hohat's throat worked audibly. Her heavy body instinctively shrank back half a step. Finally I spoke, voice neither loud nor soft, dead, and still as well water. Uncle, Auntie, if you're not willing, that's fine too. The moment the words left my mouth, I raised my head. Two beams of my gaze landed square on Wang Hohat's face. Every hair on her body stood on end. It was like being kicked into an ice pit. No glaring, no gritted teeth. My eyes were stagnant water, perfectly clean, without a trace of the warmth a living person is supposed to have. Only cold. The particular cold of a man who has actually seen blood, who has carried his own life loose on his belt. I pressed forward another step. The tip of the blade scraped the packed yellow earth, dragging out one dead straight white line. We don't split the household. Fine. I dropped my voice so that only the two of them, standing right in front of me, could hear it clearly. The blade tip lifted out of the dirt, a few grains of yellow soil clinging to it, and came to rest lightly on the shoulder of my washed-out homespun shirt. But from now on, when you go to sleep at night, Uncle, Auntie, you'd best keep one eye open. Stay alert. Wang Hohat's eyelid twitched violently. Today, it was Hong Ji's leg. I tilted my head. The last drop of blood slid down the spine of the blade and fell soundlessly onto my shoulder, blooming there into a dark red plum blossom. Tomorrow, in the dark, with the lamps out, whether it's an arm or a neck, well, hard to say. Every word came out like it had been crushed flat under a millstone and squeezed through. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't make a show of the threat. The tone was as ordinary as saying, "Looks like rain tomorrow, better bring the corn in." And it was exactly that calm that blew straight through Wang Hohat's defenses. Her thick legs started shaking, completely beyond her control, because now she finally understood. This useless nobody her household had worked like an ox for over a decade wasn't bluffing. He would genuinely take a life. You only had to look at how cleanly he'd cut down Li Tieshuan. Not an ounce of pretense in it. You. Wang Hohat's teeth chattered as she clawed at Gu Dahe's sleeve with a shaking hand. Gu Dahe wasn't doing much better. Cold air seemed to be blowing across the back of his neck, and those thick legs, the ones that usually swaggered through the whole village, retreated like they'd been filled with lead. He opened his mouth to pull rank as the elder uncle and curse me down, but the second he met my eyes, his lips moved and couldn't push out a single complete word. He'd been throwing his weight around this village for nearly 40 years. When had he ever seen a half-grown kid like this? There was nothing in that stare of a young man's reckless impulse. No, this was someone who had already run the numbers on the cost, already weighed a human life, and coldly arrived at the king of hell's arithmetic. Taking your whole family down with me is worth the price. You little animal, you wouldn't dare. Gu Dahe's voice was thin as air leaking out of a busted bellows. Uncle, you're more than welcome to find out whether I dare. I didn't press further. I didn't give back half an inch either. I just stood there with the bloody hatchet on my shoulder, steady as a mountain, like a clap of thunder waiting for the fuse. Outside the courtyard wall, the neighbors hanging on to watch the show since the shift too, and all their chattering cut off at once. They couldn't make out what was being muttered in there, but that pasty white on the faces of Gu Dahe and his wife. Anybody could read that. 3 paces away, Gu Erlang's pipe, the one that never left his hand, hung suspended in midair, the fingers pinching the mouthpiece gone quietly pale. The old fox narrowed his long, thin eyes, his mind churning. This kid's been remade from the bones out. Keep a ruthless troublemaker like that under this roof, and sooner or later he'll tear the whole Gu house down. And just then, while he was working out how to ride the current and get this plague god off his hands, I suddenly turned around. I straightened my spine and faced the dozens of gawkers craning their necks outside the courtyard wall. A flick of my wrist, and there was a dull thunk. I'd driven the hatchet into the yellow dirt at my feet. The blade sunk 2 inches deep, the handle still quivering in the air. I filled my lungs and let my voice slam into every last pair of ears. Neighbors, everybody's here today, so let me, Guzhan, lay it all out on the table. We're splitting the household. Me and my sister Lingzi. Today we're separating from the main branch, and that's final. The Gu family's private plot, a single grain of coarse rice, half a mud brick room, the pots and pans. I, Guzhan, won't take so much as a loose thread. I swept my gaze around the yard, every word landing like a stone. I'll walk out bare-assed, out with nothing but the clothes on my back. Those few sentences were like tossing a grenade into a dry field. The crowd outside the wall exploded, chatter rising from every direction. Split bare-assed? The kid's so worked up he's talking nonsense. Not a grain of rice. Then what's he gonna feed his own sister? Northwest wind and mud. Wang Hohat, still half scared to death, blinked, and the abacus beads in her head started clicking away. What? A bare-ass split? Not even a blade of grass. So the main branch keeps every single thing it owns? The greed that fear had briefly beaten down came crawling right back onto that mean, pinched face. But I gave her no chance to cut in. Also, I raised my voice, drowning out the noise inside and outside the yard. Li Tieshuan's 100 yuan of blood money, plus the 80 yuan in bribe price the main branch already took from him, plus 2 sacks of cornmeal converted to cash, 180 yuan total. I'll take on that debt. I paused, my eyes cutting like a blade toward Gu Hong, who lay in the mud clutching his broken leg and moaning. I'm the one who kicked Gu Hong's leg in two. A man answers for what he does. For the medical bills on that leg, I'll pay the main branch another 100. The courtyard went so quiet you could have heard a pin drop. I held up 2 rough, blackened fingers, my tone as calm as if I were buying a box of matches at the supply co-op. 180 plus 100. 280 yuan total. 280 yuan. In the countryside in 1977, that number was an astronomical figure heavy enough to crush a man. Wang Hohat's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a goose egg, her double chin sagging. Gu Dahe's hands shook, his eyeballs bulging like they might pop out. Li Tiechuan forgot all about his broken arm and just gaped, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Outside the wall, someone cried out, "Good heavens above! 280 yuan. You could put up 3 tile-roofed rooms at the head of the village with that. A kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Where's he going to dig up that kind of gold mine? Maybe he's gone off his head. Bragging's free, after all." Gu Erling's pipe stem, suspended in midair, twitched slightly. Something extremely complicated, shock mixed with calculation, flashed through those triangular eyes. I ignored every last word of the doubt around me. My eyes were locked hard on Gu Dahu and Wang Hohat. You've got 1 month. Within 1 month, I'll slap 280 yuan, not a cent short, down on the main branch's table. I dropped into a crouch, snapped off a dead twig by my foot, and gouged a hard line into the packed yellow earth. I have only one condition. I tossed the twig away, stood up in one motion, and let my gaze sweep the crowd. Right now, right here, go fetch the brigade party secretary. In front of the whole village, he draws up the papers separating our households and severing our ties. Once that paper's signed and thumbprinted, from this day on, Gu Zhen and Gu Ling have nothing to do with the main branch. Not in life, not in sickness, not in death. You take your broad sunny road. We'll take our begging bowl, and neither side owes the other a thing. The yard was so quiet you could hear the wind rustling through the dead branches. Wang Hohat's slanted little eyes darted back and forth, round and round. Her gaze scraped over me like a bone-scraping knife, from the coarse cloth jacket with 3 layers of patches, all the way down to the worn-out army sneakers about to split at the toes. 280 yuan. Out with nothing. Not a grain of rice taken. Those 3 things came together in that calculating head of hers, and the abacus started crackling. She swallowed hard. Whether this little bastard had taken bad medicine today or gotten possessed, she couldn't say. But one thing she knew better than anybody. I was a dirt-poor 17-year-old who couldn't even scrape together a fun or 2 from the brigade's year-end dividend. Where was I going to get 280 yuan? In your dreams. I wouldn't have the guts to rob the commune vault. Once that month was up and I couldn't produce a sum big enough to build 3 tile-roofed rooms, that paper would be worthless. But the kid had said it outright, out with nothing, which meant for that whole month, the main branch wouldn't have to spare me so much as a mouthful of thin gruel. Once I was out there starved down to skin and bone, unable to take the cold, wouldn't I come crawling back like a half-dead dog to beg at the door? And then wouldn't she get to set every rule she pleased? And even in the wildest case, if heaven went blind and I actually lucked into that money, well, that was 280 yuan. Wang Hohat's breathing turned heavy as a bellows. If that cash actually landed in her hands, the whole main branch could eat white flour till they burst for 3 years straight. Any way you added it up, the main branch came out miles ahead. Old man. Wang Hohat's hand shot out, 5 fingers clamping onto the soft flesh of Gu Dahe's side like a pair of pliers. She dropped her voice low, but the words came fast and urgent. Hurry up, tell him yes. Gu Dahu flinched at the pain and turned that thick, meaty face toward her, full of disbelief. Has your brain flooded? This kid just pulled a knife. Your brain's the one that's flooded. Wang Hohat leaned right into his ear, spitting the words through clenched teeth. Use that pig head of yours. He's a pauper. He can't come up with the money. The paper voids itself, and he crawls right back here to be our ox and horse for free the rest of his life. And if he does come up with it, that's 280 yuan in real, live bills. Then let him crawl off wherever he likes. That's 2 fewer freeloading mouths to feed, and every bit of grain we save is ours. Gu Dahu froze for a second. What little fear remained from having a hatchet at his throat was, in the face of 280 yuan, visibly being gnawed away to nothing by greed. Still, he played the head of the household for too many years to feel easy about it. He kept his voice down and asked, but what if? What if he really goes out and steals it? Rob somebody. Rob who, heaven? Wang Hohat didn't bother hiding the contempt on her face, and hocked a gob of phlegm into the yellow dirt. With that shabby, penniless. Like that, what supply and marketing co-op would even let him through the door? Gu Dahu's eyes darted back and forth twice. He ground his back teeth, and finally steeled himself. He cleared his throat, straightened his spine, and forced himself to take a big step forward. So that all the neighbors gawking outside the courtyard wall could hear him loud and clear, he pitched his voice up an octave. Guzhan. He jabbed a thick, stubby finger through the air at my nose. You spat those words out in front of the whole village yourself, and today your uncle is holding you to them. 280 yuan, 1 month, that's the deadline. You come up 1 cent short, and you can forget about ever stepping foot outside the Gu family gate. He let out a cold laugh, his face full of calculation. And if you can't put that cash on the table when the time's up, then you crawl right back here and work the fields for the eldest branch like a good boy. You'll be wiping your cousin Hong's ass and carrying his piss pot. And don't you ever breathe the words splitting the household again as long as you live. Terrified, I'd back out. Wang Hohat leapt forward and hollered toward the gate at the top of her lungs. Neighbors, you all bear witness for us. He said it himself, with his own mouth. Walking out with nothing, not so much as a blade of straw from the eldest branch. Nobody come crying later that we bullied our poor orphan nephew. The villagers outside the wall erupted into a buzz. Not bad, Gu Da has got this figured out. He can't lose. 280 yuan in a month? I don't think that kid could scrape together 28 cents for a pack of smokes. I stood in the middle of the courtyard, not a ripple on my face. I couldn't be bothered to let my gaze linger on Wang Hohat's smug expression. These two idiots thought they were so clever. They were congratulating themselves on slipping a noose around my neck, never realizing they'd already stuck their own heads in the guillotine. Deal, I said, 2 words from between thin lips. I was just turning to send someone for the party secretary to draw up the agreement. Hold it. A shriek like a screeching alley cat cut straight through the freshly struck bargain. Everyone turned to look. Li Tieshuan, who'd been rolling on the ground in agony a moment ago, had somehow found some demonic reserve of strength and hauled himself upright, swaying on his feet. He stood half doubled over, his left hand clamped down hard on the deep, still seeping gash on his right arm. His already ugly, shoehorn-shaped face was twisted into something demonic by pain and spite. Only those mung bean eyes glittered with the particular venom of a small-town thug. He'd been watching from the sidelines this whole time, cursing the eldest branch 6 ways to Sunday in his head. Dahu and his wife wanted to pacify me with a worthless IOU. But he was the one who'd actually bled today. If the deadline got pushed out a whole month, then what was the point of taking that blade? A month. Li Tieshuan spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm and cocked his neck at me, his voice as rough as a broken saw dragged across sheet metal. Who the hell's got a month to wait on you? The blood I lost today, that gonna flow back into my arm? The tension in the courtyard snapped tight again. Wang Hohat's face changed color, and she silently cursed the bastard for ruining everything. I turned slightly, my gaze settling coldly on Li Tieshuan. That look sent a chill down his back, but he'd made a career out of throwing his weight around in this village, and the pain was egging him on. He barked like a mad dog with its tail stepped on. Guzhan, don't you feed me any of that pie-in-the-sky garbage. You damn near hacked my arm off, and now you want to talk to me about a month? I've got exactly one thing to say today. He waded 2 steps forward, blood dripping from between his fingers and splattering on the dirt. He tilted up his pointed chin, mung bean eyes narrowing to slits. Right now? This second. You slapped that 100 yuan into my hand. Not 1 cent less. Before I could answer, his eyes slid past my shoulder and locked, like a starving wolf on a lamb, onto Gu Ling trembling behind me. And if you can't come up with the money right now. He bared a mouthful of yellow-crusted teeth in a sickening grin. Your uncle already took my bride price. That means I bought her, fair and square. So even if I have to drag her the whole way, I'm hauling this little bitch back to my con tonight. Gu Ling's body went rigid, like she'd been electrocuted. Her fingers spasmed around the back of my shirt, nails nearly digging into my flesh. You owe. You pay. That's just how the world works. No money. You pay with your body. Li Tieshuan was working himself into a frenzy. I'm taking her home today. Whenever you grow the balls to put real cash in front of me, you can come by her back. Go blow it out your ass. The voice came out of my throat low and hoarse, carrying a cold that went straight to the bone. It wasn't loud. There was no shouting, no threat in it. But precisely because it had no human warmth in it at all, that flat, dead calm was more chilling than any curse. The noise outside the courtyard wall cut off, all at once, as if sliced clean through with a knife. I turned around, putting my back to my sister, and faced the rabid dog head on. Li Tieshuan. I stared at him, my eyes as calm as if I were looking at a pile of rotting meat. Go ahead. Reach out and lay one finger on her. Try it. He stiffened his neck, veins bulging at his temple, forcing the menace back into his voice. You put a hand on me one more time and see what happens. By all means. Try. I didn't so much as blink. For light little words, and in them, an unmistakable death sentence. A prickle ran up Li Tieshuan's spine, and his feet shuffled half a step back before he could stop them. But his whole reputation in this village was built on not caring whether he lived or died. With this many neighbors watching, if he backed down from some punk kid over 2 sentences, how would he ever show his face again? Besides, he was a grown man who did heavy labor year-round, and he'd brought his boys with him. Why should he be scared of a half-dead pauper like me? Sanchuan, Zhuzi. He suddenly ripped his ruined voice raw, bellowing toward the gate. The crowd froze, then stirred. 2 thick-shouldered young men shoved through the onlookers and swaggered into the courtyard. The one on the left had a black oxhide whip coiled in his fist. The one on the right carried a thick wooden pole half as tall as he was over his shoulder. Both were the petty crooks who ran with Li Tieshuan on his usual thieving. "Brother Tieshuan, what's going on?" Zhuzi rumbled, then caught sight of the blood pouring down Li Tieshuan's arm, and his eyes went wide. "Help me tie the Gu girl to the ox cart." Li Tieshuan jerked his chin viciously toward Gu Ling, then pointed at me. "And if this punk shows his teeth, beat him within an inch of his life. Just don't finish him off." The 2 thugs exchanged a glance, hefted their weapons in their palms, and walked toward the center of the courtyard with cold smirks. Outside the wall, the villagers sucked in. Gasps rippled through the crowd. A few of the timid women covered their eyes. But nobody dared step in and get between these devils and their business. Gu Ling was shaking like a leaf in the wind. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably, and the last trace of color drained from her already malnourished little face. "Brother." A thread of a whimper squeezed out of her throat, and she shut her eyes in despair. I didn't even turn my head. That big, knuckled hand of mine dropped, slow and unhurried, and closed around the handle of the rusty machete still stuck in the packed dirt. Thunk! I ripped the bloody blade out of the ground, kicking up a small spray of yellow dust. On the edge, Li Tieshuan's blood had already dried into a dark, blackish crust, catching the dull light of the overcast sun with a cold gleam, the kind that says it'll swallow a man whole and won't spit out the bones. I flipped my wrist, held the blade level across my chest, tip angled slightly down, a line drawn in the earth, planted squarely in front of Gu Ling. Sanchuanzi and Zhuzi stopped dead, 3 steps out. "Come on." I raised my eyelids a fraction. In those black eyes there was no fear of being surrounded by 3 grown men. No hot-headed kid's rage. Just a calm so absolute it made your skin crawl. The calm of someone who'd already looked death in the face and shrugged. I stood there like a vengeful spirit guarding the gates of hell, and the message was clear. Take 1 more inch forward today, and you're not walking out of this yard standing up. Sanchuanzi swallowed. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he shot a look sideways at Zhuzi. Zhuzi had looked plenty tough a minute ago with that wooden club on his shoulder. Now, meeting my eyes, then glancing at the machete that had just carved a groove in Li Tieshuan's arm. His cloth shoes might as well have grown roots. He couldn't move an inch. Tieshuan, brother." Sanchuanzi stammered. "The kid's got a blade in his hand. I ain't blind, damn it." Li Tieshuan lost it completely. His right arm was useless, so he used his left to shove frantically at his 2 lackeys' backs. "There's one of him. You 2 are in one piece, plus me, that's 3. And you're scared of some scrawny brat who ain't even grown all his hair yet." "Scared ain't the word." Sanchuanzi licked his cracked lips. "But if it comes to blows and somebody gets cut bad, that's a murder case. I'll cover for you." Li Tieshuan's bloodshot bull eyes bulged, spit flying. "He swings first. That's attempted murder. I'll walk into the commune security office with these wounds and get him put in front of a firing squad." Having said it, Li Tieshuan knew he couldn't back down now. He ground his back teeth, snatched up a splintered chunk of the doorframe I'd kicked apart, a wedge of wood with a nail still jutting out of it, and took the first big step forward himself. "Grab her. Let's see how hard this kid's bones really are." Seeing their boss commit, and knowing what he'd do to them later if they didn't, Sanchuanzi and Zhuzi gritted their teeth, raised the whip and the club, and closed in from the front and both sides. 3 grown men bearing down. It was like a mountain tipping over on us. Gu Ling lost it entirely, throwing her arms around my waist and burying her whole face in the rough cloth of my back. Nothing left in her but one muffled sob of despair after another. I freed my left hand, reached back, and laid it steady on the back of her trembling head, tucking her in behind my spine. My right hand raised the machete slow, the tip carving a steady arc through the air before locking dead on the throat of Li Tieshuan, the one charging hardest. The air in that yard was pulled taut, like a steel wire about to snap. "Brother." Gu Ling's voice came muffled against my shirt, thick with tears. I didn't look back. I just said, "Lo, close your eyes. Don't be scared." My gaze went arctic. "Long as I'm standing here, the king of heaven himself couldn't touch a hair on your head." That was when a sharp shout exploded from outside the courtyard wall. "I'd like to see who's got the nerve to snatch a girl by force on my brigade's land." Not a loud voice, but it carried the weight of 40 years of authority, and it landed in that chaotic yard like an iron anvil. The crowd of onlookers split open on its own. An old man with graying hair, hands clasped behind his back, wearing a navy mouse suit washed pale with age, stepped over the threshold with a face like thunder. Wang Degui, brigade party secretary, past 60, and his back was straighter than any of these young punks in the yard. His hawk eyes swept the scene, the bloody mud on the ground, Gu Hong twitching and clutching his broken leg, Li Tieshuan cradling his arm and howling, and me, standing there with a bloody blade, shielding my sister. He took in all of it in one look. The second Sanchuanzi and Zhuzi saw him, the whip and the club went behind their backs and their feet started sliding backward. Even Li Tieshuan's stuck pig squealing choked off in his throat. Everybody in the village knew Wang Degui was an old party member, and his word carried weight at the Commune Revolutionary Committee. If he took this to the security office, not one of these tough guys would keep his head on straight. Secretary Wang, Gu Dahu ducked his neck and produced a smile uglier than crying, edging over to butter him up. Wang Degui didn't so much as glance at him. He walked straight to the center of the yard, planted himself, and went after Li Tieshuan first. Li Tieshuan, abducting a woman in broad daylight. You think this is still the old days, with landlords running the show? You want me to recite for you exactly what buying and selling women gets you these days? Li Tieshuan's legs wobbled, but he stiffened his neck and argued. Secretary Wang, you can't just say things like that. I paid a solid 80 yuan bride price. It's all above board. How's that abduction? 80 yuan makes it above board. Wang Degui sneered. The higher-ups preach free choice marriage every single day. No arranged marriages, no buying and selling. You're dragging her by the arms, beating her, cursing at her. That look like free choice to you? Or would you rather come to the commune with me and explain it to the security officers? At the word security office, Li Tieshuan's long, shoehorn face went white. His mouth opened. Not half a syllable came out. Wang Degui turned, and the barrel swung to Gu Dahu. Gu Dahu, you decided your own niece's marriage all by yourself, took the bride price, and stuffed it in your own pocket. The girl fights it with everything she's got, and you break out the rope. Are you a proper commune member, or a human trafficker out of the old society? Gu Dahu's thick legs went soft, and he tried to shrink his neck down into his collar. SEC, Secretary, this is a family matter, the Gu family's own business. Family matter? Family matter my ass. Wang Degui was genuinely furious now. He jabbed a finger at the puddle of blood on the ground. You've beaten people till they're bleeding out on the dirt, and you call that a family matter? Then he swung the finger back to Li Tieshuan. And that arm? You got that coming here to steal a girl. You want to go file a complaint with the security office? Fine. This old man will hand in a report of his own first. Turn in the evidence that you've been buying and selling human beings. Let's see which one of us eats a government peanut first. Li Tieshuan's face went a sick, bile green. That little bit of nerve he'd scraped together by bleeding all over the place got wiped clean by 2 or 3 sentences from Wang Degui. With the troublemaker cowed, Wang Degui waved a hand at the gawkers beyond the wall. All right, that's enough. Break it up. Anybody with fieldwork, get out there and do it. The commune members pulled their necks in and mumbled agreement, but their feet dragged. The show wasn't over yet. Only then did Wang Degui turn around and settle his gaze on me. I didn't say a word. I just twisted my wrist and stabbed the bloody billhook back into the dirt. Gu Zhun, talk. What happened here? I raised my head and laid the whole thing out in a few sentences. No crying, no scene, every word landing exactly where it needed to. Wang Degui listened, then went silent for a full 5 seconds. He studied this 17-year-old kid and marveled to himself. The boy used to be a clam that never opened its mouth. Today he seemed reborn. That kind of cold, patient ruthlessness, that wasn't ordinary. You were just hollering about splitting off from the family? Split the household. Sever the family tie. I looked him straight in the eye, each word landing like a stone. Bare ass split. I walk out with nothing, not one stalk of straw from the main branch. Li Tieshuan's 100 yuan blood money, the 80 yuan bride price the main branch pocketed, and 100 for Gu Hong's broken leg. 280 total. 1 month's time. I carry all of it myself. Wang Degui's brows knotted up. 280 yuan. He'd been party secretary most of his adult life. He knew exactly what that number meant. A family of 5 working the fields dawn to dark for work points could burn incense and thanks if they had a few dozen yuan left at year's end. And where's it coming from? Hard cash on the table inside a month. I didn't explain further. There wasn't a crack in my eyes. Wang Degui looked at me a long moment, then slowly nodded. Fine. He turned to Li Tieshuan. You hear that? Gu Zhen's taking on your 100 yuan, 1-month deadline. Today you don't take so much as one hair off this girl. This filthy marriage is void. You don't like it? We can walk over to the commune security office right now. Li Tieshuan's lips trembled. Beside him, San Chuanzi grabbed his sleeve and hung on for dear life. Brother Tieshuan, A smart man doesn't take a beating he can dodge. The commune security office isn't something we want to poke at. Fine. Li Tieshuan ground the word out through his back teeth and jabbed a vicious finger at me. 1 month. I want to see where you're going to steal that kind of money. You come up 1 fin short, and I'll take it out of your hide. Threat delivered. He cradled his broken arm and let them haul him toward the gate. Passing Gudahu, he jerked to a stop. That 80 yuan bride price. You people in the main branch cough it up first. The instant Wang Hohat heard money was coming out of her pocket, her eyeballs nearly popped loose. Give it back? On what grounds? You're the one who came crawling after this match. Besides, Guzhan already agreed to pay it for us. You want your refund? Go get it from him. What's it got to do with the main branch? Li Tieshuan stamped in fury. You black-hearted fat sow. Money goes in your pocket and never comes out. Your face is wider than my ass. The two of them tore into each other again like mad dogs. Both of you shut your mouths. Wang Deguai slammed a palm down on the battered square table hard enough to rattle its legs. He pointed at Wang Hohat. The main branch took the bride price. The main branch cooked up the scheme. No wedding, no money. Giving it back is only right. Wang Hohat's brows twisted into braids. Her eyes rolled around, and suddenly she went full deadbeat. Secretary. Fine, we'll give it back. She slapped her thigh. But Guzhan only cut himself loose. He never said anything about Gu Ling. Gu Ling still belongs to the main branch. She was never split off. Li Tieshuan wants a girl. Let him drag Gu Ling away to settle the debt and be done with it. Beyond the wall came a chorus of sharp breaths. That Wang Hohat really has no shame. Selling her own niece like livestock. And when it blows up, she shoves the girl right back into the fire. Is that something a human being does? Wang Hohat let it all wash off her, thrusting out her barrel of a waste, a dead pig that had stopped fearing boiling water. Wang Deguai's beard shook with rage. Before he could erupt, my cold voice cut in. That money. I'll carry that too. Wang Deguai turned to look at me. 280 yuan, not a fun less. I'll carry it. My face was hard. But the severance document has to state plainly that it's both of us, me and Lingzi, cutting clean from the main branch. Together. Wang Deguai gave me a long, deep look. A 17-year-old boy, knowing full well the road ahead was a dead end, shouldering a mountain of debt without so much as a blink. Not for himself, purely to shield the frail little sister standing behind him. All right, I'll put it in writing for you. He fished a fountain pen and a hardbound notebook out of his mouse-suit pocket, sat down at the square table, and wrote fast. 2 documents. The first, a promissory note. Guzhan owes Li Tieshuan 100 yuan in blood compensation. Owes Gu Dahu 80 yuan as return of the bride price. Owes Gu Hong 100 yuan in medical costs. 280 yuan total, to be repaid within 1 month. The second, a deed of severance. He wrote this one slowly, bearing down on every character. As of this date, the siblings Guzhan and Gu Ling sever all clan ties with the main branch of the Gu family, completely and permanently. In age, sickness, and death, neither party concerns the other. In poverty or prosperity, neither party has claim on the other. Witnessed and guaranteed by Brigade Party Secretary Wang Deguai. He finished and smacked the pen down on the table. Everybody over here. Sign and put your thumbprint on it. Wang Hohat snatched up the promissory note with shaking hands and counted the figures twice from top to bottom, terrified a 0 might be missing. Only when she was satisfied did she jam her thumb into the ink pad and mash it down. Gu Dahu stamped his after her. Then it was my turn. I walked to the table and didn't touch the ink pad at all. I raised my right hand, brought it to my mouth, and bit down hard on the pad of my thumb. My jaw clamped, the skin split, and a bead of dark red welled up between my teeth. Expressionless, I pressed that bloody thumb down onto the signature line of the severance deed with a hard smack and held it there, grinding it flat. A single blazing red handprint, left forever on that yellowed sheet of paper, an iron seal that snapped every last thread between me and the main branch. Seeing my print go down, Wang Hohat panicked that I might change my mind. She swept the promissory note into her arms and tucked it against her skin, then grabbed Gu Dahu and turned to go. 2 steps out, she spun back and spat at me. Remember it. 1 month. You can't produce that 280. Don't blame me for peeling the skin off the both of you. Gu Erlang, who'd been tucked in the shadow of the wall enjoying the show this whole time, finally tapped the ash off his cigarette at his leisure and shook his head with a theatrical sigh. AI, this child, just born without the sense to know good from bad. The hypocrisy in that voice was enough to turn a stomach. I didn't even lift an eyelid. Dogs bark. Wang Deguai folded up my copy of the Severance of Kinship and handed it over. Hold on to it. I took it with both hands and tucked it deep into the innermost pocket of my coarse cotton jacket. Guzhan, there's a public shack down by the reservoir at the end of the village. The watchman used to live there. It's empty now. Take your sister and go stay there for the time being. Wang Degui dropped his voice, and there was real kindness in it. And if you ever can't put food on the table, come find me at the brigade office. I looked at the old party secretary, brought my feet together, and bowed deep from the waist. I won't forget this, Secretary Wang. Thank you. Wang Degui waved it off, sighed, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked out the gate. The crowd that had come for the show drifted off after him. At last the big old Gu family courtyard went quiet. I turned around. 15-year-old Gu Ling was still crouched in the dirt like a spooked kitten. The raw red scrapes on her knees, the ugly ring of purple bruising around her thin little wrist. Under that gray sky, they stood out like wounds. I walked over, bent down, and held out my hand. Come on, Ling. Let's go home. She lifted her tear-streaked face and stared at me blankly, then put her grubby little hand in mine. I pulled her to her feet. Neither of us looked back at that house that ate people alive. Side by side, we walked the rutted dirt road toward the end of the village, one step at a time. The shack by the reservoir was falling apart, wind whistling straight through it. 3 walls of mud brick, all of them ready to come down, and the 4th one facing the water, so damp you could have wrung it out like a rag. The thatch on the roof had rotted away long ago. Look up, and you could see daylight. Half a broken wooden door hung crooked in its frame, creaking every time the wind hit it. Inside there was nothing but a low bed of stacked mud bricks and a pile of moldy straw. Not even a chipped bowl to drink out of. Ling stood in the doorway looking at this drafty little hovel, and the tears she'd just managed to swallow came pouring down again. Gidge. She scrubbed at her eyes with her rough sleeve, but they wouldn't stay dry. 280 yuan. How are we ever going to pay that back? We couldn't earn that if we sold our own lives. Brother, I'm sick and useless. I've dragged you down with me. I went over, lifted the same hand that had pressed a bloody fingerprint onto that document, and wiped the mud-streaked tears off her face with my thumb, bit by bit. Don't cry, Ling. The hand I had shoved in my pants pocket paused for just a second. Deep in my consciousness, in the Xianling space, hundreds of tons of gleaming white polished rice, tens of thousands of brand-new army greatcoats, crate after crate of imported medicine that could pull a man back from the grave, and suitcase after suitcase packed with gold bars worth 50 million. All of it lay quietly on that expanse of black soil. In an era this starved for goods, a fingernail's worth of any of it was a nuclear weapon that would flatten everything in its path. I glanced out the door at the howling cold wind and the leaden sky. The wind bit at my face, but there was a wildfire kindling in my eyes. 280 yuan. That's nothing. I looked down at her, one corner of my mouth curling up. Trust me, from here on out, nobody's ever pushing us around again. I'll see you eating well and living well for the rest of your life. The wind slammed against the broken door and set it rattling in its frame. I led Ling over the half-collapsed threshold and took a look around. Some house this was. The cracks in the 3 walls were wide enough to fit half a fist through, and the cold poured in through every one of them and down the back of your neck. The floor was nothing but crumbled mud and rotting straw, and the black cobwebs up in the rafters were bigger than a wash basin. I was just working out where to start when something flickered in front of my eyes. No warning. This time it wasn't that blood-red countdown coming from my life. A line of characters glowing pale blue hung squarely in midair, like a half-transparent notice board. Beginner survival mission. Settle the 280 yuan debt within 1 month. Mission reward. Xianling space evolution. Choose one of 3. I stared at it for 3 seconds. Choose one of 3? So this space could level up? I laughed coldly to myself. Whatever god or ghost was behind this thing, now it wanted to give me performance reviews. But I didn't waste time on it. The mess in front of me was more urgent than any upgrade. 280 yuan, in 1977, was an astronomical figure, enough to crush an entire family. To me, it was scraps. One sweep of my mind through that space, and I could pull out something from a corner that wouldn't even register as a loss. What actually mattered was how to launder that money clean, make it look legitimate, so that the Gu family and every green-eyed gossip in the village couldn't find a single thread to pull. Gidge. A muffled, snuffly voice behind me, shaking no matter how she tried to hold it steady. I turned around. Ling was crouched by the mud brick bed, both hands clenched tight around the knees of her pants, patched 7 or 8 times over, curled into a tiny ball. Half her face was buried against her knees, and her thin shoulders were jerking with sobs. It's my fault. I'm holding you back. Her voice squeezed out from between her knees. 280 yuan. We could go without eating or drinking our whole lives and never pay it off. If it weren't for me, you'd never have burned every bridge with the first branch of the family. I didn't answer. I walked over and crouched down. My right hand covered the back of her frozen one. Her hand was so small, cold as a stone pulled out of an ice hole. The knuckles split open with chilblains. I tightened my grip, wrapped both her little hands inside my calloused palms, and tried to rub some warmth into them. Ling, look at me. She sniffled and slowly lifted her face. Her eyes were swollen up like two walnuts, the tip of her nose bright red, and the tears had washed two pale channels through the dirt on her cheeks. I looked at her. In my last life, the last time I saw this face, it was half a bruised purple chin sticking out from under a torn straw mat. I forced down the black fury rising in my chest and pulled up a careless grin. 280 yuan is nothing. She froze, forgetting even to cry. I rubbed the dirt off her cheek with my thumb. 1 month to scrape that together? That's more than enough time. I let go and patted her messy hair twice. Remember this. From now on, the two of us live for ourselves. We don't take anybody's dirty looks, and we don't take anybody's crap. She bit down hard on her lower lip, tears still swimming in her eyes. But looking at me standing over her like an iron tower, something finally lit up in those red, swollen eyes. She nodded hard. All right, no more crying. I straightened up, swept my eyes over this drafty wreck of a place, and frowned. Let's get this hole into shape first. People are going to be living here. It can be rough, but it's got to keep the wind out. She wiped her face in a hurry and pushed herself up against the edge of the bed. Okay, head out and gather some firewood along that stretch of woods by the reservoir. We'll need it for a fire later. I pointed out the door, adding pointedly, stay where I can see you. Don't wander off. Be back before dark. She chirped her answer, grabbed a frayed length of hemp rope, and shot out the door. I listened to her footsteps fade. I walked to the doorway, watched her shadow disappear into the dead trees, and pulled the battered wooden door shut behind me. Then I moved to the center of the room, planted my feet, and closed my eyes. My mind sank inward, and the Xianling space unfolded in my head. I swept my consciousness across the garment factory inventory and locked onto a bundle of work-issue bedding shoved onto the bottom shelf. Drab flax gray, the fabric coarse and heavy, completely unremarkable. I pulled the bundle straight into my hands. Up close, I spotted it, a nylon label stitched into the corner of the duvet cover with white thread, tiny print reading, XX Textile, Mill No. 1. That had to go. I pinched the thread in with my thumb and yanked. Rip. The label tore free, stitches and all. I flung it into the deepest dead corner of the space. Then I turned the bedding inside out and went over every inch of it, making sure there wasn't a single trace of modern machine stitching anywhere. Only then did I stop. A buckwheat pillow, a thick mattress pad, and a 10-jean solid cotton quilt. All in the plainest flax gray. Dropped this set on a farmhouse Kong in 1977, and anybody who saw it would just assume somebody had dug it out of a commune storehouse. Next, I borrowed a new broom and a few rags from the general goods section of the supermarket. I shredded the broom's plastic wrapping and scraped the barcode off the bamboo handle with the back of my machete. For rags, I picked the cheapest plain white gauze, not even a hemmed edge on them. Last, I fished out a small, unlabeled tub of quick-dry putty. I dumped everything on the floor, rolled up my sleeves, and got to work. First, the filth on the ground. Rotten straw, broken brick, cobwebs. I raked and swept it all out the door and down the dirt slope. 3 hard passes with the broom, until the packed earth floor showed its original color. Next, the drafts. I loaded the rags with putty and worked it into the wall cracks, seam by seam. Where that ran short, I went out and dug up a handful of wet clay from the reservoir bank, mixed it with chopped grass, and packed the gaps solid as a fortress wall. The holes in the roof letting daylight through were beyond real repair, so I pulled a few armfuls of thatch that hadn't rotted all the way, laid it crosswise in 2 layers to seal them off, and weighted it down with a couple of big stones. I stripped the rotting mat off the earthen bed, went out, yanked up a big bundle of dry thatch, and spread a thick layer down as a base. Mattress pad over the grass, quilt over the pad, pillow at the head. The moment that coarse flax bedding was spread out, that miserable little hovel actually took on a warm, lived-in feel. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and stepped back to look. Cracks sealed, floor clean, bed soft. 100 times better than the wreck I'd walked into. The kind of place even a beggar would have turned his nose up at. Guh, I got it. Linger's breathless shout came from outside. The little thing came staggering in with a huge bundle of dead branches, half her face hidden behind it, wobbling through the doorway like a little hedgehog. Clatter. She dumped the wood by the stove. She straightened up, rubbing her aching arms, and glanced around the room, and froze like someone had nailed her to the spot. She rubbed her eyes with the back of one dirty hand, opened them, and looked again. Go. Is this the same shack we walked into? Her mouth hung open wide enough to fit a whole egg. Her gaze traveled from the smooth-swept floor to the sealed wall seams, then locked onto the earthen bed with its gray bedding. Where'd the thick quilt come from? Found it in that busted crate in the corner. I said it without so much as a blink, jerking my chin toward the corner. Sure enough, there stood a black wooden chest with half its bottom rotted out, one I dragged in from the ruins outside earlier for exactly this purpose. She sidled over, half believing me, peered into the crate, then turned back and ran her hand over the bedding. The coarse, heavy flax brushed against her chilblained fingertips, soft and warm. This really came out of that crate. What else? You think the wind blew it in? I raised an eyebrow. She didn't think it through. She just crouched down by the bed, pressed her frost-blue little face into the quilt and rubbed against it. And her nose stung as the tears welled up again. Goo, this quilt's so warm. Her voice came out muffled and shaking, but that kind of contentment, something she'd never known before, hit me like a punch. I turned my face away and swallowed hard. Get the fire going, I said, my throat a little dry. It'll be dark soon. She sniffed hard, scrambled up, hauled over a bundle of kindling, and stuffed it into the earthen stove, 3 stones stacked in the corner. Goo, we're in trouble. We came out here without a fire starter. She stamped her foot in panic. Back up a couple steps. I crossed to the stove in a few strides, my broad back blocking her view. With my left hand, I picked up 2 walnut-sized stones. With my right, in the split second my body screened her, I reached into the space and pulled out the cheapest plastic lighter a modern convenience store had to offer. Thumb down. Click. A blue flame shot up and caught the dry grass. I let go, and the lighter vanished into thin air. Conjuring things out of nothing. I had that trick down cold. I made a show of knocking the 2 stones together against my knee, then tossed them beside the ash pile. Flint from this reservoir's the real deal. 2 strikes and you've got sparks. The flames licked up the firewood, and it went off in a string of sharp cracks and pops. Orange light flared up and filled the little shack from wall to wall. The temperature climbed fast, forcing that knife-edged wind at the door back a good half-foot. Linger squatted by the stove and held her numb hands over the flames. Her red fingers slowly uncurled. Firelight played across her face, making those swollen eyes glisten. Goo, it's so warm, she mumbled, the corner of her mouth pulling into a small dimple. I looked down at her, clapped the dust off my hands, and stood. You watch the fire. I'm going out for a bit. For what? It's pitch black out there. See if I can catch a fish in the shallows. Can't go to bed on empty stomachs. With that, I grabbed the machete and pushed out the door. I circled around to the blind spot behind the shack, at the bottom of the dirt slope, and made sure there wasn't a soul around. Nothing but the wind. My mind dove into the space again, straight for the refrigerated section. A dozen odd heavy-duty freezers sat crammed in the corner, packed with premium seafood frozen rock solid. And meat. I rummaged around for a minute and pulled out a wild carp, a good pound or so. Any bigger and I'd scare my sister. Any smaller, and it wouldn't even fill the hollow in that starved little body of hers. When the carp landed in my hand, there was still a layer of glaring white frost and ice crystals clinging to its skin. I squatted down at the edge of the reservoir, pushed the fish under the cold water, and scrubbed it hard, over and over, until that shell of ice and that frozen stiff feel had softened out of it. Then I jammed my thumb into the gill, hauled the stone-dead carp up, and marched back to the house. Linger, take a look at this. At the sound of me coming in, Guling poked her fuzzy head out, and her eyes went round as saucers. A fish. That big a fish. Brother, you caught that in the reservoir in this cold. Some dumb fish got itself wedged in the rocks in the shallows. I just reached in and grabbed it. I slapped the fish down on the busted plank we used as a table. Go find a clean, flat slab of stone outside. Your brother's making you fish soup tonight. Guling shot out the door like a rabbit on a sugar high and came back hugging a big flat stone. I picked up the rusty hatchet, scaled the fish, split the belly, gutted it. Clean, quick work, not a drop of blood splashed. Chopped the meat into a few big chunks. I found a clay pot in the corner, washed it out, filled it most of the way with clean water, and set it straight over the open flame in the stove pit. No salt, no ginger, no scallion, not even a splash of wine to cut the fishy smell. But the second the water boiled and those chunks started tumbling and bubbling, the broth cooked down thick and milky white. That pure, unadulterated smell grew legs and filled every corner of the little thatched hut. Guling crouched by the fire, eyes big as brass bells, glued to that cracked clay pot. I heard her swallow, again and again. She bit down on it and never once said she was hungry. I picked a broad banana leaf from outside the door, washed it, rolled it into a funnel of a bowl, ladled it more than half full of the rich broth with the fat floating on top, and held it out to her. Drink. Guling cupped the scalding green leaf in both trembling hands, puffed out her cheeks and blew on it twice, then brought it to her lips for one small sip. The sweetness of the fish slid down her tongue into that shriveled stomach. Her whole body jolted, and then she was drinking like a starving wolf cub, gulp after gulp down her throat. She licked the leaf dry and put away both white chunks of meat too. Then she held the one remaining backbone in her fingers, sucked it again, and finally wrapped the bone up carefully in the hem of her shirt, unwilling to throw it out. Watching her hoard it like a hamster, I took the other half of the fish from my own banana leaf and pushed it in front of her. I filled up on water. Can't eat another bite. It's all yours. Guling shook her head hard, like a rattle drum. Brother, you swung a blade at a man today. You've been running around all day. You have to eat. You're the one doing the heavy work. Since when do you talk this much? I said eat, so eat. I drew my brows down and put on a hard face. Guling pressed her pale lips together and lowered her head. She reached out with grubby fingers, picked up the pieces of fish, and fed them to herself in tiny bits. Chewing, and the tears came again, out of her control, dropping onto that ragged cotton coat, going down into her empty stomach mixed with the taste of fish soup. She didn't wipe them away. I didn't tell her to stop. By the time the meal was done, the sky outside was as black as an overturned pot. The firewood in the stove was burning strong, and the leaping red light held all the cold of the 12th month out beyond the crack in the door. Guling kicked off her ruined cloth shoes, crawled into the earthen bed with its new bedding, and pulled the thick quilt up to her chin. The roller coaster of a day had wrung every drop of strength out of her 15-year-old body. The first branch of the family pressing in step by step, Li Tieshuan refusing to let go, the all-or-nothing gamble of splitting off and cutting ties, and then this sudden warmth welling up in a broken-down shack. It all came down like hammer blows, and her eyelids kept sliding shut. Brother. Her voice came out of the quilt, thick and nasal. Now that we've left the Gu family, can we really make it? We can. I sat cross-legged by the stove, the firelight carving deep shadows into my thin, hard face. Go to sleep. Guling's lips moved. She looked like she wanted to ask about that killer sum, 280 yuan. But sleep came over her like a tidal wave, and her breathing stretched long and even. She burrowed deep into the quilt, like a kitten that had been scared half to death and finally found a warm nest, and went out cold. The room was quiet. Nothing but the crack and pop of dry wood. I got up slowly, walked over to that half-hanging broken door, and looked out sideways. Under the sickly white moon, the surface of the reservoir was a sheet of iron mirror giving off cold light, and the bald hills in the distance lay in the dark like sleeping beasts. I pulled my eyes back and took stock of my new home, for bare walls. One bed that let the wind through. One salvaged, cracked clay pot. One stove made of piled stones. That was every visible thing my sister and I owned in this godforsaken era. Not enough. Not even close. You need a table and stools to eat at. You need a sharp blade to cut wood. Hell, you need an enamel mug just to drink hot water. Starting tomorrow, I'd get it all, one piece at a time. I turned, pulled the two thickest logs out of the woodpile, and threw them in the stove to bank the fire. Red tongues of flame licked up the dead wood, lighting up a pair of black, bottomless eyes. Deep down in them, a wildfire churned, the kind that could burn a whole prairie flat. No hurry. I had tens of millions in supplies sitting in my storage. Let those fools in the first branch enjoy themselves a couple more days. The real show was about to start. The sky had barely turned gray, and the wind off the reservoir still carried that vicious, bone-cutting edge. The fire in the stove had burned down to a heap of ash-white charcoal, with a few dull red sparks flaring and fading in the draft. I opened my eyes. My gaze went first to that half-a-broken door letting in the wind, then over to the side. Guling was still curled up in the quilt, balled up like a shrimp, her breathing so light you could barely hear it. Just a tuft of messy yellow hair sticking out at the top. 15 years, this girl had lived like a bird that's already been shot at. Last night was probably the first sound sleep of her life. I didn't make a sound. I sat up carefully, rolled my shoulders a couple of times. The joints gave a soft crack. This 17-year-old body could take a beating. Yesterday, between the fighting and the shouting, I'd nearly coughed up blood, one night's sleep, and except for the sore muscles, all the strength was back. I pushed open that half-rotten wooden door, and the cold air hit me damp in the face. I pulled my rough cloth jacket tighter and headed around back. Out I went. On the south side of the reservoir, up against a dirt slope, grew a stand of wild mozo bamboo. That bamboo had been growing a good 10 years or more. Nobody in the village wanted to hike out this far to cut it, so the old culms at the base had gotten as thick as a man's forearm. I'd worked it all out last night, right after I moved in. This rundown thatched shack was bare as a bone, not even a surface to set a bowl on. You can't eat squatting in the dirt, and if I was going to furnish the place, lumber would take too long. Bamboo was the way to go. Dry yellow leaves crunched underfoot as I came to a stop at the edge of the grove. I turned my head left, then right, hawk eyes sweeping the area fast. Bare dirt sloped to the left, reservoir to the right, and the nearest farmhouse was 2 li off. Even if somebody was out early collecting manure, there was no way they'd wander up here at this hour. Safe. Confirming I was alone, I flipped my wrist behind my back. One shift of thought and the notched, rusty machete tucked into my waistband vanished, replaced by 2 very modern items. Left hand, a high-carbon steel industrial handsaw. Rubberized non-slip grip molded to my palm, teeth as fine and mean as a shark's. glinting cold blue in the morning light. Back in my 5 warehouses, this was top-shelf stuff, the kind the electronics plant used for cutting PVC conduit. Right hand, a folding tactical outdoor axe. Black steel, quenched, weight balanced to perfection. Holding the pair of them, I felt a cold grin pull at the corner of my mouth. In my last life, I'd been a laborer at a brick kiln. 18 years old, hacking at bamboo on the back hill with a machete so dull the edge rolled over, palms shredded with blood blisters. One old comb the width of a soup bowl could eat up the better part of an hour, and by the end my back wouldn't straighten. Now, I stepped up to the thickest stalk, planted my feet one forward, one back, and drove the power up from my waist. The tactical axe came around with a tearing hiss of air and bit into the base of the bamboo without a hitch. Crack, snap. The report echoed through the grove. Not a hint of drag. That steel edge went through a comb thicker than my forearm, like it was warm tofu. The tall bamboo shuddered, then came down with a crash across the clearing. The cut face was smooth as machine work, not a single splintered fiber. One swing. One. I looked down at the axe in my hand, then at the bamboo on the ground, and a deep, satisfying rush ran through me. The feeling of steamrolling an entire era. I didn't stop. Straight to the next one. Wherever the nodes were packed too tight and dense, I switched to the saw. 3 or 4 strokes, back and forth, and a segment of bamboo hard as iron dropped clean to the ground. If the old bamboo craftsman from the production brigade had seen this pace, he'd have clawed his own eyeballs out on the spot. In less time than it takes to drink a cup of tea, 6 prime, thick mozo combs lay stripped and stacked on the ground. I flipped the modern tools back into the Xianling space, conjured the beat-up machete again, and hung it back on my belt. I was bent over cutting the poles into shorter lengths, deliberately hacking and scraping with the crappy machete to fake a crude handmade look when I caught a small figure out of the corner of my eye, struggling up from the reservoir. Gu Ling. The kid had woken up at some point, couldn't find me, and gone down to the reservoir to fill a clay jug. Now she was lugging it back, huffing with the effort. She looked up and saw the huge bundle of thick bamboo, cut into neat lengths, piled in the clearing in front of the shack, and me, standing there sizing up another piece with a blade in my hand. The jug wobbled in her arms. She nearly dropped it in the mud. Gidge. Gu Ling covered the distance in a few bounding steps, set the water down, eyes wide as brass bells. You cut all that by yourself? I was gone for one trip to fetch water, and you shaved half that grove bald. I didn't even glance up, just tossed a strip of bamboo down by my foot. Soil and water are good over here. Bamboo grows brittle. One good angle with the blade, and it goes right over. Gu Ling crouched down and ran a curious finger, knuckles covered in chilblains, along one of the cut faces. The moment she felt it, her brows knit. That's not right, Gidge. How come the cut's so flat? She twisted around to stare at the notched, unrepaired blade at my hip. That junk knife barely splits firewood. It did this. Watching my sister dig at it like a little detective, I broke into a mental sweat. Poor kids grow up fast, and this one didn't miss a thing. After you fell asleep last night, I took the blade down to the reservoir and worked it over good on a slab of bluestone. I lied without a flicker. Besides, your brother's got brute strength. I kicked Gu Hong's leg clean in half. What's a little bamboo? At the mention of Gu Hong's broken leg, the color drained from her face and every last suspicion evaporated. She nodded quickly. That's true. You are scary strong. Crisis handled. I got straight to work. For thick combs for legs, thinner ones for cross braces. I chopped out mortise and tenon joints with the machete and lashed everything down tight with hemp cord. Before long, a crude but solid low bamboo table stood in the middle of the room. Then I threw together a 2-tier shelf in the corner. Gu Ling went up on her toes and carefully set the cracked clay jug on the shelf like an offering, then gave it a shake. Steady as a rock. She stepped back twice, her gaze traveling from the new table, to the shelf, to the bedding, dusty gray, but clean. Gidge. Her voice went suddenly soft, like she was afraid of waking herself from a dream. This place, it's starting to feel like a home. Our home. At that word, home, my broom paused mid-sweep. I tossed the bamboo scraps out the door and clapped the dust off my hands. It's not like our home, I said, turning around, voice steady. It is our home. I paused. All right, I'm heading out to scrounge up something to fill our stomachs. You get the fire going again. Okay, she chirped. I walked out of the shack and around back, to the blind corner where the weeds grew waist-high. I crouched down, shut my eyes again, and sank my consciousness into the Xianling space. House, handled. Now the stomach. My mind swept across thousands of square meters of the grain and oil section. Premium packaged rice and white flour were absolutely off-limits. That kind of snow-white refined grain, in a village in 1977, was more dangerous than a gold bar. One person catching sight of it would be a disaster. I picked out a small sack of bulk white flour. Then, thinking better of it, I went over to the coarse grain section and grabbed 2 big handfuls each of gritty cornmeal and sorghum flour, found a ragged cloth sack, and dumped it all in together. I kneaded and rubbed it hard, and only stopped once that snow-white flour had turned a dull, gritty earth yellow, looking every bit like the lowest grade mixed flour you'd get at the grain station. Next, meat. I moved to the refrigerated section. I picked out a small piece of pork belly, skin on, half a pound at most. I tore off the packaging, smeared some muddy water across the surface, wrapped it in a scrap of ratty burlap, layered a few big leaves around the outside, and lashed the whole thing shut with dried grass twine. Last, the iron pot. That was the real problem. In '77, an iron pot was a strategic asset, whatever was left after every household had smashed their cookware to feed the backyard steel furnaces. I turned the Shinling space upside down and finally dug a small cast iron pot out of the miscellaneous supply pile from that garment factory haul, the bottom of it scorched black. Everything ready, I headed back at a fast clip, black pot in one hand, leaf bundle tucked under the other arm. Near the door, I heard a bamboo scraper working the bottom of a pan inside, along with Gu Ling humming softly. I pushed the door open and stepped over the threshold. Thunk! I set the cast iron pot down on the low table. Gu Ling's hands froze. First she looked at the black pot, then at the leaf bundle's seeping grease. Then her eyes locked onto the bulging, beat-up flour sack. The 15-year-old stood there blank for a solid half-minute, then went white as a sheet and sucked in a breath like she'd seen a ghost. Guh! She lunged at me and clamped both hands over the iron pot, her voice pinched thin and high with terror. Where have you been? You need industrial coupons for a pot like this. White flour. And that's meat I smell. Where did you get it? Tears spilled over. She grabbed fistfuls of my sleeve, shaking like a leaf. Go. We can starve to death poor, but we can't break the law. Did you rob the brigade warehouse? The supply co-op? If security catches you, that's a bullet. Seeing her that scared, a flicker of guilt went through me. I'd moved too fast, but I didn't panic. I reached back and took hold of her trembling shoulders, pressing down firmly. Dry it up. You think your brother's that stupid? I held her eyes, my tone leaving no room for argument. I pulled over one of the bamboo stools I'd just made and sat her down, then took a seat across from her. This pot, this grain, this meat, all of it's clean. I'd worked out the story long before. You think these past 2, 3 years I've been heading into the deep mountains before dawn just to cut pig fodder? I lowered my voice and leaned in. Those idiots in the main house thought I was breaking my back for nothing. Truth is, I found a few wild ginseng seedlings on the back slope. I nursed them along, dug them up a while back, and had someone move them on the black market in the county seat. Cash and coupons. I've been sitting on it. The black market? Gu Ling clapped a hand over her mouth, eyes going even wider, but clearly less frightened than a moment ago. Black market dealing got people arrested too, sure, but the bolder young men in the village tried their luck at it now and then. Right. I nodded. I played it smart. Never brought any of it back to the main house. Stashed it all in a hollow tree up the mountain. Traded grain coupons to a scrap collector for the pot. Off the books. The meat salt cured. I pulled it out of the tree hollow this morning. Now that we've split off, I can finally bring it out. Gu Ling listened, stunned. Times, places, every loose end tied off. It all held together. Go. You've been sitting on this the whole time? She swallowed hard. What? Should I have hauled it home for Gu Hong and that lot to gorge on? I said with a cold laugh, pointing at the pile. This dies with us. That 280 yuan we owe, I've still got reserves. 2 runs to the black market, and it's paid off inside a month. But if word gets out, I won't say a word, not if they kill me. Not to anyone. Gu Ling shot to her feet, 3 fingers raised in an oath, tears still wet on her face, her eyes fierce as anything. The corner of my mouth twitched. All right, that's enough swearing. Go get the fire going. Your brother's going to show you something today. She spun around, grabbed 2 pieces of flint, and squatted at the stove mouth, banging away at sparks. I stood behind her, my left hand making a show of blocking the draft, while my right dove into my pocket and flicked the lighter's switch inside the space. A soft click. A blue-gold flame shot out from between my fingers into the pile of dry thatch. Hump. The fire licked up. Huh? Why is this flint working so well today? Gu Ling rubbed her hands together, delighted, never noticing a thing. The lighter was already back in the space. Hadn't cost me a single breath. The pot went onto the flame. I unwrapped the leaves, exposing the skin on pork belly, washed the woodcutter's knife, put my wrist into it, and sliced the meat thin on a scrap board. Chilled fresh pork from the space, fat and lean layered clean and even, the kind of marbling you couldn't look away from. SSSSSS. The white-rimmed slices hit the pot, like cold water into hot oil. Earth stoves burn hot. The lard rendered out on contact. A few seconds. Then a thick, rich wave of fat smell came barreling out like a beast let loose after a century, filling every corner of that 10 square meter thatched hut. Crouched by the stove, feeding and kindling, Guling sucked in a sharp breath. The best smell she'd known in her life was the single chopstick's worth of rapeseed oil Wang Ho Hot would swipe around the bottom of a bowl at New Year's in the main house. Next to real pork lard, that rapeseed oil was dishwater. Gulp. She swallowed so loudly I heard it clear across the quiet room. Her eyes were nailed to the sizzling, spitting pot. Body still, so long gone. Then, all at once, something seemed to hit her, and she sprang up like she'd been stung. Guh. It's too strong. If this smell drifts out and the villagers catch it, we're finished. She scrambled to the battered wooden door and shoved it shut, then spun around in a panic looking for something, finally stripping off her patched-up jacket and cramming it into the wide gap under the door. Leave it. Watching her act like the enemy was at the gates put an ache in my chest I couldn't name. For anybody else, a meal with meat in it was a pleasure. For us, it was thieving. Wind off the reservoir, carry it away from the village. Come sit down and behave. I pushed the rendered slices to one side of the pot and poured the water-thin mixed flour batter down the sloped edge. FHK. The cornmeal batter hit that layer of scorching lard, and the rim set instantly into a crisp golden crust. The lard's richness sealed in tight, the aroma climbing another notch. I flipped it neatly with the bamboo spatula I'd whittled myself. Golden on both sides, edges toasted brown. I lifted it out and set it on a clean strip of bamboo, along with a few glistening slices of pork belly. Eat. I pushed the bamboo slat over to her. Guling stared at the golden brown flatbread and the glistening, oil-slick meat. Both her hands were shaking. Slowly, she reached out and picked up a piece of the bread. The instant her fingers touched that scalding crust, it finally hit her. This wasn't a dream. She opened her mouth and took a tiny, cautious bite off the edge. The crust shattered between her teeth with an audible crack, and the smell of lard mixed with the sweetness of cornmeal detonated like a bomb across taste buds that had known nothing but watery broth her entire life. She froze solid. The next second she went at it like something wild, cramming huge mouthfuls in without caring how hot it was. Her cheeks bulged out like a hamster's. She barely chewed before forcing it down. That's what a body starved of nutrition for years does when it finally meets fat and calories, a physical surrender that reason has no say in. I watched her wolf it down, then used my chopsticks to lift the biggest, fattiest slice of meat onto the empty bamboo slat in front of her. Slow down. Nobody's going to take it from you. Her hand stopped. Mouth still packed full of bread, she looked down at that dripping piece of pork. And then, with no warning at all, the tears came. One hit the dirt floor with a soft plap, kicking up a little puff of dust. Not from hurt. Not from fear. It was what happens when real grease finally fills the walls of an empty stomach. That aching, swelling satisfaction that shoots up from the soles of your feet straight through the top of your skull. She didn't wipe her face. She just kept chewing, desperately, like stopping might wake her up. After the last bite, she picked the crumbs off the bamboo slat one by one and ate those too, then stuck out her tongue and licked every last spot of grease off her fingers. Only once it was all gone did she glance at the pot, then at me. I'd barely touched anything. Go. How come you only ate bread? You didn't have any meat. I tasted a piece while I was slicing it, I said flatly. Guling didn't buy it. She stared at me for a moment, then suddenly reached out, fished the last piece of meat out of the pot, and snapped it in half down the middle with her chopsticks without a second's hesitation. Half one in front of me, half one in her mouth. Half each. If you don't eat, I'm never touching anything you bring home again. She glared at me with red, swollen eyes. A smear of yellow cornmeal still stuck at the corner of her mouth, and there was a stubbornness in her voice I hadn't heard in 15 years. I looked at that half slice, soaked through with lard. In my last life, I was worth 9 figures. Top-shelf banquets, private galas, what delicacy hadn't I tasted? And in the end, there wasn't a single person who'd pour me a cup of hot water and mean it. I lowered my eyes, picked up the meat, and put it in my mouth. Fine. Half each. After we cleaned up, Guling carried the washed iron pot back inside. It was pitch black outside by then. The only light in the room was the fire jumping in the stove mouth. A table. A bed. Meat to eat. No sneering from the main house. No endless farm work. She set the pot down and turned to look at me, leaning against the doorframe. Go. Her eyes were bright in the firelight, like someone had put stars in them. I turned my head and looked out at the black water of the reservoir. That 280 yuan we owe, can you really scrape it together out of that stash of yours? She couldn't help asking, and there was a small tremor of fear in it. I didn't answer right away. I turned around and looked at this sister of mine, who'd just eaten her first full meal in God knows how long. In my head, the crates of flying fairy mitai stacked in my space, the 10,000 army greatcoats, the rows and rows of miracle drugs. All of it was screaming silently at me. I laughed, reached out, and flicked her lightly on the forehead. Don't worry about the money. I clasped my hands behind my back and looked out toward the outline of the village, swallowed up by the dark. In that moment, I felt it come back. The ruthless certainty of a man who'd once run the whole board. I'm not just paying back the 280. I'm going to leave every single person who laughed at us craning their necks so far back they still can't see our heels. After that night, the Gu household completely fell apart. I only pieced all this together later, secondhand. But even just imagining it, I had to laugh at them. The sky was barely gray when the cold wind started worming in through the torn window paper. The big black water jar in the yard had been scraped dry, and there wasn't a single ember left in the stove. Normally by this hour there'd already be the sound of wood being split and water going on to boil. Wang Ho-hot was still half asleep. She rolled over without even opening her eyes, and that mean mouth of hers cranked open out of pure decades-old habit. Guzhan, where'd you die off to, you lazy sack of bones? Water jar's empty, and you're still lying there. You trying to let your mother die of thirst? The shriek dragged on and bounced off the walls of the empty yard. A second later, the connection finally clicked in her head. The yelling cut off dead. Right. Guzhan was gone. Yesterday I'd pressed my bloody thumbprint in that yard and severed ties with the Gu family for good. The one she'd worked like a draft animal for over a decade, and Gu Ling, who'd done all the washing and cooking. Both of us had cleared out of the main house. She didn't care about losing us. What she cared about was the 280 yuan that was supposed to save her hide. But that cold wind blew in a problem she couldn't dodge. The free labor was gone. So who was hauling water today? Who was lighting the stove? Who was feeding the pigs? She turned her head. The other side of the Kong was empty. Gu Dahu, that worthless bastard, had probably slipped out in the dark to somebody's card table again. Somebody had to hold up the sky. She brought her palm down hard on the mountain of flesh wrapped in the quilt beside her. Hunger, quit sleeping. Get up and go haul. She never finished. A howl worse than a ghost's tore through the mud brick house. Ah, F. My leg. My leg. The slap jolted Gu Hong's whole body, which jerked the right shin I'd snapped with one kick. The pain shot straight up through his skull. His fat face screwed into a knot and cold sweat poured off him. Ma, you trying to kill me? When's this leg gonna heal? What did the doctor even say? Wang Ho-hot's fleshy face collapsed. Doctor? Seeing an actual doctor at the commune clinic meant cash and industrial coupons. Not a chance she'd part with that. Yesterday she dragged over some village quack from the next town who normally treated oxen. He groped the leg a couple of times, strapped on 2 scrap boards, and called it done. Counting on Gu Hong to work the fields? Finished. She gritted her teeth, climbed off the Kong, and hollered toward the inner room. Gu Yu, quit playing dead, you dog. Sun's already on your ass. Get up. Silence from the inner room. Gu Yu was curled under his quilt, eyes rolled to the ceiling, not the slightest intention of moving. He wasn't deaf, and his mind worked faster than anyone's in that house. That walking curse Guzhan was gone. Big brother was crippled on the Kong. Their old man was a street bum, which meant the only able-bodied laborer left in the main house was, oh hell, user, and now he was the only one left. The second he thought about that bloody hatchet, and then about those 2 deadweight water buckets, everything in him rebelled. Why him? He'd been the smooth-talking second young master his whole life, coasting by on his mouth. Why should he have to do this filthy work? He squeezed his eyes shut and decided to play dead, no matter what. Bang! Wang Ho-hot kicked the busted door open. A carrying pole and 2 wooden buckets slammed down against the edge of the Kong. Playing deaf, are you? Fine. You don't fill that water vat today and split 2 loads of firewood. This whole family starves. Spit sprayed across Gu Yu's face. Gu Yu knew there was no getting out of it. He dragged himself upright and glared at the carrying pole on the floor like it was a personal enemy. Half an hour later, at the old well at the edge of the village, Gu Yu hadn't gone 20 meters with the buckets on his shoulder before his calves started shaking. Those soft, pampered shoulders of his. How were they supposed to handle a hardwood pole? One jolt of the pole, and a splinter scraped a whole layer of skin clean off. Beads of blood welled up, mixing with his cold sweat. 2 steps, and the water sloshed. The whole thing splashed out over his pant legs and cloth shoes. Freezing well water, in the dead of the 12th month. His shins turned into blocks of ice. God damn it. Guzhan, that bastard, hauls this every single day. How the hell hasn't it crushed him yet? It was the first time in his life he truly understood just how heavy those few vats of water actually were. By the time he'd staggered into the yard, 3 steps, rest, 3 steps, rest, with barely half a bucket left, he couldn't lift his shoulder at all. He set the buckets down, still gasping for breath. From the Kong, Gu Hong's voice drifted out, dripping with mockery. Number 2, you skipped breakfast or something. All that time, and this is all the piss you brought back? Hurry up and boil me some hot water, I want to wash up. Those words were a fuse, and they went straight into the powder keg Gu Yu had been sitting on all morning. He whipped around and stared at Gu Hong on the Kong. You're a cripple with a busted leg. I'm the only hope this family's got left. Where do you get off ordering me around? Wash your mother's ass. He couldn't hold it in. He kicked out, and his foot slammed into the cracked bucket. The split bottom fell apart on impact, cold water spreading across the dirt. Screw you, Guhong. He jabbed a finger at the Kong, eyes bloodshot. You're a useless sack of meat lying there crapping yourself. My shoulders rubbed raw and bleeding. Why don't you go haul the water? Without Guzhan around to be your ox and horse, you're nothing. Guhong was stunned speechless for a beat, then exploded. He was the village bully. Nobody understood picking on the weak better than he did. And he knew that if he couldn't hold his authority now that his leg was broken, he'd be under everybody's boot in the main house from here on out. Who the hell are you calling useless? He propped himself halfway up, grabbed an enamel bowl, and hurled it. My leg's broken, and I can still beat your ass. You think I won't crack your skull? The bowl missed, hit the wall, and a big chunk of enamel chipped off. Go ahead, throw it. You got the guts, cripple. Get off that Kong and come at me. Watching Guhong rage impotently, Guyu wasn't scared at all. If anything, a rush of satisfaction went through him. He crossed the room in a few strides, grabbed Guhong by the collar, and cracked him across the face with an open hand. You're out of your minds. Blood brothers going at each other like animals. Wang Hohat had just carried an armful of firewood into the yard. She dropped it and came running to pull them apart. But she couldn't do a thing against two half-grown men with their blood up. Guyu jerked free and his elbow caught her right in the eye socket. Guhong, shielding his broken leg with one arm, clawed with the other and got a fistful of Guyu's hair. Mother and sons rolled together in one tangled heap. The table went over, the kettle shattered. The howling was worse than a pig being slaughtered at New Year's. The main house had come completely unglued. One wall over, things weren't going any better for the second house. Out back by the water vat, which might as well have been an ice hole, 15-year-old Gu Yi crouched in the freezing wind, hands soaking in a basin of cold water, scrubbing the whole family's dirty clothes. It was the first time in her memory she'd ever washed clothes first thing in the morning. Every other year that job had belonged to Gu Ling, that sickly little cousin of hers. Gu Yi used to sleep until the sun was high overhead, and she'd never once thought there was anything to squatting there half the morning washing clothes. She'd even complained that Gu Ling didn't get them clean enough. Today, though, it was her turn. 12th month well water was cold as needles of ice, driving in through her pores and straight into the marrow. 2 garments in, and those hands she kept slathered in clamshell cream all year had gone purple with cold. Her knuckles were red and swollen, the cracked splits in her skin oozing threads of blood. When the lye water hit them, the pain made her eyes swim. Gu Shuai. She couldn't take it anymore and smacked her sleeve down into the water. Where'd you run off to, you dead thing? Get out here and help me wring these out. The yard was dead silent. Not a sound. That slippery little weasel had slipped away at dawn. He wanted nothing to do with the mess the main house's split had made, and he sure wasn't sticking around for chores. Gu Yi gritted her teeth, grabbed a shirt, and slammed it down on the washboard. Ryup, too much force. The nail on her thumb split right down the middle. The stabbing pain plus the lye water tore a scream out of her. Icy water splashed halfway up her pant leg, and when the wind hit it, she shook like a leaf. She slumped down beside the basin, clutching her bleeding finger, and for the first time in her life, she felt something close to insane jealousy toward Gu Ling, that uncomplaining little lesser being. In the main room of the second house, the stove still held some warmth. Gu Erlang sat on the edge of the Kong, drawing on the brass-mouthed pipe he'd been breaking in for years. Blue smoke half-veiled that sanctimonious old face of his. The crashing and smashing from the main house came through the wall crystal clear, but the old fox didn't so much as lift an eyelid. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile instead. Gu Feng had just gotten back from a hauling job for the commune. He'd worked himself half to death the day before, and the moment he set foot in the village today, he'd heard that I hadn't just taken a blade to force the household split. I'd taken on a monstrous debt of 280 yuan on top of it. He'd been so shocked his towel hit the ground. Pa. He rubbed his cold hands together and leaned in, dropping his voice. You tell me, Guzhan's flat broke, dirt poor. Where'd he get the nerve to press his bloody thumbprint right in front of Party Secretary Wang? 280 yuan. You could sell the whole main house and not cover it. How's he ever paying that back? Gu Erlang didn't answer right away. He knocked the ash out of his pipe against the sole of his shoe. A calculating glint moved through those narrow, triangular eyes. Nobody in this world gambles with his own life. Especially not that boy. He cut a man yesterday and stomped a leg in two. That's somebody who's seen blood. His voice was low, like sand grinding. He dared to walk out with nothing but the clothes on his back, and he dared to press that thumbprint in front of everyone and take on the debt. What does that tell you? He raised his eyelids and fixed his stare on his eldest son. It tells you that whatever he's sitting on, it's worth a hell of a lot more than 280 yuan. Gu Feng's heart lurched, and he shook his head over and over. No way. That kid can't even scrape together a full meal on a normal day. What could he possibly be sitting on? And that's exactly what I want you to find out. Gu Erling tucked the pipe into his waistband, his gaze turning venomous. We don't know what he's up to, so we go find out what he's up to. That boy is an anomaly. If this goes badly, the eldest branch is going to get skinned alive this time. Our branch can't just stand around playing blind. He jerked his chin at Gu Feng. Right now the eldest branch is in an uproar. Nobody's paying attention to him. Go find Gu Shuai. The two of you take a walk out to that shack by the reservoir. He gave a cold snort. Go see whether that kid really went digging for gold up in the mountains. You don't release the hawk till you've seen the rabbit. Once we know what cards he's holding, we'll know how to play our next move. Gu Feng licked his lips and nodded hard. Don't worry, Pa. I'll go get Gu Shuai right now. I'll strip him down to his underwear for you, guaranteed. And at that very moment, the card they were so busy speculating about was squatting by the reservoir, stewing over his own problems. Dawn hadn't fully broken. A pale, sickly mist lay over the water. I opened my eyes and turned my head. Gu Ling was still curled up under the thick quilt like a sleeping shrimp, nothing showing but a tuft of messy yellow hair, her breathing soft and slow. I didn't make a sound. I pulled on my jacket and slipped out the door. The morning wind off the reservoir cut like a knife, stabbing down the back of my collar. I crouched on a mossy blue-gray rock, staring at the gray water, running the numbers fast in my head. There were mountains of gold and silver piled up in that space of mine. But here in 1977, pulling out any one of them was a fast way to get myself killed. It was like sitting on a bank vault with no key. The more valuable the goods, the more they burned your hands. Premium polished rice? Snow white, glittering, not a single pebble in it. Set that out, and the commune security office wouldn't even need to investigate. One look from the old women in the next production brigade, and I'd be reported as a foreign spy. Canned goods, biscuits? Even worse. The simplified characters and barcodes printed on the packaging would be more lethal than pinning a counter-revolutionary label on my own forehead. As for that 50 million yuan worth of gold bars, forget it. In an era where hoarding gold got you dragged out for struggle sessions and trafficking it got you a bullet, that stuff was nothing but dead weight at the bottom of the trunk. Until the winds of reform and opening blew in, it couldn't see so much as a sliver of daylight. So what, exactly, could I turn into cash? I narrowed my eyes and swept my mind quickly through those warehouses in my head. Grain, cloth, manufactured goods. Every last one of them was blocked by the same dead end, ration coupons. Then my thoughts stopped short. Fish. In an age when you needed an industrial coupon just to buy a box of matches, freshwater fish was one of the very few off-plan foodstuffs out there. It didn't run through the state grain station's books. No grain coupons, no meat coupons. Normally, when some bold commune member landed a big fish, he'd sneak off to the commune market and trade it for a little cash. And as long as he wasn't brazen enough to set up a stall, everyone looked the other way. Best of all, I was living right on the edge of the reservoir. Dead of winter, the water freezing, the fish sunk to the bottom. Everyone in the village figured you couldn't catch a thing. But if a 17-year-old pauper like me claimed he'd just gotten lucky in the shallows, blind cat stumbling onto a dead mouse, who could produce hard evidence to say otherwise? Perfect natural cover. I stood up, the corner of my chapped mouth curling. I closed my eyes and reached into the heavy-duty freezer in the space. Frozen shrimp, frozen crab, top-grade salmon. Anything that far out of period, skip it. My attention dropped and locked onto the freshwater section on the bottom shelf. Big head carp. 7, 8 pounds apiece, plump and round, heads as big as wash basins. I showed restraint. I only pulled out 3. For a half-grown kid, 3 big fish already counted as heaven going blind. Show up with 8 or 10, and they'd string police tape around this reservoir. I withdrew my thoughts, and 3 rock-hard frozen big-head carp landed with a thwop in the mud at my feet. They were still coated in a layer of white frost, obviously stiff, obviously dead. That wouldn't fool anybody. I rolled up my pant legs and waded into the shallows. The reservoir hadn't iced over yet this late in the fall, but the cold went straight to the bone. I pressed all 3 fish down under the surface with both hands and held them there for about as long as it takes to smoke half a cigarette, until the frost had melted clean off and the scales had regained their wet, living sheen. Then I let go. Still not enough. My eyes shifted. I grabbed a handful of rotting weeds from a nearby puddle and wound them, roots and mud and all, around the fishtails. Then I scooped up a glob of wet, sticky yellow clay, pried open the gills, and packed it into the slits, finishing with 2 streaks of muddy water smeared across the bellies. I held one up and looked it over. Clay in the gills, dead grass tangled in the tail, scales half buried under silt. The spitting image of a wild catch just dug out of the muck. I flicked the dirt out from under my fingernails, satisfied. I found a length of frayed straw rope, threaded it through the gills, stuffed the fish into an old burlap sack full of holes, and headed back inside. Cold air poured in with me through the door. I went to the earthen stove and, while Gu Ling was still asleep, called out a lighter with a thought. Click! A small pinch of dry thatch caught fire, the motion smooth as silk, not a hitch in it. Flames leapt up, and the dank chill in the room finally eased a little. I took a bit of the mixed flour I'd processed the day before, mixed it with water, and fried 2 palm-sized flatbreads in the iron pan. The bottoms had barely browned before the coarse, sweet smell of cornmeal drifted over to the Kong. Guling's nose twitched twice. Her eyelids cracked open. "Go," she called out, still half asleep. "Get up and eat." I flipped the cakes in the pan. Guling shot out from under the quilt, hair rubbed into a bird's nest, and shuffled over to the stove in her worn-out cloth shoes. The moment she saw those 2 golden brown cakes, her swollen red eyes lit up. But before the smile could bloom, her face crumpled back into worry. "Go. Our flour sack wasn't full to begin with. You've got to make it last." "Make it last? Nothing. Quit worrying about grown-up business and eat." I scooped out the bigger one and pushed it onto the bamboo slat in front of her. "When you're done, I've got to head out." Guling stopped mid-bite. "Head out where?" "Over to the commune. See if I can pick up some day labor unloading freight." The lie came out without a flicker on my face. I pointed at the heavy sack in the corner. "And while I'm at it, take those 3 big-head carp I stumbled onto in the shallows this morning down to the market. Turn them into a little cash." "Fish." Guling's eyes went wide, and she jumped to her feet. "You went in the water again at the crack of dawn. That wind cuts to the bone. It'll make you sick. Go. Do you have a death wish?" "Quit hollering." It was the shallows. Water didn't even reach my knees. I patted the mud stains I'd left on my pant legs for show. 30-some pounds of fish. That'll fetch something at the commune. Guling bit down hard on her lower lip, tears spilling over out of sheer heartache, but she couldn't get a word out. She lowered her head in silence. She broke the flatbread in her hands in 2 and shoved half of it at me, refusing to take no for an answer. "Eat this on the way. All that mountain road on an empty stomach. How are you supposed to hold up?" I looked at the half piece of bread and didn't put on a show about it. I took it and swallowed it down in a few bites, then hoisted the burlap sack onto my shoulder. "There's hardwood charcoal banked in the stove. It'll stay hot till noon. Bar the door and don't go wandering off. If a stranger comes by, doesn't matter who it is, don't answer." "Okay, I've got it. Be careful, brother." Guling nodded obediently and walked me all the way out past the threshold. With 30 pounds of fish on my shoulder, I set off down the dirt road, heading for the mountain pass west of the reservoir that led to the commune. The straw rope dug into my flesh, burning. But this young body could take a beating. Compared to lying in a hospital bed waiting to die in my last life, a little weight like this was nothing. Besides, if I got tired, 1 sip of spiritual spring water from the space, and I'd be right back at full strength. I wasn't the least bit worried. I ran the numbers in my head. 30 pounds of big-head carp. At current black market prices, 10 some yuan, tops. Drop that into a 280 yuan dead hole, and it wouldn't even make a ripple. But the loose change from a one-off sale wasn't what I was after. What I wanted was to use these 3 fish to blast open a steady, absolutely discreet supply line into the commune's underground market. The dirt road wound on, and my figure soon disappeared into the thin mist of the mountain pass. Back at the thatched hut, Guling did as she was told and jammed a thick bamboo pole hard against the wooden door. She crouched by the stove, warming herself by the fire while she wiped down the bamboo table. Wind swept across the water, sending ripples out in layers. And in that patch of withered yellow reeds on the east side of the reservoir, 2 fuzzy heads poked up without a sound. In the lead was a skinny little runt with shifty, beady eyes darting every which way, none other than Gu Shuai from the Gu family's second branch. Stuck to his backside was a half-grown kid sniffling snot back up his nose, Lu Erden, the village's #1 lackey. The 2 of them lay flat on the mudflat, heads pressed lower than the reeds. "Shuai, what are we squatting out here in the freezing cold staring at?" Lu Erden's teeth were chattering. "Shut up." Gu Shuai turned and flicked him hard on the forehead. He turned back, eyes fixed on that run-down hut like a rat in a gutter. Cold wind poured straight down his collar, and he shivered. But then he thought about the half-pound of brown sugar his older brother Gu Feng had promised him that morning, and a greedy claw reached up out of his throat and swallowed his resentment down along with his spit. He'd seen me leave with the sack with his own eyes. Right now there was nobody in that shack but Guling, a sickly girl who couldn't lift a chicken. A gift from heaven. "Erden, you keep watch here. Don't move 1 step." Gu Shuai licked his lips, a wicked glint in his eyes. "Shuai, you gonna go steal something?" Lu Erden covered the back of his head and stared. "Steal your granddad. I'm carrying out a reconnaissance mission for my old man. Gonna see if that punk's really got something stashed in there." Gu Shuai hunched over, slapped the bits of grass off his knees, and crept toward the hut along the blind spots at the edge of the reservoir, like a stray dog in heat. The commune market sat at the east end of town, tucked in through a narrow alley. On the surface, it was a dead end, 2 mud walls with waist-high weeds between them. But I crouched behind the crook-necked elm outside the alley mouth, and in less time than it takes to smoke a cigarette, I had the whole operation figured out. Everybody who went and stopped first at the base of the low wall on the left side of the entrance. Not to rest their legs, to wait for a signal. Behind that low wall squatted a pockmarked man in a gray cotton jacket, an unlit pipe clamped in his teeth, eyes sweeping the street like a thief's. New face. He'd tilt the pipe right, get lost. Regular? He'd tip it left, go on through. That was the visible sentry. I narrowed my eyes and looked deeper in. Farther down the alley, a short, heavy-set guy in a dogskin cap leaned against the corner, hands tucked in his sleeves, a beat-up bamboo basket at his feet. Dry grass lining the bottom, a filthy rag over the top. That was the hidden sentry. 2 checkpoints, one in the open, one concealed. The open one took money and waved you through. The hidden one read the situation and passed the word. If anybody with a red armband tried to force their way in, the fat guy would kick over that basket, the contents would scatter, and every dealer in there would hear the commotion and scatter with them, dispersed, and headed home in a blink. I smiled coldly to myself. Back in my last life, when I ran dozens of factories and supermarkets, this whole setup wouldn't have qualified as entry-level security booth procedure. But in an era of shortages, where speculation and profiteering could land you in prison, it was more than enough to keep most of the poor bastards looking to try their luck out on the street. I didn't rush to show myself. I stayed put behind the tree and watched 3 groups come and go first. Group 1, an old man carrying 2 empty baskets on a shoulder pole, covered with a patched piece of burlap. He got to the low wall, shakily handed over something that looked like a coin. Pockmark took it, tucked it into his jacket, and swung the pipe left. That was the toll. Group 2. 2 young guys I didn't recognize, empty-handed. The second they got close, Pockmark stood right up and jabbed the pipe back the way they'd come. The 2 exchanged a look and slunk off. No goods, no connections, no chance. Group 3. A middle-aged woman clutching a cloth bundle, glancing back over her shoulder every few steps, jumpy as hell. The second she stopped, Pockmark reached out a calloused hand and pinched the bundle, feeling what was inside, then held up 3 fingers. 30 cents to get plucked. The woman gritted her teeth and dug 3 crumpled bills out of her waistband like she was cutting off her own flesh. Every little move, I had it all broken down. Bottom line, this was an unlicensed underground market. The local toughs at the door ate off their cut. They didn't care who sold what to whom inside, but if you wanted through that gate, you paid them their piece. Small-timers who were only in it for the money were the easiest kind to handle. I straightened up, brushed the dust off my knees, hitched the sack of fish higher on my shoulder, and strode toward the alley mouth. The second Pockmark saw me, he rolled his eyes. Some green kid, barely grown, dressed in rags, a filthy sack over one shoulder, muddy water dripping out of the mouth of it. Hold it. He stood up from the wall and held the pipe crossways in front of him, looking me up and down twice, contempt all over his face. Where'd you crawl out from, kid? Your mama send you out to sell junk? I didn't take the bait. I swung the sack down off my shoulder, yanked the mouth of it open with one hand, and let him look inside. 3 big head carp, every one over 7. 8 pounds, easy. Scales still slick with half-dried mud, gills packed with silt and rotting weeds. No question about it, top-grade goods, dug straight out of the muck. The pockmarked man's eyes flicked, a flash of greed in them, but the hard set of his face only tightened. Nice fish. He raised a hand, for fingers up. 40 cents. The toll had just jumped from 30 cents to 40. Plain and simple shakedown of an outsider. I didn't haggle, didn't even frown. I reached into my pants pocket empty-handed, and when it came back out, there was a bright white cigarette between my fingers. Straight, firm, with a pale yellow filter at the tip. The paper was wrapped tight, nothing like the crumbling, limp Great Gate or Big Rooster brands you got at the co-op these days. I'd grabbed it out of my space on a whim. The most ordinary pack of soft-pack Jonghua from a supermarket shelf, label and barcode torn off, every trace of the future wiped away, leaving nothing but a bare, smooth stick of tobacco. But in 1977, a filtered cigarette with a sponge tip was high-grade, special supply stuff. Ordinary folks hadn't just never smoked one. They'd never even seen one. Cold out, brother. Have one with a tip on it. I held it out, smooth as water. No bowing and scraping, no puffing myself up either. Just an easy, natural gesture, the way one equal who's seen some things offers another an opening line. The pockmarked man froze solid. He stared at that sponge-tipped cigarette, swallowed without meaning to, and took it, brought it up under his nose and sniffed. A rich, mellow, flue-cured aroma cut straight through the harsh stink of shag tobacco in his sinuses and bored right into his brain. That oily smoothness of the good stuff, no mistaking it. This. His thick brows knotted hard. He stared at the pale white cigarette, and the way he looked at me changed completely. His voice dropped half a register. Brother, where'd you get this? Got relatives in the army with connections. Had somebody bring a few back to soothe the throat. I didn't blink, just tossed out an all-purpose excuse. His Adam's apple bobbed. He didn't dig any deeper. He'd been running these streets long enough to know how it worked. A ragged kid in patched clothes producing scarce military-issue goods, eyes steady as still water. Whatever his background was, it wasn't clean. Push any further, and you're just asking for trouble. He tucked the filter carefully between his lips. I pulled a half-used, weathered box of matches from my pocket, struck one with a scritch, cupped the flame with both hands, and leaned in to light him up. The pockmarked man closed his eyes and took a long, deep drag. White smoke rolled slowly out of his nostrils. That swaggering, guarded look on his face dissolved bit by bit into the haze, replaced by pure, bone-deep contentment. After a while he opened his eyes and looked me over again, top to bottom. This kid was a wolf in sheep's clothing. All right. He stuck his pipe through his belt and stepped aside, clearing the way. Go on in, brother. Toll's on me today. You ever need anything, come find me. Name's Zhao. Folks around here call me Zhao the Pockmark. I gave a slight nod, hoisted the sack, and walked steadily into the depths of the alley. As I passed the short, heavy guy in the dog fur hat, Zhao the Pockmark called out behind me. He's one of ours, let him through. The fat man shot me a probing look and quietly pulled back the foot he'd been about to use on my bamboo basket. I didn't even lift an eyelid, just walked right on in. Meanwhile, back at the reservoir, the wind came howling low across the water, harder than any blade. Gu Shuai crept along the leeward side of the dam, hunched over like a thief, working his way step by step toward that ramshackle thatched hut. Less than 5 paces from the threshold, he stopped short. The half-rotted wooden door was shut tight, obviously braced from the inside with something long. He crouched down and pressed his eye to the crack. One look and his eyeballs nearly popped out of his skull. His throat gave an audible gulp as he swallowed a mouthful of spit. The gaps in the wall that had been letting in wind just yesterday were sealed with yellow clay, so tight you couldn't have slid a needle through. The floor was swept spotless. Dead center stood a sturdy new bamboo table, and beside it a 2-tier shelf. The Kong was spread with a thick, soft pad and a folded, warm cotton quilt. Red coals glowed banked in the stove. The whole shabby little room radiated a warmth he couldn't put a name to. Gu Ling was squatting by the stove, carefully wiping down a glossy black cast-iron pot with a rag. In the firelight, the girl's face had lost that sickly pallor and taken on a hint of color. Gu Shuai's shifty eyes rolled around 3 full circles. An iron pot? A new bamboo table? A thick cotton quilt? The math clicked together in his head all at once. 2 dirt-poor siblings kicked out with nothing but the clothes on their backs. And they could afford a big iron pot like that? A quilt without a single patch? Bullshit. That dog Gu Zhun had been light-fingered before the family split, guaranteed. He'd made off with the Gu family's burial money. Jealousy laced with greed flared up from his heels straight to the crown of his head. His mind raced through the accounting. Haul that pot, and the betting back to the second branch, and Dad would call him a clever kid. Besides, he'd watched from the reeds this morning. Clear as day. Gu Zhun had shouldered a sack and headed off to the commune. In weather this cold, the round trip would take him the better part of a day, which meant the only one in that hut right now was Gu Ling, a sickly little thing who couldn't have wrestled a chicken. A slimy heat crawled through Gu Shuai's gut. Why stop at taking their stuff? Maybe he could help himself to a little something else too. He straightened up and waved back toward the reeds at Lu Erden. Erden, get over here and keep watch outside. Anything with a pulse comes near, you meow. Right away. Lu Erden, gasping from the cold, scurried over with his neck drawn into his collar and crouched behind the dam. Gu Shuai licked his chapped lips, walked up to the rotted door, lifted his right foot, and aimed for dead center. Bam! First kick. The door slammed inward, and the thick bamboo pole braced behind it let out a grinding screech that set your teeth on edge. Inside, the rag dropped from Gu Ling's hand and hit the floor with a wet slap. Her heart shot into her throat, every hair on her body standing up. She stared at the shuddering door, her voice trembling. Who is it? Who's out there? Even as she called out, she scrambled backward to the stove, seized the thick length of firewood used for stoking, and gripped it with both hands. Her palms were slick with cold sweat. Outside, Gu Shuai grinned silently, stepped back half a pace, and drove his foot in again hard. Crash! The bamboo pole gave out at last, sliding sideways and hitting the floor with a heavy clatter. A crack as wide as a little finger split open down the middle of the door. Brother, is that you? Brother. Gu Ling's voice broke into a sob. She held the stick crosswise in front of her chest, the veins standing out on the backs of her hands. Up. Your brother's dead in a ditch somewhere. Quit playing the poor little victim with me. Gu Shuai spat, driving his third kick square into the door latch. Crash. The rotted door panel came apart completely and slammed to the ground, kicking up a choking cloud of dust. Gu Shuai shoved his hands in his pockets and swaggered over the fallen boards. His beady, shifty eyes raked over Gu Ling, then locked onto the iron pot and the bedding. He swallowed hard. Well, cousin. You're living pretty good, huh? He grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth, about as sleazy a smile as a face could manage. Cast iron pot, thick cotton quilt. Playing house-sitter for that bastard Guzhan? What do you want? Gu Ling pressed herself flat against the stove, the fire poker held crosswise against her chest, her fingers white with strain. Her legs shook inside her ragged cotton pants, but her eyes, red and swollen from crying, were open wide, fixed on Gu Shuai as he came in. What do I want? Come on, cousin, don't be like that. He didn't move on her right away. Those narrow eyes swept the room. First they stuck on the black, glossy cast iron pot. He swallowed again, audibly. Then they slid over to the thick gray quilt on the calm, warm enough to scald a man, and his face soured with envy until it practically dripped. So Guzhan really had emptied out everything he had. His eyes darted, then landed on the beat-up black wooden chest in the corner. That's where the good stuff had to be. Gu Shuai walked straight over and kicked it bang. The lid flipped over, bottom up. Empty. Not even a scrap of straw. The smug look drained right off his face. He whipped around, glaring viciously at Gu Ling talk. Where'd Guzhan stash the money he stole? Hand it over, and I won't touch you today. Gu Ling bit down on her lip, chest heaving, and didn't say a word. Patience, for a man like Gu Shuai, was thin as paper. Humiliated and furious, he lunged at the bamboo rack and started tearing through it with both hands. Crack! The cracked clay water jar went flying and shattered into pieces. Water spread across the floor and splashed over Gu Ling's worn-out shoes. Talk. Where's the money? My brother doesn't have any hidden money. He earned all of this honestly. Get out. Gu Ling's voice broke into a sob as she clutched the poker. She gripped so hard that the freshly scabbed chilblains on the back of her hand split open, and blood seeped between her fingers. Honest my ass. Gu Shuai stepped forward and grabbed the poker. Give it here. Gu Ling wouldn't let go. It was the only lifeline she had. The two of them wrenched the stick back and forth. Let go, you worthless little leech. The vein stood out on Gu Shuai's arm as he gave a violent yank toward himself. Gu Ling lost her footing and went stumbling forward. As the stick slipped from her hands, Gu Shuai's freed left hand shoved hard against her shoulder. Ordinarily, it wouldn't have been much of a push. But to a girl who didn't weigh 80 pounds, it was a hurricane. Her ruined shoes caught on a shard of broken bamboo, and she went over backward like a kite with a cut string. Thud! Her knees hit the packed dirt first, then her upper body twisted sideways, and half her face dragged across the rough ground. HSSSS. Searing pain shot through her. Blood beaded up from her scraped cheekbone and her knees, mixing with the yellow dirt, an ugly sight. Gu Ling lay there on the floor, every bone in her body trembling with pain. But she clenched her teeth and swallowed the cry. She didn't make a sound. Her brother had said it. From now on, they didn't have to take that look from anybody. Gu Shuai couldn't have cared less whether she lived or died. He stared around at everything in the room, and the ugly heat in his chest burned hotter. He wanted to haul off the pot and the quilt. But then he thought better of it. Carrying something that conspicuous back through the village in broad daylight. If anybody saw him, there'd be no explaining it. And if he ran into that devil Guzhan coming home, the man would put a hatchet through his skull. Fine. If he couldn't take it, he'd wreck it. He swung a kick at the new bamboo table. Crack, clatter. The poles collapsed on the spot. Then he bounded to the head of the calm, flipped up the big quilt, turned over the mattress pad, and groped around for a good while. Not a single copper coin clinked. Damn it. Dirt poor and still putting on airs. Gu Shuai slapped the mud wall, shaking loose a layer of dust. He turned back, his triangular eyes settling on the rumpled quilt. The longer he looked at it, the more it grated on him. He hawked deep in his throat, sucked hard, and spat. A thick glob of yellow phlegm landed dead center on the quilt. Satisfied with that, he straightened his collar and looked down at Gu Ling, still on the floor. Quit playing dead. Go tell Guzhan the second branch isn't so easy to fool. Whatever he's up to out there, sooner or later I'll dig it all up. With that parting threat, Gu Shuai stepped over the shattered door and strutted out. Behind the embankment, Lu Erden, who'd been keeping watch, sidled up to him. Well? Find any gold. Shut up. Damnedest thing. Come on, we're going to report to my brother. The two figures moved off along the withered reeds and vanished into the cold wind. The house was dead silent, nothing but the wind whistling in through the broken doorframe. Gu Ling pushed herself up off the ground, slowly. Her knees throbbed, and the cold air on her scraped cheek stung like salt in the wound. She didn't touch the injuries. Her gaze traveled past the scattered bamboo table and landed on the quilt. When she saw that disgusting yellow-green glob in the middle of it, the tears she'd been holding back finally broke loose. Dragging her hurt leg, she limped over to the Kong, gritted her teeth, and scrubbed at the filth with the sleeve of her padded jacket. She scrubbed, and the tears kept falling, drop after drop, over and over, until nothing was left but a dark, damp stain. Only then did she stop. She wiped a hand across her face, smearing tears and blood, then gathered up the fallen bamboo poles one by one, found the hemp cord, and with shaking hands began lashing them back together from memory. The clay jar, broken into pieces, could never be put back together. She crouched over the shards, sniffling, crying without a sound. She cried for a long time. Then she took a deep breath, dried her face, wrestled the half-broken door panel up into her arms, and shuffled it back to the doorframe step by step, propping it up at an angle to block the biting wind. Her brother had told her, "No matter who comes, don't answer." She hadn't answered, but the door had been kicked in anyway. She curled her small hands into fists, nails digging into her palms. Meanwhile, over at the commune black market, the bustle deep in the alley was livelier than I'd expected. It was a narrow dirt lane, and along both sides a dozen or so people squatted with their goods, crowded in at crooked angles. Mostly the bolder commune members from the production brigades nearby. Some were trading a few limp radishes from their private plots for matches. Some were quietly pulling out 2-3 eggs for a little coarse salt. The most eye-catching deal going down was some dark-faced guy holding half a dried rabbit, muttering under his breath about trading it for a pair of cloth shoes without patches. Small time, and the volume was pathetically fragmented. I hauled that muddy, dripping burlap sack over my shoulder and walked straight down the middle of the narrow alley. I didn't squat against the wall hustling for customers like everyone else. I just stood there, eyes half-lidded, my gaze sweeping the alley like radar. Fast, but every single point it landed on carried the precision and ruthlessness I'd honed in a lifetime of business dealings. In under 3 seconds, I had the whole crowd sorted into tiers in my head. The old men and women huddled against the wall, sallow, skinny, timid-eyed, bartering with eggs and scraps of cloth, not a single cent of cash between them. Skip. The middle-aged men squatting in the middle in patched cotton jackets, passing pipes around, occasionally pulling out a wad of crumpled small bills and fingering them for show. Small money types. Good for a few dimes, but they couldn't handle real volume. Keep his back up. My eyes crawled deeper into the alley, inch by inch, then stopped. At the very back, standing in the draft on the left side, was a middle-aged man, around 40. Not tall, but his shoulders were unusually broad, the solid build you get from years of working a heavy walk. His hands were empty, hanging loose at his sides. His palms were a full size bigger than any field hands. He wore a faded navy cotton jacket. The color had gone, but the cut was sharp, every button fastened just so. Fastidious. His cuffs were rolled up halfway out of habit, and on his forearm, you could just make out a patch of old scarring, hot oil burns. But it was the hands that got me. The backs of them had that oily, polished sheen, the patina you only get from years of working around grease in a kitchen. The webbing between thumb and forefinger and the center of his palm were built up with thick, hard calluses. And the placement of those calluses was very specific. That wasn't from gripping a hoe. That was from years of white-knuckling the heavy handle of a cleaver, grinding it right into the flesh. A cleaver. I raised my eyes and checked his sleeves again. That navy fabric had a dull, greasy shine to it that no amount of washing could get out, smoked in by heavy cooking fumes. State-run restaurant. 9 times out of 10, the head cook. In these days, a head cook at a state-run restaurant was a black hole for scarce foodstuffs. The meat and vegetables allotted on the official books were laughably stingy, but the people they had to feed were commune cadres and county officials passing through, the pickiest palates around. To keep up appearances at the stove, a head cook had to have his own off-the-books supply lines. A man like that had real cash in hand, a sharp eye for quality, and, most importantly, for the sake of his own rice bowl, a mouth shut tight as a clam. A born whale of a customer. I'd found my mark, but I didn't walk over. I moved to a spot 3 paces diagonally across from him and set the sack down on the ground. Squatted slowly, deliberately angling the mouth of the sack toward him, then took my sweet time untying the straw cord. The cord loosened, the sack fell open, and out came the front half of a massive bighead carp skull. A gray-green monster of a fish head, mouth slightly agape, a good size bigger than a grown man's fist, scales still crusted with half-dried reservoir mud. Just that head sitting there was enough to turn heads. I didn't call out, didn't even glance his way, just squatted there quietly and flicked a clod of dried mud off the scales. 10 seconds. That's all it took. Like a shark scenting blood, the cook's eyes locked onto that sack and would not let go. Men who work a stove have an almost animal instinct for premium ingredients. A 7-8-pound bighead carp this time of year? That was hard currency, the kind of thing that made a banquet. He couldn't hold back. He came over, steady strides, and stopped right in front of me. He crouched down, didn't waste a word, just reached out with one of those big, grease-polished hands and pressed down hard on the fish's belly. The flesh pushed back firm. Solid. Then he expertly pried open the mud-caked gill cover and looked inside. Stuffed with rotting weeds, sure, but the gill filaments were a healthy dark red. No gray, no stink. Fresh. Wild caught. How many you got? The cook finally lifted his eyelids, voice pitched low. 3. My tone was flat. Every one of them over 7 pounds on the scale. His eyelid twitched. He pulled the sack wider and glanced in to confirm the count. Cut to it. Name your price. I didn't rush to give a number. I unhurriedly gathered the mouth of the sack back up where he'd opened it, the motion carrying an easy implication that I could tie that cord and walk at any second. You run the stove at the state restaurant, don't you? I didn't phrase it as a question. I dropped it as a flat statement of fact. His eyes went wary in an instant. His eyebrow arched, and he looked me over again, this ragged young man in front of him. Sharp eyes on you, kid. A man who works with his hands can't hide what they say about him. I lifted my right hand and mimed a slap at the calluses I'd built up on the web of my thumb, then let a corner of my mouth curl up. Funny thing is, I make my living with these 2 hands too. He stared at me for 2 seconds, then dropped the small talk and went straight at it. 5 yuan. I'll take all 3. Brutal lowball. Classic. Assume the young guy doesn't know what he's holding. I shook my head without a moment's hesitation. Brother, you've touched this fish yourself. Check the color yourself. A 7-8-pound big head. In weather like this, you walk every market in the commune and find me one more like it. Go on. He pressed his lips together and said nothing, but I could see him giving in behind the eyes. I stood straight up, grabbed the straw cord, and made like I was swinging the sack onto my shoulder. If the numbers don't work for you, no hard feelings. Deal or no deal, we're still square. I'll carry it somewhere else. And I actually turned and took 2 solid steps through the mud. 1, 2. Didn't look back. The push and pull hit its breaking point. Hold up. His voice came from behind me, with a note of surrender in it. 8. That's my ceiling. My foot paused. I didn't turn around, just tilted half my face back toward him, giving him a profile that said I'd known all along. Brother, let's put it all on the table. This is 20-some pounds of goods I took a risk on. No ration coupons, nothing on the books. You carry this back to your kitchen, stew the head with tofu, comes out milky white. Braise the tail in soy sauce, comes out red. The head goes into a pot of soup, boiled till it turns milky white. The thick meat off the body gets cut into chunks, battered, fried, and finished in sweet and sour sauce. That's 3 showpiece dishes right there, all set. Every sentence I spoke landed exactly on a chef's mental checklist. I turned, looked him straight in the eye, and let a businessman's smile curl the corner of my mouth. 10 yuan. Round number, easy on your books. You get to save face in front of the higher-ups, and I get rice in my pot. He studied my face, young, but far too shrewd for its age, and said nothing for 5, 6 seconds. Finally, he drew a deep breath, reached into the inner pocket of his padded jacket, and pulled out a handkerchief washed nearly white. He unfolded it layer by layer. Inside sat a small stack of bills. He rubbed them apart with rough fingers and slid out one nearly crease-free 10 yuan note. 10 yuan. I took it, pinched the edge between thumb and forefinger, and rubbed it. Perfectly natural. The paper was thick and stiff. The anti-counterfeiting texture came through my fingertips in clean, grainy detail. In my past life, I'd been worth hundreds of millions, head of the Gu Empire, a man who could move tens of millions in working capital without blinking. Now I stood here holding a single 10 yuan bill, and something absurdly close to relief flickered behind my eyes. Because in 1977, this 10 yuan was enough to keep my whole family in cornmeal for 2 months. Pleasure doing business. I nudged the burlap sack toward his feet. The chef bent, grabbed it, and hoisted all 30-odd pounds one-handed, hefting the weight with a satisfied nod. Then he looked me over again. Kid, quality goods like this, what channel are you working? I live out by the reservoir. Get lucky sometimes, find things in the mud other people missed. Airtight answer. He didn't dig further. Everybody in this trade understood the unspoken rules. He slung the sack over his shoulder, took 1 step to leave, then stopped. Remember this. Next time you've got merchandise worth showing, don't stand around freezing in this dump of an alley. Go around to the east end of town, back door of the state-run restaurant kitchen. Knock 3 times. Ask for Oldley. He thumped his chest with his free hand. Name's Lee. Got it, brotherly. Oldley shouldered the fish and disappeared through a side door at the far end of the alley in a few long strides. I stayed where I was, hands shoved in my pockets, thumb rubbing that folded bill through the fabric over and over. The corner of the paper pricked at my skin, but the feel of it was undeniably real. I tucked the money into the hidden pocket closest to my chest. 10 yuan was nothing, but behind it was the first crack I'd torn in the heavy wall of 1977. As long as this underground supply line through Oldley held, all that inventory sitting in the cold storage of my mystic spirit space could quietly convert into the one thing this era was starving for: cash. A crushing debt of 280 yuan? I smirked. That pack of animals in the main branch, all lined up waiting to watch me fail. They weren't even fit to be stepping stones. I turned and headed for the alley mouth. Passing the low wall, I saw pockmarked Zhao still at his post, eyes shut, mouth half open, savoring the aftertaste of that filtered Zhonghua. See you around, brother Zhao. He didn't bother opening his eyes, just grunted through his nose and waved his unlit pipe vaguely in the air. Goodbye enough. Out of the alley, I stepped onto the rutted dirt road that ran to the reservoir at the far end of the village. The sun was sliding west. The headwind cut sharper than it had at dawn, and grit stung against my face. But I found myself walking faster. That crisp new bill lay flat against my chest, warming against my skin. It was a silent declaration. The gears of my counterattack had started turning, and they were picking up speed. At the end of the dirt road, the reservoir's outline sharpened in the dusk. Cold air poured down my collar. My stride kept lengthening anyway. My mind was already running the numbers. How to make old Lee's channel more reliable. Rice and flour were too risky for now, but the frozen wild boar and marrow bones in the space? Move 10, 12 pounds at a time, and I'd pull in a stack of bills before winter was out. A debt of 280 yuan? In this era, it could drive a man to hang himself. To me, it was just a stepping stone and useful cover. I felt my mouth curving up as I rounded the last windbreak of packed earth. The ramshackle thatched hut by the reservoir came into view. The smile froze on my face. My feet nailed themselves to the ground. The door was gone. That rotten plank door, the one I'd personally told Gu Ling to brace shut with a thick bamboo pole before I left, lay sprawled in the mud outside the entrance like a gutted corpse. Right through the middle of it, a gash had split open, wide as a little finger. The bamboo brace had rolled 3 paces off. Stamped clearly across, it was half a boot print packed with yellow mud. Wind blew straight through the empty hut, and the hollow echo it made raised the hair on my neck. Something had happened. My pupils contracted to pinpoints in the space of a breath. My heart felt like a giant hand had seized it and yanked it downward. I didn't shout. I didn't rush in blindly. The predator instinct I'd forged in years of business warfare took over this young body in an instant. I dropped my center of gravity and covered the distance in a few silent strides, sliding toward the doorway like a black panther. My right hand had already found the handle of the notched, rusted cleaver at my waist without a sound. I stepped over the shattered planks. My eyes swept the dim interior like radar. The bamboo table I'd fitted together with mortise and tenon joints just last night was in pieces. All 4 legs kicked loose. The hemp cord snapped in 2, lying limp on the floor like dead snakes. The bamboo rack in the corner, the old clay water jar I'd been saving for my little sister, smashed into 5 or 6 shards. The thick cotton quilt had been flung aside, the mattress underneath turned completely over. And the worst of it, dead center on the quilt cover, a glob of yellow-green phlegm, still wet, still sticky, giving off a smell that turned my stomach. I scoured every broken detail, inch by inch, until my gaze locked on the dead corner between the stove and the earthen wall. Gu Ling was huddled there, like a fledgling stripped of its down and thrown out into the snow. Arms wrapped around her knees, her whole body balled up into something tiny. The worst part was her left cheek. From cheekbone down to jaw, a wide patch of skin had been scraped raw against the coarse dirt floor. Blood and grit had crusted into a dark red shell, and beneath it the flesh had swollen into a high, purple bruise. Her 2 thin legs shook uncontrollably inside her ragged cotton pants. The fabric at the knees had worn straight through, and the raw pink flesh underneath was matted with cotton batting. It was jarring, unbearably so. She wasn't crying out loud. She just stared, those eyes so red and swollen they could barely open, locked on the doorway. The instant she heard footsteps, the girl flinched all over, and the fire poker clenched in her fists swept up across her chest on pure reflex, a stance that said, plainly, she was ready to fight to the death. It's me. I spoke. My voice came out unnaturally steady, not a tremor in it. But underneath that calm was a killing intent that had already burned my insides to ash. Gu Ling froze. Her eyes slowly focused, and she made out my face. Clatter. The poker slipped from her hands and hit the shattered bamboo. The next second, the toughness she'd been holding together for over half an hour, along with every last shred of composure, collapsed like a dam giving way. Brother, she sobbed like her heart was being torn out, gasping so hard she couldn't string together a single complete sentence. The table. They smashed it. The clay jar broke too. I couldn't stop them. She didn't touch her bleeding face. She just gripped the torn knees of her pants with both hands, knuckles white as paper. Her head burrowed deep into the crook of her arm, thin shoulders heaving. It's my fault. I'm useless. I couldn't even hold a door. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. I stood just inside the threshold and didn't move an inch. My hands hung at my sides. 10 thick fingers dug into my palms, a fraction at a time. Nails broke through the old calluses. The faint smell of blood rose up. Crack, crack. My knuckles ground together with a sound that set teeth on edge. That was what rage looked like on me, physically. In my past life, when I got like this, it usually meant some opponent was about to face total liquidation, bankruptcy, a jump off a building, a family destroyed. I took a deep breath of the cold draft cutting through the room and forced the fury back down my throat, into my gut. Losing my temper now would only drive my terrified little sister deeper into despair. I crossed the room in a few long strides and dropped to one knee in front of her. Lift your head up. I made my voice soft, the way you'd coax a hurt stray cat. Gu Ling's lips quivered. She clenched her teeth hard and, very slowly, raised that small, blood-smeared face out of the crook of her arm. I reached out. This was the same hand that had gripped a knife handle to kill a man, thick with calluses. But right then it was impossibly light as it settled on the uninjured right side of her face. My thumb carefully skirted the wound and brushed away a bloody speck of grit at the corner of her eye. Does it hurt? Gu Ling shook her head desperately, but the tears fell harder, carving pale channels down the mud and blood on her face. I didn't ask again. I pulled my hand back, used my coarse cloth jacket to block her view, and with a thought, slipped into the Xianling space. Medical section, on the shelf, iodine, sterile gauze, cotton swabs. In an instant they were up my sleeve. When I turned back, there was suddenly a clean strip of white linen I'd torn off something in my hand. Bear with it. I uncapped the iodine, cupped her chin, and cleaned the wound bit by bit. The moment the antiseptic touched broken skin, she jerked like she'd been shocked, instinctively trying to pull away. Don't move. My wrist was steady as iron. There's dirt in the flesh. If it festers, that's a serious illness. It hurts, so grit your teeth and take it. She squeezed her eyes shut, bit down hard on her bleeding lower lip, and didn't shift another inch. Once her face was clean, I rolled up the torn leg of her pants. The knee was worse. There was still a small splinter of wood buried in it. My brow twitched. I picked up the tweezers, clamped down, and pulled. NNGH. She let out a muffled groan, and another string of tears came down. Using my sleeve as cover again, I fished a chipped clay cup out of the space, half full of spirit spring water. Drink it. She took the cup in both hands and gulped it down. The spirit spring slid down her throat, and a cool current spread through her limbs. The burning, tearing pain in the wounds felt like it had been wrapped in cold mist. A little color crept back into that paper-white face, and the shivering from shock finally subsided. I bandaged the wounds with gauze, my hands steady as I tied them off. But as I knotted the last one, my thumb brushed the wad of ruined cotton soaked with my sister's blood, and my fingertip drove down half an inch, beyond my control. Who did this? I didn't raise my voice. My tone was as flat as if I were asking what was for dinner. But the moment the words left my mouth, the temperature in the room seemed to drop below freezing. Gu Ling swallowed and whispered a name. It was Gu Shuai. Sniffling, she told me everything that had happened in that half hour, in broken pieces. How he kicked in the door, how he tore through the chest, how he grabbed the stick away and shoved her. She didn't even leave out the glob of phlegm Gu Shuai spat on the quilt before he left. I wiped it off. Brother, I scrubbed it with my sleeve, over and over. She twisted the hem of her shirt, her voice shrinking. You probably can't see the stain anymore. My hand stopped mid-bandage. The name, Gu Shuai, popped into my head like some clown jumping out from behind a curtain. That good-for-nothing who could only hide behind a haystack to peep at widows bathing, who thought the outhouse was too far to walk once the weather turned cold. He had the guts to trek 2 li out of the village in the dead of winter to kick down the door of a lunatic who'd held a knife to his own throat? Bullshit. My gaze moved past my sister to the broken door panel lying where it had been kicked in. The gears in my head meshed and spun. He went straight for the chest and the bedding. That was a search for whatever the family had. A lazy dog like Gu Shuai would never do that on his own initiative. Someone else was holding the leash. In the whole Gu family, nobody but Gu Erlang had that kind of calculation in him. The old fox didn't believe I could pay back 280 yuan after walking away with nothing. So he'd sent his son to feel out how much cash and how many cards I actually had in this house. Once I'd worked that out, I pulled at the corner of my mouth and let out a cold laugh. There are always people in this world too stupid to be afraid. People who don't understand how heavy the millstone is until they've stuck their own hand under it. Ling. I stood up and looked at her. Yeah. You did well today. You didn't back down. You picked up that stick and stood in his way. You did good. She stared, stunned. She'd expected to be scolded for failing to protect the house, and hearing praise, unheard of in this family, brought the tears surging back up. I turned away and briskly gathered the scattered bamboo table legs together. The hemp cord had snapped too short to be useful, so I casually pulled a length of military paracord out of the space, rubbed mud into it as camouflage, and cinched an irreversible locking knot at the joint. 2 quick moves, and the table stood again. Then I walked to the Kong. Even after being scrubbed, the quilt cover still had a ring of dark water stain on it. I reached out, yanked the quilt off, balled it up, and threw the doorway with no frame left, and flung it straight into the mud ditch outside. Brother, why are you throwing out the quilt? We could still wash it and use it. Guling scrambled to go pick it up. Anything that animal touched, we don't want. I caught her arm, turning to block her line of sight with my body while I pulled a thicker, softer, brand new mattress pad and quilt cover out of my space and spread them across the head of the Kong. Ran into a guy trading goods up in the mountains last night. Traded for a better set. Before she could press me on it, I walked over to the water jar and rinsed my hands. Night had fallen completely. The bald mountain crouched on the horizon like some huge black beast. The cold wind off the reservoir blew harder and harder, howling like a pack of ghosts. I stood in the doorless doorway, half my body in the firelight, half of it swallowed by the dark. My right hand was jammed in my pocket, my thumb scraping over and over across the sharp edge of that Tinyuan note. I was running through my next move. Beat the hell out of Gu Shuai to blow off steam? That's the amateur hour play of a street punk. Break his leg today, and tomorrow that sly old bastard Gu Erlang goes running to the commune security office to report me for picking fights and boxes me in through official channels. Land one punch hard enough, and you save yourself 100. What Gu Erlang wanted was to see my whole card. He wanted deterrence. Then tonight, I'd put on a little show for him. Call it roll call in hell. No evidence. No hatchet. Hell, I wouldn't even let them think a person had done it. I was going to use this 50 years ahead of schedule space ability to hit these bloodsuckers with a dimensional strike in the most literal, physical sense, so that from this day forward, every single person in the second branch would feel the cold seep into their bones at the mere words, the reservoir. I went to the stove and pushed in 2 of the thickest, slowest burning logs. Ling, brother, the door's broken. How are we supposed to sleep tonight? Gu Ling was bundled up in the new quilt, her small face worried in the firelight. Door's broken, so tomorrow your brother makes a solid one. I took the beat-up tin cup that had held spirit spring water, filled it halfway with warm water mixed with more of it, and handed it over. Drink this and get to sleep early. She drank it obediently. The spirit spring calms the nerves and brings on sleep. In under 5 minutes the kid was out cold, so deep that the wind tearing at the roof tiles outside couldn't wake her. Once I was sure she was asleep, every trace of warmth stripped clean off my face. I pulled the coarse cloth cap off the corner of the wall and yanked it down over my head. Gu Erlang, you old dog. Let me show you something. At that moment, in the main room of the Gu family's second branch, the draft whistling through the cracks in the walls sounded like a hanged ghost weeping. The flame in the cracked oil lamp lurched back and forth in the evil wind, and the shadows of several people clawed and snarled across the mud walls. Gu Shuai sat sprawled on the threshold with a dry straw stalk clamped in his teeth, right leg thrown over his left. His 2 murky, triangular eyes were squeezed into slits from excitement, his grin stretching to his ears. Dad, Ma, you should have seen it with your own eyes. He spat the straw onto the ground and started waving both hands around, spraying spit everywhere. I went up and kicked it, bam, and that piece of junk door just came apart. That sickly little Gu Ling was cowering in the corner by the stove, both legs shaking like a quail's. I told her to hand over Guzhan's stash from when he robbed the house. Heh, and the little brat actually picked up the fire poker and squared up on me. I snatched it right out of her hands. That bag of bones doesn't even weigh 80 pounds, and she thinks she can fight me? Zhao Zuolan stood by the Kong with her arms crossed, every crease in that mean face of hers smoothed out. Hearing her son had come out on top, the anger she'd been choking on for 2 days finally cleared, and she brought her hand down hard on Gu Shuai's shoulder. That's my boy. Doesn't back down from anything. Nice work. The slap made Gu Shuai's bones feel light. His tail went straight up in the air. Damn right. I turned that black wooden chest inside out too. Not a thing in it. Smashed the bamboo table, went through the new quilt. Dad, I figured it out a while ago. Where would that son of a bitch get a private stash? That iron pot and the thick cotton quilt. He probably stole them off some other production brigade. Poor enough to piss blood and still strutting around like a big shot. That sickly little thing tried to wrestle the stick back from me, and I gave her a shove. She's the one with no footing, went down and rolled in the mud, knocked her knee on a rock, and split it wide open, scraped up her face too. And before I left, he snorted a thick wad of snot back up, the muscles in his face twisting with a sleazy kind of satisfaction. I hawked up a big gob of phlegm from the back of my throat, and, tooey, landed it dead center on that new bedding of theirs. Let those 2 dirt-poor little wretches choke on it. Zhao Zuolan burst out laughing. Leaning in the shadow of the corner was Gu Yi, who'd spent the entire day squatting at the well washing clothes. She was frozen through, her face as grim as a corpse's. But at this, something like satisfaction flashed quickly through her narrow eyes. In the 2 days since the family split, every miserable chore, the washing, the cooking, had landed on her, and she'd been swallowing it until her lungs were fit to burst. Hearing that Gu Ling, who used to do all of it without a word of complaint, had been ground into the mud by her own brother, most of that bile finally drained out of her. Serves her right. Nobody made you walk out of this house with nothing but the clothes on your back, following that lunatic brother of yours. She didn't make a sound, just dug her thumb hard into the nail she'd broken in half on the washboard that day, her mouth curving into a twitchy, vicious little arc. And Gu Erlang, sitting cross-legged on the edge of the Kong, hadn't made a single sound from beginning to end. He held the brass-mouthed pipe he'd been breaking in for over a decade. The fire in the bowl had long since gone out, not a wisp of smoke. His triangular eyes were half-lidded, the skin of his face pulled taut like a slab of cured pork left out to dry for 8 years. But look closely and you'd catch the murky, sinister glint at the bottom of his eyes, flickering along with the lamp's flame. Flicker, flicker. Gu Shuai hadn't noticed the dead silence in the room at all, hadn't noticed that his own father's face had gone grimmer than a coffin lid. He was still flailing his arms around. Dad, I'll level with you. That bastard Guzhan is a paper tiger, all bark and nothing behind it. That shack of his has one iron pot and one ratty quilt, and there isn't even anywhere to hide a copper coin. He never finished. A dull, teeth-grinding crack cut the words off at the root. Smack. No warning. Gu Erling's body didn't so much as sway. Only his right hand, resting on his knee, shot out like a viper that had lain coiled half the night. That heavy brass pipe swung in a full arc, dragging cold air with it, and landed square on the back of Gu Shuai's skull. Gong. Gu Shuai felt like a temple bell had gone off inside his head. His mouth was still hanging open in that ridiculous half a curse swallowed back down. Like a toad kicked onto its back, he pitched straight off the threshold face first into the dirt, both hands clamped over his head, something warm and sticky running down between his fingers. Only then did the pain drill into his brain. He thrashed and rolled on the ground. 5. His face twisted as he howled. Pa, have you lost your mind? What did you hit me for? Hit you. Gu Erlang rose from the edge of the Kong, slow as death. The draft blowing through the room seemed to freeze solid. The flame in the oil lamp leapt up, lighting a face where every last wrinkle was twitching like something possessed. If I beat you to death right here and now, it'd still be a waste of my hands. He didn't spare a glance for the idiot rolling around on the floor. His neck turned like a rusted-out gear, stiff, one notch at a time. Those eyes, cold with a poison and terror light, locked onto Gu Feng's throat where he stood in the shadow behind the door, sharp as 2 freshly honed hog-butchering knives. You. The pipe came up, its blood-smeared brass mouthpiece aimed across the room at the tip of Gu Feng's nose. I told you 100 times this morning. Go down to the reservoir and find out what cards he's holding. And this is how you handle your old man's business. The blood drained out of Gu Feng's face in an instant, cold sweat soaking through his undershirt. He pressed himself flat against the wall, teeth chattering, his voice thin as a draft through a crack. Pa, I swear I didn't. I only told him to scout from a distance. I never told him to go up to the door and start swinging. How was I supposed to know this idiot had the guts to go kick a man's door in? Idiot. Gu Erling's voice dropped, all the way down. That kind of strangled, low growl was a hell of a lot more skin-crawling than any shouted curse, like something crawling up out of the muck at the bottom of the underworld. Gu Erling turned, shuffled across the floor in his thick-soled black cloth shoes, and stopped in front of his younger son. He looked down at Gu Shuai, still clutching his head and moaning, with the flat, cold eyes of a man looking at a corpse. Memories reeled backward through his mind. Every scrap of information snapped shut into a circle inside that head of his, the head that had spent half a lifetime scheming. 2 days ago, Gu Erling ground his back teeth. In that dirt yard, in front of 30, 40 people. Did you forget every damn thing Gu Zhen did? Gu Shuai, hands still on his head, was so unnerved by his own father that he forgot to keep crying out. He just stared up at him blankly. One kick. Didn't even lose his breath. Snapped your big brother Gu Hong's leg bone clean through. Cold air squeezed in through the gap in the door, and the oil lamp sputtered and whined. He took that beat-up firewood hatchet, twisted from the hips, and laid Li Tiechuan's whole right arm open in one swing. Blood all over the yard. The smug look on Zhao Zuolan's face went out like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water over her in midwinter. And when he laid that dripping blade against your Uncle Gu Dahu's neck, that big, swaggering uncle of yours didn't so much as squeak. Gu Erling bent down suddenly, the brass mouthpiece nearly jabbing into Gu Shuai's eye socket. I was standing right there. I saw it better than anybody. When that boy cut people, he didn't even blink. His voice shook with the fear that comes after the fact. That's not some punk losing his temper. That's the look of a man who's thrown his own life away, who doesn't care whether he lives or dies, and doesn't care whether anybody else does either. The old fox straightened up, folded his hands behind his back, and paced a couple of steps. Today you smashed up the only shelter he's got. You shoved the one person in this world he'd die to protect. And then you spat on his bed. He stopped. His narrow eyes bored into Gu Shuai. Do you have any idea what that one kick of yours just brought down on this branch of the family? Gu Shuai's hoodlum streak hadn't gone anywhere. He stuck out his neck for one last stand. What's it gonna bring? Worst case he comes at us. What's one guy gonna do? Kill our whole family. I don't believe there's no law in this brigade. Shut your mouth. Gu Erlang whipped around with a roar that shook the thatch on the roof. Everyone in the room jumped. Even Gu Yi, eavesdropping at the door, shrank half a foot back behind the frame. He spoke one word at a time, each one like something he'd chewed bloody before spitting it out. Gu Ling is the only family he has left in this world. She's the one scale you do not touch. For that little girl, he was willing to trade knife blows with Li Tieshuan, a mad dog who's beaten a woman to death. He was willing to burn every bridge with the main branch that raised him for over 10 years and walk away without a single grain of rice. He was willing to bite his finger open in front of the whole village and press a bloody thumbprint and take all 280 yuan of that debt onto his own shoulders. Gu Erlang's chest heaved. Then his voice dropped again, down to a pitch that put ice down everyone's spine. He walked out of that house with nothing but his skin, and the only people he was ever going to come for were the main branch. The old fox's fingers spasmed twice inside his sleeve. But today you hit the only family he's got. You might as well have handed Guzhan the knife yourself and told him, our branch belongs on his list too. The words hit the floor like a coffin lid slamming shut on every last hope. Nobody in the room could pick them up. The color drained out of Zhao Zuelan's face. That big mouth of hers, the one that had cursed out every household in the village, went soft before it even got going. Husband, Shuai's just a boy. He doesn't know any better. He didn't mean it. He only wanted to feel things out for us. He was just a little rough about it. Didn't mean it? Gu Erlang sneered. You think that boy's some soft persimmon you can reason with? He doesn't care what you meant. He only cares that today you kicked his door in and put your hands on his sister. He dragged his heavy feet back to the edge of the Kong and dropped down like every drop of strength had been wrung out of him. He picked up the pipe again, but his knuckles had gone white and he couldn't keep his grip steady. Gu Shuai. He raised his head. There was nothing in his voice at all. Why ya? Huh? Right now? This minute? You're going to get yourself down to that reservoir. Gu Shuai's eyes went round. Huh? You'll kneel outside the threshold of that ruined shack, and you'll kowtow, and you'll beg Guzhan's forgiveness. Why the hell should I? Gu Shuai, who a second ago had been playing dead on the floor, shot upright like he'd been jabbed with an awl, neck rigid as an iron bar. Pa, I'm your own son. You want me to go out in the freezing cold and kowtow to some broke nobody we threw out of the family? I'm not going. Kill me first. I'd never live it down. You stupid animal. I'm not punishing you. I'm trying to save your worthless life. Gu Erlang snatched up the worn-out broom to lay into him. Husband. No. Zhao Zuelan charged out like a sow defending her litter, flinging herself in front of Gu Shuai with her arms spread wide. The boy knows he messed up, but no matter how bad it is, you shut the door and give him a hiding at home, and that's the end of it. Sending him out on a freezing winter night to go kneel to some. Make my boy kneel? Her eyes were rimmed red, tears streaming down. If Shuai wrecks his knees, how's he ever supposed to hold his head up in this village again? Gu Erlang, don't you have any shame left? Shame? Is it our necks on the line right now? Or our pride? Gu Erlang ground his teeth. That's right. It's about pride. Zhao Zuelan threw everything to the wind, screeching at the top of her cracked-out voice. You, Gu Erlang, you've played the respectable man half your life, always going on about what's best for the Gu family. And now, one little gust of wind, and you're sending your own flesh and blood to kowtow like a dog for an outsider? Word gets out, and how does the second branch ever show its face again? I'd rather smash my head open on the water jar. Looking at his howling wife and his idiot son's mutinous face, Gu Erlang clenched his jaw until it creaked, the taste of blood filling his mouth. He knew this shrew too well. Once she got going, there'd be no ending tonight's performance. And even if he beat Gu Shuai into going and kneeling, the fool would probably stand in front of Guzhan and not only refuse to apologize, he'd pour oil on the fire and set the boy off. Get out. Gu Erlang's chest heaved twice, and then all the air went out of him. He hurled the broom into the corner, his voice terrifyingly hoarse. Every damn one of you, get the hell out. Zhao Zuelan seized the moment like a pardoned convict, grabbed Gu Shuai by the sleeve of his padded jacket, and half-scrambled, half-stumbled out of the main room and back to the west room. Gu Yi, who'd been eavesdropping, had already vanished. Gu Feng was the last out. He lingered at the door, about to offer some face-saving remark, when his father's dead fish eyes swung on him with a look that could eat a man alive. His scalp prickled, and he shot out into the freezing wind. Inside, the room went dead silent again. The oil lamp's flame finally steadied, giving off a weak yellow glow. Gu Erlang sat alone on the edge of the cold Kong, hands locked together and pressed hard against his knees, knuckles blanching white. The scene from 2 days ago kept looping in his head like a stuttering film reel. That boy had gripped the blade, pivoted at the hips, no shouting, no roaring, no flushed face, no ragged breathing. The blade had just come down, smooth as silk. Too clean. Far too clean for a 17-year-old dirt-poor country boy who'd never even been to the county seat. Gu Erlang had scraped by on this yellow earth for 38 years. He'd seen plenty of hard men go red-eyed and swing a hoe over water rights or a strip of field. But no matter how crazy those men got, they all had one thing in common before they struck. Their eyes went bloodshot, and they had to curse to work up their nerve. Guzhan wasn't like that. When he cut down Li Tieshuan, those clear black and white eyes had been as hollow as a 1,000-year-old well. That wasn't the recklessness of a young calf. That wasn't the fear of someone who'd never seen the world. That was death itself, someone who had already run through every consequence, every price, right down to losing his own head, accepted the bill, and then coldly carried out the sentence. That was not how a kid pushed too far was supposed to react. That was the kind of depth you only forged after doing something monstrous with your own 2 hands, after seeing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Gu Erlang didn't believe in omens, didn't believe in gods or ghosts. He believed only in that viper's instinct of his, and that instinct was jabbing his nerves like a steel needle, telling him that worthless nephew he'd held in his palm since childhood worked like a mill donkey. Somewhere along the line, the boy had turned into a beast he couldn't read and couldn't control. And now that idiot Gu Shuai had taken a barbed iron rod in both hands and driven it straight into the one scale on that beast you must never touch. The old fox closed his eyes, cheeks aching from clenching. If Guzhan didn't come for the second branch tonight, that was even more frightening. It would mean the boy's restraint ran deeper than he'd estimated, that he was sitting on something big enough to finish the second branch in a single stroke. And if he did come tonight, the hands pressed on Gu Erlang's knees jerked violently, beyond his control. Outside the window, the sky had gone pitch black. The north wind blew harder and harder, threading through the crooked fence of dead brushwood in the yard like 10,000 lost souls wailing. The old yellow dog, who normally barked for half an hour at the faintest rustle of a weasel, was tonight jammed into the deepest corner of his kennel, not daring even a whimper. The entire second branch compound sank into a graveyard stillness in the cold night. Time stretched out endlessly. How long? No one could say. Click. The dead thatch on the roof pressed down half an inch under something. No sound of a cracked tile. No stirring of the wind. Even the trembling, old yellow dog in his kennel never sensed death arriving. That figure was me. Like a stroke of thick ink dissolved into the night, I crouched soundlessly at the highest point of the main room's ridgeline. Cold moonlight leaked through a gap in the clouds, outlining my hard silhouette. A coarse cloth robe washed pale, trouser legs rolled to the calf and speckled with mud, an old cloth cap pulled down to my eyebrows. The biting wind scraped like a knife across the dried blood on my face. I didn't so much as blink. From up high, I looked down in silence at the black, sunken earthen compound beneath me. There was no thrill of vengeance in my eyes, no rage from having been wronged. Only the absolute calm of a judge running one last check over the execution list before the blade falls. Let the game begin. Deep inside, I silently pulled my mouth into a devil's smile. On the ridgeline, the north wind came down carrying blades of ice. I clung to the gap between the tiles like a feral cat, breath drawn thin and long. Below, the oil lamp's flame, no bigger than a soybean, leaked through the torn spots in the window paper and shattered across the yard. Gu Erlang hadn't gone to sleep. Through the thin layer of thatch, the old fox's pipe bowl knocked against his shoe sole, once, then again, the muffled sound drifting up. I wasn't in a hurry. I closed my eyes and dropped my consciousness straight into the Xianling space. Target, the deepest part of the electronics plant's supply zone, those few sealed sheet metal shipping containers. Handling a piece of trash like Gu Shuai, who only knew how to bully defenseless women with a woodcutter's knife? Too good for him, and it'd only leave me stinking of the mess afterward. Since I'd come all this way, I might as well hit him with something a little beyond his comprehension. My thoughts swept along the shelves, row by row. Concentrated sulfuric acid? Nitric acid? No good. That stuff smokes the second it touches skin, and once he starts screaming from the pain, the neighboring room wakes up instantly. My gaze slid sideways and locked onto a small, tightly sealed plastic bottle. 3 cold letters on the label, HF. Hydrofluoric acid. A high-hazard industrial reagent the plant used for etching circuit boards. Not high concentration, but for 2 chunks of worthless flesh, it was plenty. Back when I ran the electronics plant in my last life, That chemical engineer with the thick lens glasses had warned me over and over about this stuff. That's the nasty little quirk of the stuff. Other strong acids hit your skin, and it's instant. Red, swollen, blistering. You feel it right away, and you can run for water. Hydrofluoric acid is different. It's sneaky as hell. For the first few hours after it touches your skin, you feel nothing at all. No redness, no swelling, no itch. It doesn't even leave something as noticeable as a mosquito bite. But during those few hours, the fluoride ions have already slipped silently through the epidermis, burrowing down toward the bone like 1,000 maggots. By the time the real, killing pain finally erupts, the flesh under the skin has already rotted straight down to the periosteum. Not even God could save you. It's the cruelest kind of delayed-action boning knife. The person who takes the blade doesn't even know what killed him. I summoned the little bottle with a thought. Thumb pressure, and the cap twisted off without a sound. Colorless. Odorless. I set the cap back on loosely, balanced the bottle in one hand, and dropped my eyes to what lay below me. The oil lamp in the main room was still flickering. That wasn't tonight's business. I shifted my gaze 2 inches west. The west room. The paper over the window was a black hole, not a sliver of light coming through. Zhao Zuolan was holed up in there with Gu Shuai and Gu Yi, the door shut tight. I rose. I moved along the edge of the roof beam, putting my weight only where the frame was solid, never on soft spots, never on dead thatch, and slid toward the west roof like a ghost. So steady that not a single icicle on the eaves so much as trembled. The west roof was even more rotted out than the main rooms. There was a patch in the middle where rainwater had turned everything to mush, the mud plaster already sloughing off. I reached out with my left thumb and index finger, delicate as picking up a dead leaf, and with enormous patience peeled back an opening the size of my palm. The whole living scene below opened up to me. On the earthen Kong, Zhao Zuolan was curled up against the far wall, facing away. Gu Yi was squeezed in the middle, the quilt pulled up over half her face. The one on the very outside, right at the edge of the Kong, Gu Shuai, dead to the world. Mouth hanging half open, snores rolling out of him in waves, a thread of drool hanging from the corner of his lips. That right hand of his, the one that had caused all the trouble, was flopped out over the edge of the Kong, hanging in midair. 5 fingers dangling loose, the tips almost brushing a broken shoe on the floor. That hand, that afternoon, in that ruined thatch hut by the reservoir, that hand had ripped away the fire poker Gu Ling was using to save her own life. That hand had shoved a 15-year-old girl who didn't weigh 80 pounds flat onto her back on hard ground, scraping half her face into raw meat. I stared at his hand. No sneer. No clenched teeth. My heart didn't beat half a step faster. I tilted the bottle to a very precise angle. Mouth down. The wind was vicious tonight. I jammed my left thumb hard against the windward side of the opening, using flesh as a wall to block the draft. My right hand pinched the base of the bottle. I lowered it half an inch. Below me, Gu Shuai suddenly smacked his foul mouth, and that dangling finger curled sharply toward his palm. My right hand hung there in midair, steady as a cast-iron arhut. Didn't pull back. Didn't shake. I waited. 3 seconds. Not until that earth-shaking snore stretched back into a long note did the finger flop back down, loose and limp, into its original position. Timing locked. A slight press of the wrist. A single drop of colorless, transparent liquid broke free of the bottle's mouth and fell straight down through the sheltered pocket of dead air, without throwing off so much as a glint of light in that black room. Pat. The faintest touch. It landed square on the pad of Gu Shuai's index finger. He didn't so much as twitch an eyelid. The finger didn't even flinch. No smoke off the skin. No blister. It might as well have been a drop of rainwater coming through the roof. But the fluoride ions were already through the outer layer, already boring silently down through the dermis toward the bone. I drew my hand back. Can't use too much. Too much, and I lose control of it. A drop somewhere else, and he just dies. And dying would be letting him off cheap. Torture takes time. I screwed the cap back on, and the bottle vanished into thin air, tossed back into the depths of my space. I didn't even bother sticking around to watch. I just laid the rotted thatch back exactly the way it had been, fiber for fiber. Then I stood, retraced my route along the beam to the ridgeline, bent my knees slightly, and dropped off the courtyard wall without a sound. My toes landed first on a stack of soft kindling at the base of the wall, and I let my knees absorb the rest, wiping out the noise entirely. Only then did the old yellow dog in the corner of the yard, the one that had been up all night, dare to poke its head out of the straw pile. The instant it caught the cold, dead aura coming off me, every hair on its body stood straight up. It tucked its tail and shrank back into its den with everything it had, the whimper dying in its throat before it could get out. It sensed the danger. I didn't spare it so much as a glance from the corner of my eye. Under a half-dark, ragged moon, I followed the dirt road and melted step by step into the night, heading for the reservoir. Came without a trace. left without a sound. The entire Gu family's second household slept on, dreaming their peaceful little dreams. Inside the main room, Gu Erling burned through an entire night's worth of nerve. He filled his pipe 3 times. It went out 3 times. He sat propped against the base of the wall like a corpse, the brass-mouthed pipe lying across his knees, both ears pricked sharper than a rat's. The whistle of the wind, dead branches scraping the wall, the dull thud of reservoir water slapping against stone in the distance. Every single sound snapped his spine rigid and pressed him flatter against the cold plaster. He was waiting for me to come kick the door in with a woodcutting hatchet. One watch of the night passed. Then a second. The lamp wick on the table, crusted over black, flared twice with a pop and burned away to ash. The room went pitch dark. Outside in the yard, nothing but wind, not one human sound. Gu Erling's hands were wrung together, palms slick with cold sweat, his skull buzzing, his nerves stretched to the snapping point. Several times he found himself staring up at the roof beams, half convinced, straining his ears for ages, and heard absolutely nothing. So he just held on like that. The black on the window paper began, bit by bit, to fade. The gray shell cracked, and the palest sliver of fish belly white bled through. Day had finally broken. Gu Erling braced his knees and forced himself upright. Both legs were so numb it felt like a million needles driving in. He could barely keep his balance. He shuffled to the windowsill in his black cloth shoes, pried open the torn spot in the window paper, and stared out. The courtyard gate, bolt still firmly in place. The brushwood fence, not one stick broken. A thin frost lay over the packed dirt, and there wasn't a single footprint on it. He stared at that clean patch of ground for a good 10 seconds or more, and then the foul breath he'd been holding all night finally rushed up his throat and out. He yanked open the battered wooden door. Cold air poured into his chest, and strangely, it cleared some of the pressure out of his swollen head. The old yellow dog stuck its head out, wagged its tail, and came over to sniff at his pant leg. He ignored the dog and went around to the door of the west room, turning his head to press his ear against the boards. Inside, Gu Shuai was snoring louder than a hog, one blast rolling over the last. He could hear Zhao Zuelon smacking her lips just as clearly. Every last member of the family, not so much as a hair out of place. Gu Erlang stood there in the cold draft, and that taut. A whole night of that dead man's face, and finally it started to loosen. He took 2 steps back and leaned his spine against the withered old locust tree in the yard. The pale morning sun fell across his wrinkled black cotton coat. He fished out his pipe, unhurried, pinched off a wad of tobacco and pressed it into the bowl, struck a match, and drew in a deep lungful. Acrid white smoke jetted from his nostrils and scattered clean in the cold air. He thought of the day before yesterday, when the household was split up and I'd held a blade to my own throat. Then he thought of last night, himself raging around the room, forcing his own son to kneel and beg forgiveness. Spineless. Now, thinking back on it, Gu Erling tugged one corner of his mouth into a cold, contemptuous smile. The smile of a man who has the whole board in hand. Just as he'd figured. He'd given the boy too much credit. Swinging a knife. Walking out of the family with nothing but the skin on his back. Pressing a bloody thumbprint. Sticking them with the famine debt. It all sounded fierce. Sounded frightening. But peel back that hide, and what was underneath? A 17-year-old half-grown pup with his back to the wall, puffing himself up. If the boy really had guts, he'd have come through that door with a blade last night, after it got kicked in. And what happened instead? He'd pulled his head in like a turtle. Didn't dare so much as break wind in this direction. Just a wet-eared kid who's never seen the world. Thinks he can scare me. The old fox muttered it under his breath. His heart finally settled, and knocked the ash from his pipe hard against the tree root, twice. And at that very moment, in the west room next door, Gu Shuai rolled over, smacked his lips, and went right on snoring in perfect comfort. That right index finger, dangling off the edge of the Kong, looked spotless on the surface. Not red, not swollen, not even a scratch. But beneath that layer of dead skin, the fluoride ions had already severed the nerve endings' warning signals and were traveling down through the subcutaneous tissue, quiet, steady, patient as maggots in bone, chewing their way, bite by bite, toward his periosteum. The ramshackle thatched hut by the reservoir. Full daylight. The bitter north wind was still hollering, tearing across the surface of the water. I squatted in front of the stove with the poker in my fist and shoved the 2 thick logs deeper under the pot. The cornmeal mush inside was turning over in golden bubbles, steam rolling off it. I stood, walked to the doorway, and rapped my knuckles against the thick bamboo pole I'd fitted there last night. Brother, will that door hold? Gu Ling was holding a chipped bowl, blowing carefully at the hot mush, her eyes flicking toward the doorway again and again like a startled doe. I pulled a half-length of hemp rope from my waist, ran it around the seam where the door met the wall post, and my fingers flew, cinching it into a hard special forces lashing. Whether it holds depends on whether the man kicking it still has the legs for it. I gave the rope and a tug, slapped the ash off my hands. Not a flicker in my voice. In my head, I ran the numbers. From the moment that drop of colorless liquid fell last night to right now, 12 hours on the dot. Hydrofluoric acid, industrial strength, life-ending stuff. It should have slipped through the skin long ago without a sound. Those fluoride ions were probably gnawing the periosteum to pulp by now, dragging on the nerve endings, feasting. I picked up the other bowl, leaned against the wall, blew on it, took a sip. Ling, eat more of the meat. Don't just chew on pickles. You eat too, brother. I can't finish all this by myself. And right then, in the main room of the Gu family's second household, a fine piece of theater was opening, right on schedule, exactly as I'd counted it out. The sun climbed to dead center above the roof. Steam rose thick around the square table. Gu Erling leaned back in the head seat and had just lifted his chipped wine cup. A whole night without closing his eyes had sunk his sockets deep. His eyelids kept sagging shut. Gu Shuai straddled the bench, right foot jittering nonstop, grabbed a fresh corn bun out of the pot, and bit off half of it in one go. He hadn't caught my blade yesterday, and whatever lingering fear he'd had was long gone. Ma, you chopped these pickles way too fine. They're getting stuck in my teeth. You've got food, so shut your mouth. Nobody in this house puts it away faster than you. Zhao Zuelon shot her younger son a look. Gu Shuai rolled his eyes and lifted the bun toward his mouth again. And in the instant before it touched his lips, he froze. His jaw stopped. His brows knotted into a hard snarl. At the tip of his right index finger, a bizarre, stabbing pain flared out of nowhere. Not a needle, not a blade. Something boring outward from the deepest part of the flesh, from inside the marrow itself, forcing its way out. Like a nest of starving red ants had opened their pincers all at once inside the bone and bitten down hard. SSSH, Gu Shuai sucked in a sharp breath. The fingers spasmed wildly. The half-eaten bun hit the table with a thump and rolled off into the packed dirt. You wasteful little. Food's food. Zhao Zuelon raised her chopsticks to wrap him. The next second, Aya! A scream that didn't sound human, like a rusted saw blade ripping through old cloth, tore straight up through the thatched roof. Gu Shuai dropped off the bench and hit the floor like a stray dog with its spine yanked out. His left hand clamped down on his right wrist, and he thrashed and rolled in the yellow dirt. Shuaier, what is it? What's wrong? Zhao Zuelon flung her chopsticks aside and scrambled over on all fours. Gu Erling's cup smacked down on the table, sloshing wine all over him. Gu Feng and Gu Yi backed away in terror, faces white as frost. It hurts. Huh. My hand. It hurts. Gu Shuai's eyes rolled back, his mouth ringed with stringy drool, his throat producing a sound like a bellows being sawed in half. Within seconds, cold sweat was pouring down his forehead in sheets, his gray shirt soaked through. That kind of pain, detonating out of the bone lining, screaming didn't take away a hair of it. Gu Shuai threw off his mother's hands and drove his head straight at the earthen wall, trying to drown the pain in his hand with pain in his skull. Bam! Hold him down. Gu Erling roared, and his old frame found some unholy strength as he pinned his son's shoulders into the mud. Feng, get his legs. Gu Feng threw himself on top and locked his arms around the lower half. It took everything the two of them had to roll the still convulsing Gu Shuai over and press that right arm flat against the ground. Hold still. Let me see where you're hurt. Gu Erlang stared hard at the hand. The instant he saw it clearly, every hair on his body stood up like steel needles. It was Gu Shuai's right index finger, the same one that had been perfectly fine last night, the one that had wrenched the stick out of Gu Ling's hands. Right now, there wasn't so much as a scratch on the skin. No blood, no redness, no swelling. But the color had gone to a sickening corpse white, and it was changing further, visibly, before their eyes, toward ash gray, toward the black of grave soil. That wasn't a living man's hand. That was a dry bone dug up out of an old tomb. And worse, the pad of the finger, with the skin still unbroken, had begun to cave inward, as if the flesh and bone beneath the surface were being quietly melted, eaten away, drained dry. This is frostbite gone bad. Zhao Zuelon collapsed to the floor, lips trembling. Frostbite my ass. What kind of frostbite oozes blood and rots the meat off the bone? Gu Erling's hands were shaking. Go get old Doc Zhong. Feng, run. Gu Feng scrambled out of the main room, half stumbling, half crawling, and tore off down the road for all he was worth. An hour later, old Doc Zhong stepped over the threshold with his wooden medicine chest on his back. 40 years of practice, major illnesses, minor ailments, even birthing livestock. He'd seen more corpses and rotten flesh than he could count. By now, Gu Shuai had been lashed to a bench with hemp rope. He'd screamed himself hoarse. All that was left were convulsions and shallow, rattling breaths. Old Doc Zhong settled his reading glasses on his nose and leaned in. A sharp, sour stench hit him, like rotting meat left to steep in vinegar for 3 days. His brow furrowed. He reached out with the hand that had held acupuncture needles for 4 decades and pressed toward the edge of the tiger's mouth, where the skin was still normal. The instant his fingertip touched flesh, Gu Shuai bucked upward against the ropes hard enough to make them creak, an animal wail tearing out of his throat. Old Doc Zhong's gaze traveled downward and locked onto that blackened, caved-in index finger. The skin was intact. No wound, no ulcer. But through that translucent layer of dead tissue, a grayish-red, syrupy fluid seeped faintly beneath. The soft tissue inside was genuinely collapsing, bit by bit. This wasn't an abscess. This wasn't a snakebite or an insect sting. 40 years of medical experience crumbled in a single second. His hand shook like a sieve. He yanked it back, his legs went weak, and he staggered back 3 steps until his back hit the doorframe with a thud. Uncle Zhong. Gu Erling's heart dropped. What is it? Do something. Needles, medicine, anything. Old Doc Zhong waved him off like he was warding off the plague, his voice cracking. No. No needles. No cutting. This isn't a sickness at all. If it isn't a sickness, then what is it? Zhao Zuilon wailed. Don't tell me a weasel spirit from the back hills has possessed him. No, it's not a haunting. Old Doc Zhong's throat had gone dry, his eyes full of the terror of a man who'd seen a ghost. He pointed a trembling finger at that index finger. When I was younger and traveling the roads, I heard about something nasty from some of those old tomb robbers, the ones who deal in the strange trades. He swallowed hard. His voice quavered. They called it bone-dissolving fluid. Called it what? The blood ran cold in Gu Erling's veins. Bone-dissolving fluid. Whatever it touches rots. Old Doc Zhong looked at the ashen-faced family like a judge handing down a death sentence. Touch flesh, the flesh rots. Touch bone, it eats through to the marrow. Look at that sunken finger. The cartilage and tissue inside have already turned to yellow slurry. Not a mark on the skin, but everything underneath is rotting away in the channels. Bullshit. Zhao Zuilon shrieked like a rabid dog. So the finger's poisoned. Fine, I'll take a cleaver to it myself. Cut it off? Too late. Old Doc Zhong roared, jabbing a finger at the entire right arm. A poison this vicious travels through the bloodstream the moment you disturb it. Mark my words, within the hour. He raised his palm and slashed it viciously through the air. It'll climb up through the hand. Every bone in that arm will melt into a puddle. Not even an immortal could stop it. Not even an immortal. The room fell as silent as a graveyard. Only the eerie whistle of the draft squeezing through the door cracks, and Gu Shuai's twisted, ragged panting, tolling like a funeral bell, over and over. Gu Erling's vision went black in waves. He clawed at the edge of the table so hard that splinters drove up under his fingernails, and he never felt a thing. His head felt like it had been struck by lightning 3 times running. Not an abscess. Not frostbite. Someone had poured this vicious, unheard-of poison, this weapon, straight onto the hand of his most precious son. That jinx they'd thrown out of the house was holding the kind of power that belonged to the king of hell himself. In the grip of pure terror, Gu Erling's legs gave out, and he sank into the hardwood chair like a heap of wet mud.